so you will see. Nee, das ist zu laut. Nur für den Stream. So. It is so. It is really good explained by him. But if you read some words at the first time, maybe celebrability and such things are not normal words for everybody, because you normally come not from the economy. But it is very well defined and explained. You must read it carefully, and it would be helpful if you use the 50 minutes before the starting of the session to write some things down. You make it written. It is a recommendation we can give, I would say, because of course you are not very familiar with some economic words, and so, but it's all explained. Yes? Don't be afraid about it. Read it carefully, you will get it. Yeah, sure.
Okay. You are getting the tasks right now. For this task, the database is provided for you, and also the creation scripts and everything is there. Okay, so again, yeah. So for this session, the database is provided, and you are also provided with the creation scripts for the database. Your first task will be to import some data, but do it in another way than the first session, because you will have to create the UI for it as well, do some validations, and stuff. So let's go with the first one. We are going to have some organizers and locations with different 5 formats. Organizers will be in JSON, locations will be in TOML, events will be in CSV, and the events will be in a multi-line CSV. You will have to find out which field represents which property of the entity. It's your job. It's part of the task. Then the next part is bookings. When people book tickets for the events, you will get these bookings in the CSV file, but unfortunately some systems cipher the results. One system provides the CSV in Morse code, the other one is in transposition columnar cipher. You will get a PDF detailing how a transposition columnar cipher works. Then, after you are done with this, you must calculate some statistics for the events. For example, you have some basic information, number of events, upcoming events, average income, average profit, average occupancy rate, sold tickets, available tickets, cheapest tickets. You can read it here in the view. Then, if the user goes into an event, so you can, for example, buy normal or VIP tickets, and availability, the maximum number of available tickets, and the to calculate the demand for that ticket tier, and from that you can calculate the actual ticket tier, and the user can optimize it from the UI. That will use the saleability and ticket tiers, and you will have to also create a diagram ticket tier. It's all detailed.
But after this live stream is done, many people
Yeah, we are.
go and watch it again.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should move together a bit.
Okay, yeah. So let me just open this.
Maybe you could introduce yourself first.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Bence from Hungary. I'm the external test project designer for Skill 9, and I will be walking you through the session 3 for Skill 9. In Skill 9 we have an event organizer system that we are trying to build, and right now we are working on a back office system that allows employees to import all kinds of data with different kinds of ciphering and file types. So we have provided the competitors with a predefined database. It's a
database
and they are also provided with a full .sql, which provides all the data they need, so they can skip the first part of the session if they want to, because they will not have time to finish all of it. So that's by design. So the first part is the import window on page 4. So here the employee can import organizers, locations, and events. Organizers are in a JSON file, which means that you have key and values in an array, so you can import it into the database. Then you have locations, which is in a tumble file. It's close to the. It's almost as the. It looks almost as the same as the JSON, but it's not an array, and you use an equal sign between the keys and values. Then we have events. In the events, first of all, we have organizers and locations in the previous steps, because for us to import the events, we require organizers and locations. Events are kind of hard to import because you have 4 types of tables. You have event groups, ticket tiers, events, and then you have the event tickets in the same file. So the competitor has to understand the file and import it. So there is no explanation on how the file is created or how the structure is. That's part of the task, to understand it clearly. And then we have bookings. So when a customer books a ticket or multiple tickets for the event, we get it via multiple files, because we are not actually providing the booking site, but other companies do that for us, and they provide us with CSV files. But some companies cipher their files, which is the twist in this part. So we have a basic CSV just so they can understand the file. We are on page 5.
Seite 5. Robos.
Yeah. 5.1.4. Yeah. Yes, here. Okay. So at the top, we can see that we have a basic CSV file. Then we have a Morse code, which is just a twist. It's not really used in real life in software solutions, but it's so that they don't have a predefined solution already in their head, because CSV and JSON are pretty basic, so you just train for it. But with the Morse code, you have to think more. Then we have a columnar transposition ciphering, which is kind of it's even more complicated, so I don't want to go into that in detail, because even I don't understand it sometimes. But the competitors are provided with a PDF detailing step-by-step instructions on how to decipher this type of file. And then next we have the dashboard in 5.2. Here they have to calculate all kinds of statistics for an event group, number of events, upcoming events, average occupancy rate of the event, average ticket price, sold tickets, available tickets, cheapest, most expensive, and all others. It's a pretty big page, and then the user can open an event and see the event details on page 7. Oh, that's two. Oh yes, okay. So in page 7, first we can look at the UI. So here we can see the ticket tiers for the event, and we have multiple, let's say, words that may not mean anything without context. So we have saleability, which is the percentage the ticket could be sold at, and then we have demand, which means how many people want it. These are all, let's say, calculated numbers, so they are not exact, or they may not represent the truth. Then we have price, base price, available, and max. These are from the database, so it's pretty easy to display. And then we have a forecast. For this, we should go back to page 6. Yes, and here the competitor is given with instruction on how to calculate the demand and the saleability. So we could go through it. So first of all, we have a demand for the event in the database. That's the base demand. Then we can calculate the calculated demand. It's a good name. It's from the ratio of the remaining and maximum available tickets. This is the base calculated demand, and we have historical demand, which is the same but for past events with the same ticket tiers. The two are averaged out at the end, and then we have the actual calculated demand. And then we have to calculate the price ratio, which is used by comparing the current tier to the cheapest tier, and then we have the price ratio. And then we can calculate the saleability of the ticket from the price ratio at 30%, and then the corrected demand, which is the calculated and base demand multiplied together, and that's at 70%. And from that number we get the saleability. And then the current price is then calculated from this saleability factor and the base price for the ticket. This is the biggest step. After they understand this part, the next part should be more than easy. You can calculate these numbers for all the tickets. And then the user has an optimize button on the UI, so you can change the actual price with the calculated price in the database, so you can update it. Then the user also has to create, the competitor has to create a forecasting system, which is just calculating the saleability and demand for all the tickets, and for the event. Purchase one ticket from the highest saleability ticket tier, and do it until all the tickets have been sold, and you will get a table with amounts, prices, and saleability factors. And then the user, the competitor, can display this must display this in a diagram, where the ticket tiers will be going down as less and less tickets will be available, and the profit ratio will be going up. This table that is calculated via the forecasting system should be exported into a CSV file, and then pretty much that's it. So they have 3.5 hours.
So you always said that it's pretty hard to get it done in the time.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
basically impossible.
Yes.
And
it's-
you also mentioned that deciphering the cipher is
Yes.
extremely complicated.
Yes.
Would you say that that is the most challenging part of this task?
Yeah, so the bookings, importing the bookings with the Morse code and the columnar transposition ciphering is one of the hardest, but because they are software engineers, they will most probably do it in an easy way, so they can understand it. But due to the I wouldn't say language barrier, but the way the event details and the saleability and demand is calculated, they may have a bigger problem here because they are just I don't know, they are not confident enough in their English to understand it, and they will just jump through it. I think if they can get to this part, because calculating statistics is also, it's not hard, but it could take up time. So the competitor should optimize.
During the briefing, they had the opportunity to talk with the experts.
Yes.
Do you think they could, or they have given them some guidance, especially in the English portion?
Yeah, so I think they went through all of this and talked about the steps. In the dashboard we have a percentage difference, which is not just dividing the two numbers, but you have to do a subtraction also, so you don't get the ratio between the two numbers, but the actual percentage increase. And if they jump through that, it's 0 points, and they spend time on it. So I hope they caught it. It's explained in the task, but competitors usually read the first two words, and it says the percentage, and so I think there will be some competitors who look this fact. And also they had a lot of questions about the saleability and demand, but that's obvious. They should just read it and maybe write it down, because it's actually sentenced in a way that if you write down the variables like tier demand, base demand, you can just create small formulas and do it in 5 or 6 lines.
So, nicht. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So overall, you would say that this is more challenging
Yes.
than yesterday, and this also touches upon a different kind of skill set than we had yesterday.
Yes. So yesterday they had to import data, but they only had to do it one time. Now they have to do it from the UI, so the user can initiate it. Also, there is some algorithmic stuff with the demand and saleability, which wasn't present yesterday. It was more entity creation, user creation, event management, user management, and this is more of an algorithmic task.
But our competitors should have no problem with the tasks itself, rather than completing them in the given time. Of course. So you're an expert for Hungary.
So actually, I'm a previous competitor for Hungary at WorldSkills and EuroSkills for Skill 9. For EuroSkills, it has a different number, but we also call it Skill 9 there. And right now, I'm the independent test project designer for Albert Einstein Cup, and also for the Hungarian Nationals.
So you were the one who helped create the tasks.
Yeah, I created this task.
Okay. So you're already also on the jury.
Yes.
I've heard that they are pretty busy today.
Yes, we are
checking the
busy.
sessions.
Yes. Yeah, we are checking session 1 and 2 right now. It's pretty hard.
So how exactly do you go about checking these sessions?
Yeah, so first of all, the competitors must create some details on how to start their application and what kind of configuration needs to be done, because the sessions are not marked on their computer, but on a marking computer, which could be different from the competitor's computer. So based on this information, we then try to start up the application, and then we have a marking scheme with the points and some descriptions on what points should be given, and those points are usually created by the test project designer.
So if you had to guess, how long would it take to check one program?
Yeah, the first one is always hard because you don't know the marking points and what to look for, but after the second or third one you are speeding up, but the first one could take 30-40 minutes or even more, depending on the situation, but after that 15 or 20 minutes should be enough per competitor.
For this task, like how long did it take for you to come up with it, and like what are you inspired? Like how do you come up with it?
Yeah, so Glenn, actually, the German ex-competitor, had the idea of price optimization and bookings and stuff, and then I made it more complicated and come up with some words like saleability and demand, and then wrote this down. For me, because I'm an ex-competitor, I like this type of sessions because I can code, I can create files that help us. So for the statistics, I already have created files. So when we open the window, we just have to compare the numbers and then give the points easily. So we don't have to calculate it on the table every time.
Yeah, that's very practical. I've also heard that you're a big team of experts and jury, and so you separate into smaller groups to check single sessions for the 14.
Yeah, for yesterday for Skill 9 we did it in one group, so we had a group of 6 experts and myself and Glenn, so 6 total people. But today we are going to split up, and I think 3 or 4 people are going to mark session 1, and we are going to start marking session 2, which was yesterday afternoon.
So if you had to guess, you are busy till lunch and even after that.
Yeah, maybe till the evening, yeah. I think we will have to start marking session 3 in the afternoon.
Okay.
So session 1 and 2 is predicted to finish until lunch, hopefully, and then we can start marking session 3.
Okay. And since you were a competitor before, what was that experience like for you?
Oh, it was so long ago.
Yeah.
It was 2 years ago or 1 year ago. Yeah, it's always stressful because you don't know the task in advance, and then you have to work as a team with your expert to understand the task and also make optimizations. So maybe the expert knows that the competitor is not that familiar with algorithmic calculations and says to the competitor, yeah, just keep it to the last minute. If you don't have time on it, don't worry, it's a hard session. Or maybe they have problems with Morse code and stuff, then they can say, oh, you are provided with the full database, you can start with the statistics and stuff, skip the import and then do it at the end. Yeah.
So yesterday Mr. Kapler told us that if you take more time in the first session to kind of set up your system, you can like have a little bit spare time later on. Are these competitors using what they already created the last days?
Yeah, I think so. They should be, because you have the database connection set up, you have the style guide set up, and also you have some views already done. But in this session we did not ask for a login screen, which could be hard for them, because in the first 2 sessions, the second one was a mobile, but the first session they had to start with the login page. So they have to take that out and start fresh, but they can use the existing code, like database connection and the style guide. That's mostly it.
Anything else you would like to say? Like anything you would struggle with if you were doing the task? Or did you maybe already do it like in a preparation beforehand?
Yeah, because I created files to mark them. I
Yeah.
already did it without the UI, and it took me probably the session duration to do that without the UI. So that means it will be a good session because it will not be possible to do it in with the UI, hopefully.
As an Hungarian expert, have you talked with the Hungarian competitor, or are you not biased at all?
No, so when I was asked to, or when we talked with Olaf to create this task, I said that I'm not going to talk about it with anyone. I think Olaf and only Glenn knew the task, and they liked it, so that's a good thing. I talked with the Croatian, the Finn, and the Hungarian expert at the end of the briefing, and they said the French expert said that he likes it. The Croatian said he likes it, but also doesn't because it's hard, and also the Hungarian expert had mixed feelings as well. But during marking, actually, I think the expert or the project designer for the competitor's country is not talking that much. So when we mark German competitor, Glenn is not doing that much. When we are marking Kazakhstan, then the Kazakh expert is not talking much. So it's separated, I think, pretty good. Yeah. Okay, and as I can see, the session has already started. They will have probably a lot of setup to open the files, to understand. I hope what they should have done, not should have, but I would have recommended them, is to write down the steps here on the page, and also the import of bookings, the transposition ciphering. Just write it down, and also because we have wireframes for the UIs, you can start to think, okay, here I'm going to use a grid, here I'm going to use a stack panel, here is the button, here is the table. You can think about all of these things in the, I think, 15 or 30 minutes they have after the talk with their expert. So that's what they should have done in my recommendation, and then we will see who makes it the fastest.
Yeah, so it's the smartest to kind of plan of attack beforehand, so while you're coding you can just seamlessly rush through.
Yes, in the worst case sometimes I wrote like a full page of code on my stuff, not the full thing, but to see the structure, because then you can just type it really fast. Here we can already see a radio button, which is for the import view, select import type. He's doing organizers, events, and then we'll probably do the bookings and CSVs.
Did you so you talked to the experts of the other countries? They reveal anything about how the competitors are feeling, how good or badly it went yesterday?
I think everyone had some kind of problems or an issue not to finish the sessions, or session 1 and 2. But it was the first day. It was for a warm-up. It was a warm-up session, session 1 and 2 as well, and session 3 is the real challenge. Here we can also see the calculator coming up on the left side. Checking some numbers probably. I don't know what this number is, but it could be a percentage increase. So
there's going to be a lot of calculating the differences and the demand.
You have a lot of calculations, but it's not that hard. So you don't have like exponential and more complicated methods or things to calculate. It's only multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction.
And this is a desktop
Yes, this is a desktop application.
Is it based on already existing, or do we do only mobile applications yesterday?
So they had a desktop session yesterday in the morning, which was also 3.5 hours, and then they had the mobile session in the afternoon, and I think they will have another mobile session in the afternoon today as well. I don't know. Here we can see he has already imported the data into the database. They are provided with the full script, so it's easy to do. You can skip the importing and get to work. So I will probably head back to the room because they may have some questions. Olaf hasn't run in yet. and I will have to start marking session 1 and 2 because we have 0 time. Thank you for having me.
Good luck.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
And hopefully you'll get done fast. So you have a lunch break.
Thank you. Have a nice stream.
Thank you so much.
Right, looking at the chat, we can see we have lots of both fans in the chat.
Yeah, also Daniel fans. But keep it a friendly competition.
Of course.
We have moderators, probably.
Probably.
Yeah. So yesterday we talked with a lot of, I'd say, experts about their countries or even the French competitor yesterday. The Hungarian expert just said, a lot of competitors, or maybe all of them, had problems finishing it in time, but that was completely expected, and even it was almost impossible to get it done in time, so everything is in order there. I guess we'll have to wait and see how exactly they will be doing tomorrow at the closing ceremony. It starts at 4 p.m. tomorrow evening. So you don't want to miss it because that's the first time the results will be announced. Yeah, and soon we'll have another expert telling us about skill 8.
Wir machen dann Pause.
Ich meine. Schon ein bisschen zu. Yeah. So, about the competition. It will always stated that this is the most difficult one yet, but this was how it was supposed to go. It was it's supposed to be
Easy, harder, and then the hardest.
Yeah. So, like you said, yesterday was a warm up, to get into the feeling of coding.
Kannst du durch? Jonas. Welches ist deins? Das, ne?
Ja. Okay. Okay, so session 3 of mobile applications development. This one is different to yesterday because they don't get precise designs they have to implement, but we give them rough prototypes of how the app could look like, but the specific details are up to our competitors. But we don't really mark the design, so it's it doesn't matter if the buttons are blue or if they're green, and if there's curvature in the buttons, that doesn't matter. The app should still be easy to use, so components that belong together shouldn't be spread all over the pages, but be close by, so the app is well usable. The basic idea of this session is a social media app, so similar to, for example, Instagram. You can see here in the wireframes in these designs, you have a feed page where you have a list of posts by all users other than you. The newest one is at the top. Then you have a map page where they are supposed to embed Google Maps and show on the map with markers where different posts were created. And you can also zoom in and out of the map. And they have a profile page. So if they click on a user profile, they have a list of all the posts that the user created. Just like on Instagram, you have a grid 3 columns wide and square images and the previews of all posts. Yeah, on the feed page, really similar to Instagram, you have the name and the photo of the person that created it. You have the post itself and comments, and you can also share the post itself to other apps. On the user, and you can tap on the user profile and then you get to the user profile page. if you click on the marker on the map, you open a separate page which has more details. So the comments, for example, that are usually hidden behind a dialogue, these are directly shown there. And what's really difficult in this session is that the users can also create a new post. So there's a button on all of these 3 pages where the user first has to pick a new image. So they can either take an image with their camera or select an image from their gallery that they want to upload. And depending on which way they choose, if the image is taken with the gallery, they have to retrieve the current GPS coordinates of the device, so the geolocation, and store that in the post. If the image is picked from the gallery, it might be longer time ago that that image was taken and it was maybe someplace else. So the user can select on a map where the image was taken. After that is selected, the user can enter a caption for the image, so like 1 or 2 short sentences describing it, for example. And then the tricky part, they can also place stickers on top of the image. And so we have provided them with like 5 to 10 images of programming languages and frameworks. And these stickers, they should show first a list of all of them. And then you can drag and drop a sticker onto the post itself. You can also use the same sticker multiple times. You can change its position, you can remove it again, and you can also rotate the sticker. And I'm guessing that's quite difficult to do. I'll be interested in whether or how many competitors will work on that, or if they just focus on the other parts of the app.
Do you think this is the most difficult task so far?
I think it has the most difficult elements because you have to show the map, you have to show markers on the map, and then the creation of a new post with stickers on it. For the effort in total, I'm not sure, because I heard for the last sessions that these are also quite a lot of effort and they didn't get everything done because it's just too much work to do that. But I think there it's more getting all the details right, and here it's really that you have difficult parts that the competitors first have to find out how they can achieve them.
You personally, with what would you start? Do you think everything is gonna be possible to finish in the given time? Or if no, what would you focus on?
I hope it's not possible in the time, because sure, it would be great for all competitors to finish it, but then if everyone gets 100%, we don't really know who will get the first place. So these tasks are always designed so that they get maybe 80% done, and then where their focus lies and how much they actually get done, that decides who will get the first, second, third, and so on places. And probably I would start with the easy pages, so showing the list of posts, showing the grid on the profile page, and then maybe the map, because embedding Google Map, if you know how to do it, that's relatively simple. Then showing the markers is also, at least with the framework we're using, it's also relatively simple. And then the tricky part of creating a new post, you can leave away the stickers in the beginning and just create it without any stickers, so you can access the camera or the gallery. That's also quite okay to do. And then in the end, if there's enough time, I would work on the stickers. But even then, you can still get parts of the points if you don't do this drag and drop functionality, for example. But if you just click on a sticker and it appears in the center of the image, they would still get points for that, and it's easier to accomplish.
Do you think the German competitors are prepared for this session?
I hope so. I know we had Google Maps in the training. We had like API requests, so the connection to the server, because these posts are all loaded from a server, and the user also has to authenticate in the beginning, so they enter their username so we can test it out with different profiles. That should be well doable by them. Also, sharing the post with a different app should be okay, and like selecting an image from the gallery and the camera. But I'm also guessing that their problem, or what's most difficult for them is the dragging an image or a sticker onto the image, because we didn't do explicitly the drag and drop. So only if they have worked with it previously or maybe looked at the relevant components for doing that, then they know this. But maybe they find a workaround.
And do you think it's also difficult because they don't really have a style guide, so they don't know how to design it because you haven't given them?
The difficulty is we have three pages that are not even here as wireframes, as simple screenshots or simple drawings of how it could look like. There's the how to create a new post and the detailed layout of a post where you can see the comments as well, and also an authentication page. But I think because we don't really mark the designs in detail, it should be doable, or it should be okay for them to probably just have the photo at the top and then the remaining components that are needed, just stack them below them. And I mean, these designs, they are not so difficult to implement. Whereas in the last session, for example, we had the current user shown in the center, and around them, everyone else was positioned in multiple circles. And I heard from at least one of my competitors that the positioning was difficult, and they skipped that part. And they just put their own person in the center, and then they showed a grid of the other users below them.
For you personally, because you also work in IT, of course, do you think this task is close to what you really do in the job?
Yeah, I'd say so. Because you have the connection to the server, which is like a lot of what we have to do at work, and implementing the rough sketches that you are given to a specific app. It's also depends a bit on your on who you're working for. Especially if you're, for example, a freelancer and you have a client that maybe does not know exactly what they want, or if they don't have prior contact to IT people, then they would also give them like drawings on a napkin sometimes and show them how they imagine the app to look like, and then it's up to you to implement it.
Do you think this task leaves very much room for your own creativity?
I mean, you can integrate your creativity into that and decide how you want to lay out components, decide on the colors, but I think that's more a waste of time in this session. We have a different session coming up where there's really all creativity asked for, because they in that session they are also given drawings or wireframes like these ones, or not these ones, but similar on the same style, and their task is to really design a final app. So they have to choose the color, integrate the logo, and choose shadows and corner radii and whatever they want in there.
All right. I don't have any questions left.
No, I don't either.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kannst du Heidi holen dann? Danke. All right, that was really interesting. I think it's very cool that they program something that is so close to a social media app. So maybe a short recap for you. So Jonas just explained, it's basically like an Instagram app where you have a map and then you see different profiles and you can click on them, and then they open up with posts and stuff, and you can drag stickers onto the posts and leave them there or remove them or put them anywhere else. And and it's free to choose which color or anything you want. So that's what session 3 in for skill 08 is all about, creating an app. And he also said that it's very close to the reality of what programmers really have to do.
So that's the first really big skill difference, because yesterday they had similar tasks, well, different tasks, but in a similar range. And I think today is the first day where we already talked about it, where the skills get harder, or the tasks get harder. And so I think, like you said, the skills have to be more different to kind of challenge.
Here you really see the difference between the two skills.
Yeah. Did you talk about anything else?
No, we mainly focused on what the task is about.
Okay. So anything you would like to say?
Not really. I mean, you explained it pretty well. So.
Well, I can say anyone who listened yesterday and actually listened to us talk about all kinds of stuff. I said yesterday that I have like one bike accident per month at least, and that's why I'm afraid to get my driving license. Well, this morning I actually came in half an hour late because my tire, I had a flat tire on my bike, and then while I drove here, a car almost hit me on like a passenger way, or passenger...
A sidewalk.
A sidewalk, yeah. It was a crazy day. But now we're here to entertain you. And I was told that we should talk a bit more about informatics. So I thought, what better way to do that than to talk about our Corona experience?
Oh, God.
Because that's like a bit of, the technical properties of Germany. And I think they have really exponentially increased in schools and all that while or after Corona because we were forced to. So, what was your experience like? We are both on this school, so we know what we did.
We had reviewed like the basics when Corona started. I was in like 7th, 8th grade, and so it just really started, and they always still confused on like what to do and how to do it and what is the best way, and video conferences didn't work and Zoom wasn't working, and then like its learning wasn't working, and it was horrible. And I remember that for computer science we got like tests like review how to calculate stuff in Excel, review like Word, how Word works the best, and different things just to like because he didn't know what to do, you can't really explain what to do and stuff, so it was very difficult for us to have computer science as a subject.
I mean, the first like 1.5 years I was still at my old school, and like it had already started, but it hadn't arrived here just yet, like the big pandemic stuff. And I still remember I was at a break with my friend, and she was like, "Oh, did you hear in the news yet? There's like a virus coming." And I distinctly remember I was like, "No, it's never gonna reach Germany. How is that gonna happen?" And then just maybe like half a year later it was here, and yeah.
Yeah, I remember vividly our last day of school was Friday the 13th, and they said like, "Yeah, we'll see each other in 2 weeks." Pustekuchen, nothing. We saw each other in like, I don't know, 2 years.
I got the message that we weren't allowed to go to school anymore when I was at the birthday party of my brother. I was like in Berlin actually, and then I got the message from a friend of mine who wrote like, yeah, we're not going to school the next week, and then my sister had to drive me to school to get everything from my locker and stuff. So that was difficult, and I also remember like 2 weeks prior to them closing the schools, a friend of mine said like in class, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have only a few weeks of class left because we're gonna go home when this virus is here. I'm gonna tell you, we're going home." And I said like, "No, I don't think so. I think it's like a cold, so I don't think we're going home." And then 3 weeks later, they closed down the schools.
Yeah, happens. Well, actually, I think most of my subjects continued as kind of normal. A lot of teachers really put in an effort, and I had to be at like so many like video conferences, but we didn't always have to show a camera, so I would be laying in bed with my cats and just,
I remember vividly when there were like subjects I didn't want to take part in, like, I don't know, music or something, because I mean, what do you have music for as a subject when you can't sing or anything? So I had like a screenshot of the screen which said like there's no internet connection, it can't connect to the video conference, and I was like, yeah, here, show it to her, it's not working, to a friend of mine.
I remember like calling my friends early in the morning, like when the first lesson began, so we can do the tasks together. And if there were video conferences, we would join. and we would hang up at 11 p.m. So I would talk to my friends every day for like 12 hours. I do not know how I didn't get exhausted or how we didn't, get enough of each other. But also, you mentioned Excel and computer science, maybe, how that couldn't be taught very well.
Yeah, because I mean, for us, it's mostly nowadays, especially in like 11th grade, you get to know about what you're doing in the school. We mostly do like 3 weeks of like general stuff, explaining everything, how works everything, what is the best way to do certain things, and then we start like sitting at the computer and start programming actually. And that's how we do it now, and it wasn't possible back then because first of all there was not really time, we were at home, so we didn't have the software that we needed. There was no one who could really easily explain it to us, and if anyone had a problem, like the teacher could look at it and stuff, so it was very difficult for us to really do that. So he just gave us like a sheet of paper with tasks and was like, do that, I don't know what else to do.
Like as far as I remember, we didn't have any like conferences or like bigger ones at least. And, yeah, I mean, I'm not that much of a social person, so I didn't mind staying home for a bit longer. It was pretty relaxing, honestly. Even if of course you think about what could have happened, like what is going on outside, but it was okay. It could have been worse for me at least.
Honestly, our computer science teacher went like a little above and beyond. Not in the sense that he really, well, he did help us. He did like a screen recording where he explained the task. At the time we had Excel and Scratch, which is like a super simplified programming or coding program where you have like these little blocks that you put together to create a code, which is easy to understand for children. And you can kind of create a little mini game, I guess, with the code. And so that was a lot of fun playing around with that. And because he did, he recorded his screen and talked about the tasks we have to do, it was also easy to understand what he meant. And we talked about it yesterday, I think, with the Kazakhstani expert, that these competitors can't use the internet, or well, they can only for 5 minutes for each session. I remember having problems with Excel, and just Google was like everything. Google knew every answer to every Excel problem, and so I can't imagine how hard it is to code. Well, they did prepare for it, but
without the internet access, yes.
Yeah.
Because that was also a time before any like artificial intelligence was even there. So we really had to Google it ourselves and like get the answers that we needed.
The hard times.
Yeah.
No, but I think it's really interesting how AI is going to change the future of school systems.
I think it's also because some teachers are like, oh my god, it's gonna be so horrible. I think it's not gonna change it for the worse, Sometimes it's really helpful, I personally, for example, use it to get like a scheme maybe when you have to write an I don't know, a mediation, or if you have to write an essay, or if you just to get the structure of what I'm supposed to do. And sometimes ChatGPT, for example, gives examples together with the scheme. So it just, me personally, it really helps for like knowing how to do certain things. And of course he can give you examples, so you know how to format it, how to write it, how what style. And it is also very good to like look over the grammar of some of my writings, because if it's like a really important email, for example, I don't want to send it with like 100 of grammar mistakes, so I put it into ChatGPT. I tell him, hey, can you look after my grammar? And he's like, yeah, no problem. And then he gives me the text completely corrected. And I think those are the things that I really do with it. And sometimes when there's a task that I don't understand, I put it in there so it can tell me what the teacher, for example, means with it, so I can get to know what the task really is. But that's mostly what we, so I can only talk about me and my friends, we use it for.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of split between like AI, of course. I mean, I love AI, like the concept is great, but as an artist I can't help but fear for the future of like art in general. Because like of course it's great, it can help, and I don't mind like helping with text and basically like getting the hang of things, explaining stuff. But like, you know, when you're an artist you have to fear honestly that someday your job will be taken away, art won't be original anymore. You know?
Yeah, but honestly, that's also what they thought when photography
Of course.
was starting to be viewed as art. That was exactly the problem they had in the 1900s, because in around 1850 they started with the photographies and the camera obscura, and they started having different techniques like scribbling over the photography, scribbling over the clear prints and stuff. And that's also when they started to be like, oh my god, this can't be art, we only know other arts where you can really see the faces, oh my god, this is not art. And it was very controversial, and I think that's right now AI is also viewed kind of as controversial because we haven't had it for that long and we just don't know how to get used to it.
Definitely, and I like AI honestly, but it's just like, I'm not saying we should go back, AI bad, go back to caveman times or something, but we should just be careful what we use it for, and that we don't use it too much, or like stuff like art or music and stuff won't be anything original anymore. Like anyone can use it with some AI.
Yeah, I really agree with Lily. I think that AI is going to create a new genre of music, of art, and that art made by humans will have different impact. So for example, if you sell your art and there's, I don't know, a made by human stamp or something, it's going to be more valuable. And AI makes art a little bit more accessible to everyone, but of course there's the problem that it steals from other artists and all that. So maybe we can kind of get around that, only use artists' art with permission, where we can train the AI on. But I think especially in school, ChatGPT or other AI programs are used for all kinds of different things. And because now virtually everybody has an iPad they work with, at least in my class, no one really concentrates anymore. And I think it's just, we have to adjust to AI, to ChatGPT, and because we're in the phase of adjusting, it's going to take a bit of time because before we can confidently say we know how to handle this situation.
I think it isn't that bad for artists too, because we as normal people, for example, I have no artistic skills. I'm like horrendous at it, at music and drawing. And if I have an idea in mind and now I know I can't process it, or I can't like
draw it on the paper like
yes,
you imagine.
Yes, like I imagine,
head.
like I can't really show what my vision is. I can explain it to an AI and it can show me like different examples on how it could be done or what it could look like and stuff. So I don't think it's overall bad, because like it gives me the freedom of it also having something drawn that comes from my personal own mind that I just can't do it like the AI does.
Yeah, I think it's just going to change a lot of fundamentally, always accepted structures that we've had. But also what I think is really interesting, in the past few years, a lot of research papers have been flagged for AI by the use of a singular word, and that is delve. Because there's like a chart, maybe you can look it up, where how often delve is used in research papers. Like, will they delve into that or something? And AI uses Delph way more than the average human. So in the past few years, the graph has gone like, "Wah." And I think it's interesting because we also see that in human language. For example, I can't come, but sometimes when we hear a word and think, oh, that sounds fancy, I want to use that. And then because you use it, more people hear it and I also think it's fancy and you want to use it. Sometimes that's how you revive long forgotten or maybe even old words. So I think our AI is going to have a big impact on our language as well. Because now we read these research papers that use the word Delph more increasingly, and maybe we get the idea to use it more as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you can let the AI rewrite whatever you have written to like look more professional and stuff. So maybe this isn't overall bad because we also get to learn like new words that sound more professional and stuff.
Yeah, of course. Now that we're on the topic, we as native German speakers who are currently trying to moderate in English, what are some things you have experienced while learning a new language, or how would you say, what were difficulties?
Learning a new language?
Yeah.
Well, I used to like review some Hungarian words when I visited my cousin, and there is an app that I can really recommend for people for just like getting new words into like your mind and stuff when you learn a language. It's called Drops, because you just learn certain words and certain phrases that you can use. It's not really good if you want to be fluent with grammar and like building sentences and stuff, but it's really amazing if you want to get to know certain words or words in general and just like put your mind into the headspace for many words. It's really amazing. And I think, for example, I learned English mostly through watching movies and films and putting on the subtitles and like, I don't know, reading a lot. And so I think mostly it's context-based, I think, when you learn the most. When you don't know what it's about, it's really hard to understand the text if you don't know the words. But if you know like the topic it's about, it's rather easy if you know a certain amount of words, and then you just fill it with the context or put it in context.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Lily there, because like for me it was the same. Like I learned it over time just by myself. But a bit of motivation I had was just because one of my aunts lives in New Zealand, and so I had a little motivation like, oh, if I learn English, then I can call her, like, and actually talk with her in English. And I think that would have been really interesting. So I think that's kind of like one of the main reasons why I started learning English at such an early age as well.
Yeah, well, I think I tried to teach myself multiple languages on my own. That always kind of failed, but more or less because I didn't have the endurance to really go through it. But the biggest problem I've seen with, for example, Spanish, because in school as a third language we have to take either Spanish or French, at least in my school. I know some people can also take Russian or Latin. Yeah, but Latin would be the fourth one. At least in our school.
In our school, it's like the German mandatory, of course. English is mandatory, and then you, in our school, can choose between Latin, French, and Russian. And later on, in like the 10th grade, you can choose Spanish instead of Latin, or Spanish as an addition to
No,
your language.
I have some friends that are learning 4 languages right now, and they aren't learning to speak Latin, more like translate it and read it. But what I found extremely interesting is that I had a kind of a hard time learning Spanish. Not really learning Spanish, but speaking Spanish. Because English, like you all, I learned English from social media, from films, from movies. And basically in my downtime, all I hear is English, to the point where sometimes my thoughts are in English. And I even forget German grammar and words. That's kind of a problem. But with Spanish, I learned it in a school way. So I didn't learn it in my off time. I've learned it in school, and it's really difficult. I wouldn't say that school has killed my interest in Spanish, but it's definitely a different approach that didn't work as well for me. And I'm kind of sad to see that I have no motivation to learn Spanish anymore. But I guess sometimes school systems are just not made to learn, because it's my Spanish teacher is great. She teaches a lot, and she teaches very creatively. But I just never have been able to learn to speak, because I don't use it as often as English.
Soll ich mal schauen, was die wollten? Oder?
You can. Also, because we were talking from like 8 to 11, I've ordered someone to get us something to eat.
Yes.
Yeah, they've got you a brezel.
I know, a pretzel.
Do you like a pretzel? Do you like pretzel?
Yes, I already ate. He also brought me like
A choco croissant?
No, a bread with cheese.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that was my breakfast.
Yeah, I still have my pretzel left, and I repaid him.
Yeah, he said you paid too much. You have to...
No, I didn't.
He said you did.
No, I did the perfect amount. I gave him €2.62.
Wow. Oh, actually, what I wanted to talk about is that it seems some of my friends have been talking a lot with the Korean experts, especially about beverages in Germany, and how you can technically drink at 14 years old with the permission of your parents.
Yeah, with your no, it's the legal guardian.
Yeah,
They don't need to be your parents.
Yeah, and they have to kind of oversee you, so they can't say you can drink and then you go away. They have to see you.
You have
drinking.
to be in the same room, yeah.
Yeah, well, same vicinity. And the Koreans brought us some snacks to try out, and so we brought them. They brought them some drinks or beverages to try out, and they made a list. I can maybe ask if we can see the list later if anyone's interested. But the Korean experts and competitors brought us some cookies. I wrote down the name. I only said it yesterday, but it's these cookies are like a little bit, what would you call it?
Spekulatius. It's like a bit like the German cookies Spekulatius, which you eat mostly around Christmas time.
For interview?
Gehen oder mach ich mit dir?
My things in the expert room or
You can also leave it.
Can you?
Kannst du mir meine Brezel geben? Die liegt da auf dem Stuhl.
Lilly, möchtest du scharfen Rahmen essen?
Yeah, we just talked about the Koreans. The Koreans just brought spicy ramen for us to try out, just like the cookies.
Even das really spicy. Wenn du möchtest, kannst du das.
Ja, nicht jetzt.
möchtest du Interview machen?
Yeah,
Ja, wir machen erst das Interview.
with the Finnish expert.
Yes.
Im Mittelseat.
I'm ready for any questions.
Oh, look, your t-shirt's invisible because of the blue screen.
Blue screen. Oh, shall I change it?
No, it's fine. We can still see the Finnish flag.
Yeah, and we
Right.
can see the writing.
It looks funny.
Yeah. So, would you like to introduce yourself first?
Yes, I'm Edward Grogius from Finland. I've been teaching for 15 years, and before that I was working for Nokia.
So, you're the teacher of our competitor?
I'm not his coach. He's from Vaasa and I'm from Helsinki.
Mhm.
So I'm Swedish-speaking Finn, and I met him and his expert in the Finnish Skills Finland. Yeah.
Vaasa, like the ship, like the sunken ship.
Yes, Vaasa. There is a ship in Stockholm, and there was a king, Gustav Vasa, and he actually gathered a lot of cities around the Baltic Sea, the Hansa cities, and at that time, and then he kind of founded the Swedish-Finnish kind of kingdom, and then later Finland became independent.
I visited Scandinavia one time and read about a bit about its history, because maybe I'm going to move there in the future. There are a lot of jobs that I think
Okay.
are very interesting. So is there anything you would say about Finland or Sweden which is definitely worth seeing?
What we need to see? Well, when my competitor was coming here, so I was thinking that why don't you show some pictures of the Northern Lights? But now I think maybe there have been Northern Lights this summer, even here in Germany.
It was crazy.
It came here, but you can see a lot of them also up in the north. And we have a very warm and sunny, long days in the summer and sunny. And then in the winter it's usually like colder, but with snow. But I don't know. It depends. Sometimes. Like it used to be so that the winters were colder, but now they're more like differences in climate. Some winters are bad and some are good, and I think you even have snow here sometimes. Like
Yes.
yeah.
But not that often anymore. I think like in the 50s, Germany used to have really like very much snow and stuff, and now it's not really.
So, as an expert for Skill 9,
Yes.
did you already look over the sessions? Because the Hungarian expert said.
Yes, we have been looking at the sessions, and we're looking at the skill, and our competitor Michael. I don't know, how would you pronounce that in German?
Michael.
Michael.
Yeah, that's a German variant.
Yeah, and in French Michel, and in Finnish Mikael, or he's actually Swedish speaking, so Mikael, and maybe Mikko in Finnish. But so he's actually, this is a new skill for him, but he has been in Finland very successful with web technologies. So actually he was for, let's see, I think 3 years ago he had a bronze medal in web technology, and then last year he had a gold medal, and this year he was preparing for this and for the national. So before he came here he was doing the web technology skill, and so he got the Finnish gold medal, and even we had visitors, and even compared to the international visitors he was on I think he was on the second place. But we have different, like maybe you have here that you have different points for the German and the international, but he did very well also internationally in web technologies, and now he's thinking about these two skills, and he wanted to come and try this one and see, because he has been working in a computer company as a junior developer, and you have to ask him what they do, but like he told, in the city of Vaasa is like Neubrandenburg. It's not like Helsinki, who is the capital. And but I wanted to say that he hasn't been training all these things, so he's seeing new things and a little bit shocked, and but still everyone is I think that everyone is a little bit overwhelmed by the, you have to make decisions that which you can't do. It's very difficult to get everything done, so you have to decide what you do, but we'll see how he manages.
What happened yesterday? It seemed a little bit that he struggled in session 2.
Yeah, I didn't. He's kind of concentrating quite a lot, and we will analyze it. We didn't analyze too much of it. He's doing his best, and yeah, I don't know exactly what happens, but he said that he didn't get everything done, but I don't know. I haven't been watching those.
Nonetheless, it's extremely impressive. We saw its introduction on the first day, his presentation.
Yeah.
How he already has such an impressive resume at such a young age, like many other competitors.
Yeah, he's very young. He's 18 years old, and he just made his, like in Finland. Actually, he brought his cap. When you make the abitur in Finland, we call it in Swedish abiturienten.
Yeah, that's the same word for German.
Yeah, it comes from German, and so we're Swedish speaking. So we say that in Swedish we say abiturienten, but in Finnish it's another word. But in English it's matriculation exam or something. And he made it even though he's going to a sports vocational school, and then he is going to evening gymnasium. So so he's been doing two schools and then working on the side in a small company and then competing in this.
So computer science is his passion that he wants to do forever, basically.
Yes, but he also said that he likes financial, he likes to invest. But I think that's because I think the company he's working for is somehow like he's programming something for financial investments.
So you had to research a lot about it and maybe learn.
But I don't know what he's investing in. I had some students, they were investing in bitcoins, and that's like gambling, because they're not based on like someone wins and someone loses, but they're not based on any growth. It's just like going up and down. But if you are investing in companies, then it's more interesting, because the companies might be in a good business and they might kind of grow, and there are a lot of interesting things about that, but you have to ask him about his hobby.
What do you think was kind of the biggest culture shock maybe when you came to Germany? Because yesterday we heard that, for example, the Taiwanese interpreter, she was amazed that we can drink the tap water in Germany. Yeah. So
I think I don't have so many cultural shocks, because my first of all, my grandmother's father came in principle from Germany, but
Prussia?
Yeah, you could say Prussia. He came from Danzig, which is Gdansk, but in the late 1800 he came to establish Finnish paper industry. So my grandfather was a mill manager in a paper mill in Finland, in the middle of Finland, because before electronics industry we had this forest industry, and so my grandmother, she used an old German word for walking. In Swedish it's att gå, to go, or it's like vandra. But she was saying spatsera. Yeah, and yesterday when we were going with your physics teacher, who is taking care of all the assistant, all the school crew here. Yeah. So she told about this spazieren, and I told that I know that it's not here in Germany. It's not only like to walk, but it's like a part of your culture.
Yeah.
Yeah. She told that, and then she showed there was this walking forest. So she showed that there you can go behind that tree and hide, and I was thinking, what does she mean that you can hide? And then I said, and what do you do if it's already occupied? Because there's a bench under a tree. So, but anyway, so I said I think it's quite romantic, but I don't know why I should go and hide under the trees. But maybe it's for young couples to sit down on a bench. I don't know what the idea was. Yeah.
I think it's very interesting that the northern languages German language are so similar. I noticed that when I visited Sweden in the summer, and when I did an exchange trip to Norway. Okay. I noticed that it sounds so similar that I had trouble finding a word in English, and I didn't know, and I just said it in German, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I know what you mean exactly." It sounds a bit for us especially in this region of Germany,
Yeah.
we have a local dialect that is mostly spoken by elderly people, which is Plattdeutsch.
Low German.
Yeah.
I've heard
and
Plattdeutsch,
and it sounds so similar to like the languages of the northern countries and to the Dutch language. It sounds very, very, very similar.
Fleming. When I was young, I was your age, so because my grandmother had relatives in Germany, so I in the summer when I was in the gymnasium, I was doing my foreign studies, or it was actually summer holiday, but then. So my parents kind of contacted a school and my relatives and they lived in München. So they lived in Gauting by München, and then I went there for 1 month, and I was 1 month in a German school as a Gastschüler, and they were working. It was a man and his wife, and they didn't have children, so they wanted to have some relatives. So they treated me like their son. So they were making breakfast for me, and the next year my younger brother went there for 1 month, and I learned German. I thought it was great. I went to the school, and then I had to write. I had to do all the second class things that you do in Germany in German, but it wasn't like I did know some German, so I wasn't really that bad. I can go even further back in my history. So when I was in kindergarten and first class, so my parents lived in Bern in Switzerland, and I went to a Swiss primary school or kindergarten primary school, and my teacher was Fräulein Löffel. They had funny names, I don't know, and I was in Bern, and I learned Schweizerdeutsch, and I still have, when I was writing this first grade, I had to write A, B, the letters, but we were learning this to write.
Cursive?
I think could it be, or maybe it wasn't. No, it wasn't cursive because, or I don't. But only thing I remember that when I showed this to my children, so they it was perfect. No mistakes anywhere, and I had a little flower, and then there was small mistake somewhere, and I didn't get the flower. So the sticker, but they were very strict in if you didn't do it, then you stayed after the class to finish, and you had to be very strict. So I got this, and then my sister, she was one year older, so then she was saying something in the first grade, and then she said they were talking about the summer weather like we have here. We have been very lucky. I haven't got any. I was afraid because I didn't take my umbrella, I would get wet. But there's been no raining, and so she was there, and she was saying that what was the weather today? Oh, it was Donnerwetter. And they were saying, nein, es heißt Gewitter. And so this kind of
Donnerwetter is like
a bad word. And so, but these are the kind of things that in the language people kind of don't always understand. Like it's a really stupid thing, but when people come to Finland, so they learn all the bad words. It's the first thing they.
Yes. I think, I don't know why, but for every language, I think the bad words, like the slur words, are the easiest to remember.
Yeah, and they like to tell them, but it's also that if you see that someone gets upset, then you hear that word and you understand it, and then you start to
Yeah. So this competition, how did how did Mikkel? How is it pronounced?
Mikael, yeah.
Mikael. How does one prepare for something like this, even if it's a new skill?
Yes, it's. I think that one important thing is the first thing is, of course, that you, in all the skills, that you learn the basics, and you kind of work with basics things, and kind of if you're an expert, then you take the complicated things, and I talked with in Finland. I talked with other skills like there's restaurant services, so they practice a lot to cut the meat, like so the same thing here. Is that you should start with, for example, now they are doing in this session they have to import data, and the various formats, and they have to make an application to import it. So, but they also have a database that they can work on, and so then you would kind of practice to import first like one type of data, and then how to do it with other types of data. So you just practice all these different things, and then the other side that they have to do is they have to do some calculations from the database, and they have a possibility. I was told when we were reading the book, and we analyzed how could you do it. So they have a possibility to take from there is a database, so they can use that data to then they have to calculate. Like their task is that people are buying tickets to events, and the pricing system. This one was made by the Hungarian competitor from Euroskills, Bence, and he put in some kind of complicated calculations there. So they when you buy a train ticket or a flight ticket, so if you buy it 1 year in advance, then normally the price is low, but as the people when it becomes full booked, the price increases. Yeah. So if you buy it one day before your trip, well, sometimes if the airplane is not full, then they put down the prices. But if it's kind of becoming full, then you have to pay the highest price. I don't know how this was made. I think it was made so that
I think they're listening to music.
I wonder if he has air. Or he's just...
No, I think he just got a solution.
Ah, okay.
He's thanking God.
Okay, yeah. He's. I was sitting yesterday with him, and he's from Hungary, Cornell, and yesterday we had this dinner, and we got this. We thought, okay, let's take the beef rolls, but they were really like. A lot of meat in them, so we were struggling. Even Mikael, who eats like I don't know, he really has a great appetite because he's a young growing guy. But even he had trouble to eat the whole meat roll. And then Cornel said that he wants a dessert.
Yeah, because it's very common in Hungary to get many desserts.
Yeah. And he's really nice. He's making a lot of jokes and laughing. And one thing was there was this. Then we made this joke that he said I'm hungry, and then our expert said, of course, because you're from Hungary, so you're hungry, and then he laughed. But then Olaf said, and you're Finnish, because we're from Finland. Yeah. So we were finished, so we couldn't eat anymore. But they were still hungry.
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday. I mean, a couple of us walked to the restaurant.
Yeah.
So I was walking with him, and he's a very talkative person.
Yes,
he really loves to talk.
Yeah.
About everything.
Yeah, so we think that he's a very positive and inspiring, but a little bit nerdy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he likes to. But he has. But you saw from his presentation also that
Yeah.
He's a unique person. Like everyone is different. And
How did,
yeah.
if it's okay for me to ask,
Yeah.
how did you get to the word skills? How was your way? How did you pave your way towards being an expert?
It was kind of that's kind of an interesting discussion because when I was young I was taking part in some mathematics competition. I was interested in programming, so I was first in a club where we learned programming in the 80s, and then I became like a little bit like we were a little bit like scouts, or like we had this youth club, youth camps and things, and then I started a computer club. So people were in Finland, they were buying these Commodore 64s and learning to program, and they had it as a hobby, and so I was then how do you say, like a teacher, but the young ones were like 12 to 15 years, and I was maybe 16 years, and I was like in the club, like the club leader, teaching them. So I had it as a hobby, and I was in some mathematics competitions, and I was kind of maybe like a quite like nerdy and quite successful in school, and we were in a sports gymnasium, but I was the one who I was actually, because when I lived in Switzerland, I came back to Finland, then I became the youngest one in my class. So I was the smallest and youngest, and we were in sports gymnasium. So I struggled with sports. Then I decided to play table tennis. So I've been doing a little bit sports, and then I've been doing programming and computing and some math competitions. And now when I was a teacher, so I ended up, after having first like being very successful in masters in engineering and a long career in Nokia. So then I ended up to become a teacher, and I thought it would be interesting to help those students that are kind of specially gifted. So I was, but they were we already had the coach in our school. So, and he had been doing this a long time, but I was quite good at this some parts of this skill, but it's quite a long time since I've been programming myself, and I'm more teaching science and this kind of thing. So I was actually asked, because there was a Swedish speaking, in Finland we have two languages, Swedish and Finnish. They're both official languages, and then we have some kind of minority languages, like up in Lapland they speak the Sami language, which they speak in Norway and Sweden and Finland, but it's a really small language group. But in Finland 5% are speaking Swedish, and we're protecting that. We kind of have the same situation as for example in Belgium, where you have Flemish and French, Wallon and what are they called? But anyway, the Belgians, the French Belgians and the Dutch Belgians. So we have the same kind of language in Finland, Swedish and Finnish. So we are an ethnic minority, and I was asked to go there because there were some schools like this Vasa school where Mikael comes from, where they speak Swedish, and they are entitled to have the competition questions in Swedish. So I went there first as a translator, but then from our school the most experienced guy was going for pension, so they had to get a new one. So then I became the expert for that skill in the Finnish competition, and because I know so many languages, so then I thought that I want to go to the Euroskills and the WorldSkills, and also because Yeah, mainly maybe because I know languages and because I've been working in both in business and in software development. So
We heard from the Kazakhstani competitor that their competitors, no, from the Kazakhstani expert, that their competitors are mainly using the Albert Einstein Cup as a way to prepare themselves for the international competition.
yeah.
Is this Mikkel's first international competition?
Actually, yes, it is because he got the gold medal and he was asked that, can you come to Lyon for web skills? But he had his abitur, so he had to make his exam. So he had to say, no, he can't do it. And then, but then he heard that he can come to Albert Einstein Cup, and then he was really happy because he wanted to see how he wanted to have international relations, see like how is it going. He could have been going also to World Skills, but now the guy who got the bronze medal, his name is Eli Green, and so I think he got also he got the silver medal, and then this year he got the bronze medal. So, but he had been training web technologies in Hungary, and he was doing the web technologies in Finland, so we have a different competitor in Lyon, and in Finland we have very early to register for these competitions. But because we're a small country and we don't have, the schools are quite small and so on, so it's really good for him to have this opportunity, and it's kind of a pity if we can't send all the gifted students. In my opinion, we should do like you are doing in Germany, that we give the possibility to more young people, not only one. So yes, I don't know what else he has been, what other kind of international experience he has had, but I think this is definitely one of them, and he's quite kind of concentrated and focused, but he's been used to winning all the time with all these gold medals, so it's good for him to also see that. So either he's going, after these competitions, he's going to say that, oh no, this is not my thing, I didn't get the gold medal, or else he's going to say that, hey, I want to learn this also, I learned that, now I want to do this. So I'm hoping that because in his job he told that he has been doing databases, so but then there are something he hasn't been doing that we're doing here. So
you're uncertain right now what his plans are after graduating, after this competition?
Yes, but I think it's totally fine. That I think that when you are only 18 years old, you don't have to know what your plans are, because even those who have success in this competition, so they have a long career ahead of them. But this maybe helps them to say, okay, I'm good at this, and I can really work hard. And actually, many of our students, they are afraid to go to these kind of competitions because they are afraid to lose, but I'm trying to always say that don't be afraid, just go for it. And actually we Finland got a gold medal this year in the girls mathematics Olympics, and the girl, she started when she was 15 years, and the first Olympics competition where she was, so she only got 3 points, like 0.0003 and next year she got a little bit more, and she started young, and then she went again and again, and now it was the 4th year. And in those mathematics Olympiads, I think that there are many gold medalists that if you get a certain point, I'm not really sure how they do it, but still she had almost everything right, so she got gold in the girls' math Olympic, and she also made her matriculation exam here, and 18-year-old girl, so she doesn't know what she's going to do, but I think that for her this is her thing because she stick to it and kind of saw it through, and now she's kind of happy, and of course you can still be happy. I have other examples I can tell you about young people who are looking for their thing, and in Finland it's not so that you, how do you say that, if you choose one thing that you only go there. I think you should try different things. Like it might be that you find something where you can combine two skills, that you're internationally interested, you are interested in languages, and maybe you have some other skill, and then you can find what you want to work with and where you want to go.
I definitely agree. Even if some competitors are going home disappointed that they didn't win, such an experience is like invaluable, and maybe they will never get the chance again. So and like you said, even if this is Mikkel's last international competition, I hope that he still is proud of himself for achieving something so big. And
yes, that's what I will always say to all the competitors that make it to the finals. We always say that you are already a winner.
I think also this competition shows a lot how Europeans interact with each other, because I mean we are all Europeans, we can only talk about our view, but it really shows that we try to connect with each other and try to interact with each other. And for example, what many people don't realize, if you graduate, for example, here in Germany from a university, you could go to Finland and work there because it's perfectly fine for everyone. And I think it's really amazing that Europe shows such a strong bond and shows that countries interacting with each other is actually a very big, great project.
Especially it's the world skills. So even from outside of Europe, we have many young people competing.
And you get to know the world. I think that I've also said to some in our school, some people who are kind of questioning this, that I said this is like in sports. So I think that this is like the most important thing is that we're working together and not competing. I mean, we are competing, but we're on a friendly term. So and it's kind of so it's really great. So
they're pushing each other to be better. And I think even like talking with the other competitors are also young, also made these same experiences.
And we can learn from each other. From
definitely.
Like people do things in different ways, and people kind of, it might be that in different countries we have different technologies, we have different employers, like and they have their own interests, like and also even our skill is a little bit different in different, depending on the size of the company and culture and technologies, and but we can learn from each other, but we need to analyze this skill. And now we have found that this software development there's really a demand for it, and it's quite important skill in Europe, for example, and or even globally, and so we have a lot of opportunities, but we also have to try to find companies. Companies are always interested to hire young, talented people, and it can be, if you put in your CV that you have been kind of trying to achieve, or you've been working hard on becoming like world skills champion. So then that might stand out. It might be that that there are many applicants, and then that one might be one thing that's standing out. Even you can say that you have been kind of working as media communications organizers in skills competitions, so you can use that as your experience.
It shows a great deal of involvement and of experience, of course, that many other people don't get to have at such a young age.
Yeah.
Do you think Mikael is going to have an easy time with this task, because it's about finance and he does it as with his company already?
No, I don't. Yeah, it might be, but when we were looking at the task, so he's still so young, so then even me as a math teacher, like with this step function, with this costs, I've been doing this for 20 years. Like I was working in Nokia with like economic pricing models and business case analysis and stuff. So and now with the really limited time, so he has to kind of interpret the instructions, and then he has to build up what is the cost of these events and what is the benefits, and then there is a step function with different prices, that the first ones pay a higher price and the second one. So he has to do a lot of code, but I think it's like in these skills that I think he has done a lot of different things, but he hasn't really had time to do very much of for example those things. So I think he's more like he's more, but I don't know. I don't even know if he decides to work on what parts. But I guess that a good strategy would be to try to first get the easy points. So if you should calculate an average, then calculate the average, you can get 1 point, and then you calculate and then you try to make the difficult function. And even if you don't get it, then if you have everything else in place. So yeah, I don't know. It's really a trade-off here because it's a competition, that not to get too stuck in the details. So if he figures it out, then he can do the financial functions. But if not, then he can do everything else, and then at the end, if he has time, then try to figure them out. So I don't know how he's doing it, but definitely it wasn't, even though it's not really difficult mathematics, but it's quite difficult to implement it from a database, and I didn't see the database, so I don't. But I actually, when we had the discussion, so I asked the Benze, who has been working on the test project, so I asked him that, what does a tier mean in this context, because he was talking about tiers.
Yeah.
And I was thinking like a tier could mean a third and a quarter could mean a fourth, but here is tier means just a part. So we split the first 5 tickets have this pricing, and the second, and so on. So
like the tiers of a cake.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can say that. So you cut it in tiers, but but I've never done this kind of a pricing model, so I wonder if it's a Hungarian invention, or if it's kind of. But I see it when we were more and more, like when you are buying train tickets and whatever. So there is this optimization of the price, concert tickets, but also in Sweden there was a big concert, and people going from Finland, and they try to get as much out of the ticket prices. They forbid people to sell the tickets. Like if you can't go, you were not allowed to sell it or give it to someone else. So it was really, they try to get the rich people to pay more, and then to get the whole concert full. So that's what we're doing with this.
Yeah, and we're down to the last 14 minutes
Okay.
before the break.
Yeah.
After that, there's going to be the second part of the the
The
third session.
Yeah.
First session
Yeah.
of the day. Maybe we can talk with Miguel a bit, see how he's doing in the break.
Depending on how tired and hungry.
Yeah, I bet. And you're always pretty home. You're late pretty home with these.
Yeah, but he's
adjusting well.
He's been sleeping quite well, but I don't know. It's difficult to say. But he let's say that he's been going to bed on time, but I don't know how well he's been sleeping. It seems that at least we've many of the competitors have said that every evening when they come back to the hotel, they just fall asleep like this because they're working so intensely.
This entire week has to be extremely exhausting from the long travel to everything else.
But we were lucky with the hotel because we can walk every morning, so we're walking like it's.
Are you saying by the Güterbahnhof? Is it like?
Yeah, that direction, but it's in Wiener Hotel is the name, and so it's about what was it? Was it 20 minutes? It's like 1.5 kilometers walk or something, but that it's
to wake up in the morning. To get going.
Yeah. I think also the hotels and stuff showed us personally that it is very different in other countries because Germans really like to walk, spazieren gehen. For us it's normal to walk like a little bit, and a little bit also means for us 3 kilometers or something. And then to see the other nations be like, are we driving there when it's on the other side of the city? For us it would be like, we're gonna walk there. And for example, yesterday the people from Kazakhstan, they were like, no, we're gonna drive. We're not gonna walk there.
And we don't have Uber here yet in New Brandenburg because we're a relatively small town. They had to take this taxi, and taxis here are pretty expensive.
Compared with that, but the first day when we were eating, so what was the restaurants? It was the Güterbahnhof restaurant, and so the Kazakhstan they decided they will walk, and they had some instructions, and they ran off, and we were coming behind them, and then they said, Google Maps, how do you spell Güterbahnhof? And we were discussing with the Finnish team, we were discussing what does this mean, and I was saying that in Swedish it would be like Güter would be gods, and Bahnhof would be station, so it would be Godsstationsrestaurangen. So it's not so difficult for us, but
so it's very very similar to English in that aspect.
So I actually they came and they put it into Google Maps, and then it was really close. But it's also kind of a question maybe that they are afraid of not finding their way.
I can relate. Sometimes it's scary in a new place, different language.
Now is it? No, it's not ending yet.
No, we have 10 minutes left.
But I just thought it was funny, like how prone we are to walking. Like really, for us it's normal, you know. You just do a little walk, and then they were like, oh, that's more than going to the Güterbahnhof. Can we please drive? So that was crazy for me.
But we were actually my coach Kenneth. So he was kind of saying that Germans are punctual. So let's go exactly at the right time. And then you had already went in advance because here sometimes the people are impatient and they want to. So then we have learned that you're not like punctual like this, but sometimes people go ahead of time.
There's a saying in Germany, 5 minutes before the time is like the right time to be there.
We Germans, we really like when we, for example, when we have an appointment, I know that my family personally, we arrive at least 10 minutes early to be on time.
Yeah.
And I know from my Hungarian cousin that
Yeah.
he's always late. He
Yeah,
really
yeah.
tries for us
Yeah,
that he will be on time, but he
Yeah.
always says like, yeah, I'm gonna be arriving then plus 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's last, what, 8.5 minutes?
Yeah.
Is he on the computer now? I think he's using something else.
No, he's. You can see the cursor going around the screen.
Well, we hope that they got a lot done in the time. Like you already said, and the other experts, it's basically impossible to get it all done.
Yeah.
So you have to really think about how you want to structure it, have a plan of attack. Yeah. What else is there to say about how would you go about the task? What would you say is the most important thing? The database, first of all, or
Yeah, I think I would go to because I'm a math teacher. I would go to the database and try to make all these price formulas. But I'm actually like one thing I learned when I was young is that I'm slow. So if I need to go into this kind of competition, I'm when I was in a math competition. And even now as a teacher, when I look at math competitions, then I usually, like, I look at the question, I start to look at them, and then, like, I get something done, and then I go home and sleep, and the next morning I figure out the answer.
yeah. Isn't that the saying how Albert Einstein did it? He like slept and then he had like this epiphany.
I haven't heard about that, but that's interesting. But it could be. I also I used to when I had to read for exams. So I used to read and then go to sleep, and then my brain was doing something, and
that's what I'm hoping will happen. It never does.
Okay.
Brain, yeah.
Okay, but so I'm like slow and analytical, and the only way to be able to excel would be to kind of because I know so much that just to practice and sometimes I also practiced how to be quick, how to be, and I also learned when I went to business that like you don't have to have 100% right. You like if you get 80% right in fifth of the time, or like it's usually so that you can. So here you really also have to think about speed and but I'm quite creative and innovative, but and also focused. But I even if I've been teaching things like this or some math problems for many years, so I don't get up to the same speed as they are.
It seems like the Kazakhstani competitor just had a problem. Maybe he'll get extra time. That's what happened yesterday. When we had to fix something, they got like 10 or 5 minutes extra time. We'll see.
If you have a technical problem, you can raise your hand and they put on the clock, and then they try to fix the connection or whatever, and then you get some extra time. But usually you get it like in the pause, or how do you say? So you get extended. I don't know if you get it after this or. Yeah, you get
like in a football match. You have extended time. So you said you learned programming coding in the 80s.
Yes.
Do you think the new generation, like Mikael, is going to be like faster at learning it because it's always so integrated in our daily lives?
One thing that's totally different from when I was young is that we made everything from scratch, and we didn't have so fast computers, and we didn't have so much memory, so we really concentrated on building efficient algorithm and those kind of things. But nowadays, very much of the programming is to combine functions and libraries that someone else has built, and it's becoming even more and more like that. But in our skill, we want to keep the ability to understand what these libraries are doing and to understand the code.
It's like in math, when you have to understand an equation to use it properly. I know some people who just like put in the numbers and hope for the best. But when you understand where it comes from, you can like think on your own. Yeah,
and then you can kind of develop it further. And for me, it's like I'm bad at remembering all these formulas. But sometimes in math, the teacher kind of gives a formula paper where you have them. But a lot of formulas, so you don't remember them. But I remember how they have been proved or how they're constructed. So that's how I remember things. And so it's good to have that kind of knowledge. And but you can be very efficient nowadays if you are if you know the basics, and then you have these tools. So there are these there's this Copilot or like they change their name all the time, but they're artificial intelligence tools, but they're also like now in programming. So when you write the name of a function, it already suggests, do you want this one or this one? So there's a lot of assisted intelligence in also in programming, and it's coming, but there is a big risk that if people just
rely on that too much.
Rely on it, and if it's more complicated than in math or programming, like for some simple tasks, it might even get fined from because what people are now talking about, this GPT and artificial intelligence. So it's based on machine learning. So you put in a lot of data. It's a generative machine learning model. So you put in a lot of data, and then you teach the computer what are the most probable answers, and then it gives them out. And often it's even better than Google Translate to translate, but it doesn't really, if it doesn't have the data, and if it's translating too much, so then it makes a lot of really stupid mistakes. We just seen that the Kazakhstani competitor got a minute extra time on top. Okay.
But he will also be done in 2 minutes, the others in 1. Then the first half, the third session is over.
Okay. Now we're finishing.
Yeah. Is there anything else, so like a closing word of advice, maybe for someone at home or even for your competitor? Anything?
Well, be courageous, try and enjoy and take the benefit of kind of learning from all this. The most important is if you go into a competition is actually what you learn through this process. It's not the end result, and even if you're really good, you might have bad luck, and for sportlers it's almost like the spazierenge or the experience is the great thing.
Thank you so much. It was very insightful. We learned a lot about Finland, about differences.
And now I'm the invisible man.
I almost forgot.
So next time I'll bring my other T-shirt. Actually, I have another T-shirt.
So
thank you very much.
So
I think if my son is seeing this, he's going to laugh because he likes to play computer games, and he was playing a computer game, and then there was a glitch in the game, so that if you load a lot of things to the role figure in the game, so then he becomes invisible. And he was laughing that now I'm playing this computer game and the guy doesn't have, like, it is almost invisible.
It's a superpower, really. So, the last competitor was also just done.
Yeah,
they
now
have
the break.
a 15-minute break
Yes.
to drink, to get something to eat. Like I said, the Korean team brought some spicy ramen for us to try out. Maybe spicy food is yours. I don't know how it is up in Finland.
Not really. When we came to Neubrandenburg, so we went to the market square, and there was this one kebab place open in the middle of the marketplace.
Yeah.
And we went there, and then the guys there, they asked if we want spicy, and then we were thinking, oh yeah, we want spicy, but it was too spicy. So I'm not really a spicy friend of. I like spicy food, but I don't like it
too spicy.
At least not with certain tastes. So I think I will just take a really small piece of that ramen.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Zeit dazwischen. Weil die müssen ja sicher irgendwo machen als
Jetzt sind wir drin, super.
Okay.
Backstreet's back.
Alright. Did you listen to our... I'm in the choir of the school. Do you listen to our performance? Last year?
Last year, yes.
We performed Everybody by Backstreet Boys. And
I know you always do it. I feel like in every concert I listen to, you always performing the Backstreet Boys.
No, we did it like I think 3 times last year.
Or
but-
Wanna Be by the Spice Girls.
Yeah, this year, well, I don't want to spoil anything. I'm a little bit sad we're not performing Backstreet Boys because it was easy to get the energy, to feel the song. This year, we're going to do something a little bit different. Dare I say a little bit cringe, but it's alright because we're students. We can do
Great.
They're having I don't know what they're having.
Yeah, probably just talking a little bit before the session, like before they begin the session.
The session has already begun.
Yeah, I mean technically, but maybe they're still talking about
Right, but
stuff.
it's interesting that everybody is participating. Like the one Kazakhstani, is it even Kazakhstani? I'm just saying it the whole time. Yeah, but the other one is already working. The one that had problems.
Yeah, I think they're in different skills.
Ah, sure. So this is skill 9. And skill 8 is already ready. Maybe they had a problem with the database or something.
Could be.
Maybe, could be. Well, we can't really say that much because we don't have any audio, but maybe we'll get someone to tell us what the problem was, or if there even is a problem. Maybe it's just a briefing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you had a long break while we talked to the Finnish trainer, expert, coach, whatever. The Finnish adult. I don't know. He was very talkative, and I had a lot of fun talking to him.
Yes.
Did you do anything in the break?
Yeah, I did help with something that they are gonna get soon, I think. Maybe tomorrow, like the competitors, but I won't spoil anything yet. It's just a little...
Is it the prize for the...
Not the
Oh, I know
prize,
what you
just-
mean.
yeah.
Did we talk about... Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just a little gift to them. And I did help a friend, like, sort some stuff.
Yeah.
Because he had lots of stuff she needed to sort.
So in the second half, I don't know if we have any interviews planned yet, but I am trying to get a German competitor for last year's Germany World Skills. German Skills? What's it called?
For the German competition.
Yeah, for the German competition. That was taking place here last year. He's also a student at the school. Yeah, but that's going to be later. I talked with the German competitors in the break because I was outside,
Yeah, I heard that Nils didn't really have the best feeling.
That's what he says every time.
No, but he looked very down.
Oh no. Well, like the Finnish expert said, it's more about getting the experience
And learning.
And yesterday, a German expert actually says that they are hoping that the Germans will lose, so that they have a motivation to keep going, to push themselves harder. I talked with the German competitor Simon, and 2 others, 2 from skill 9, 1 from skill 8. We talked about Minecraft because yesterday we said that a lot of people get into coding through Minecraft mods, through Minecraft servers where maybe you meet other people, and they said they met each other on Minecraft or through Minecraft, which was very interesting. And right now Simon is doing, in his free time, he's programming a learning app or a learning application for students. For example, we have something called Ilias, but only our computer science teacher uses it for tests. So we take some tests online. In astronomy, we also had the tests online. But like you
Isn't
said,
it the same teacher?
yeah, it's the same teacher. We have only one astronomy teacher because we only teach it in one grade.
Yeah,
Um,
9.
And Simon said that everything we have right now, or every learning app, is kind of a little bit shitty. So he's designing a better one. And I think that's a great initiative, actually.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And I think that's what, programming is all about. Seeing problems in the world and trying to fix them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's doing it in his free time.
There's
I
a
think.
fly in the room for everybody
Oh,
wondering
yeah.
what we're doing.
Yeah. I know, I'm really interested in what's going on right now. I didn't seem to catch anything. But while we're filling the time, there was actually, I guess, a voting yesterday while we were moderating in the break room with the crew of this school.
The
and
volunteers.
The
yeah.
volunteers and a few of the experts, because they tested a few German beverages and rated them.
Yeah.
And I have the list, or the list was sent to me. Only the Korean and Kazakhstani experts participated, because I think the others were busy. But basically, the Koreans seem to think that Radler was the best drink of choice.
Radler, for everybody who doesn't know, is like a beer mixture, so it's beer with lemonade basically.
But
this is the alcohol-free version, so it's alcohol-free beer with lemonade.
Yeah. And in Germany, it's kind of, if you call this beer, people will get offended.
This is not beer.
And it's actually very interesting because the Kazakhstani experts seem to think Radler was the worst out of the 5 beverages. They liked Waldmeister Brause the best. It's like, what's it? Oh yeah. It's already.
Waldmeister is like, it's also lemonade. It's green kind of lemonade. I think.
I can't describe. I don't even know what's in. I think it's some
Waldmeister
kind of
is an herb that grows in our forest naturally, and I really don't know how to describe it.
I've never seen it anywhere outside of Germany.
Kann man so wie einblenden oder so?
Waldmeister Brause. I guess we could.
Yeah, so that's.
Wait, I can Google. And
Mach mal die Liste weiter.
And the second, the Korea also thought Waldmeister was very tasty. They had it as the second rated option. So the first is Radler in Korea, second Waldmeister, third was Spezi, which is
that's complicated.
like orange and lemon.
It's like Coca-Cola.
It's like kind of what's this mix?
Mezzo mix.
Mezzo mix. I think
it's like
Mezzo mix.
it's like Coca-Cola mixed with orange.
Yeah.
Something.
The third in Korea, second in Kazakhstan, and fourth in Korea was we talked yesterday about carbonated apple
juice.
Apple juice, and also
Apfelschorle.
Yeah, Apfelschorle, and we also have something with rhubarb.
Yeah, the same lemonade juice.
But like carbonated, sparkling rhubarb juice. Basically, I drank that yesterday. I think it's very tasty. They didn't seem to think so, because Korea,
I think rhubarb, if you don't know it before, because it's kind of sour too. It's
it can getting used to. While we're on the topic, do you like sweet or sour stuff better?
Ooh, depends. Drinking sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but eating depending on what sour.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. Like, I like sour candy, for example, but like in drinks, I mean, there is some pretty good sour drinks, but it honestly depends on the drink and the candy and stuff.
Well, I'm 100% sour. We have like this little lemonade juice or extract at home, and I put it on everything, every vegetable, every what's it called, fruit I eat. Because it also, if you put a little bit of lemonade juice on apples, they will stay fresh longer. Right, if you've already cut it. So that's an interesting hack. Yeah. Oh, and the last drink is actually something that I think you and Glenn really enjoy. It's mate. It's a different one.
It's not a European thing. It's actually from South America.
Yeah.
And it used to be a tea. So Originally it's a hot beverage.
Yeah.
So it's a hot drink.
But we drink it cold in
we
in
drink
glass
it cold.
bottles. And Mate was yeah, sure. Mate was rated fifth with Korea, so it liked it the least, and Kazakhstan fourth, just before Radar. Yeah, so very interesting voting here.
Mate is so tasty. I love it.
I also saw, while I was in the break room, I saw that the people from Kazakhstan bought some chocolate from Kazakhstan. I didn't try the season's always almost over.
Yeah.
When it's asparagus season, you can find like a shop at every corner,
Yeah.
like a little stand.
Yeah.
I eat so much of it in the season. I just looked at what he was googling. I have no idea what he's googling. Do you know? A Flutter application?
No, it's did it already now continue the competition?
Yeah, for the skill 8,
Ah,
but not for the skill 9.
Oh, okay.
He's a German competitor for
Yes.
skill 8.
Yeah. That's difficult
To say.
to say, yeah. But I'm really impressed by Jonas Wanke. But I think you already heard about him. I think that. But I'm impressed that he's still he's now the how do you say the trainer, the official trainer for mobile application, and he was.
Sorry?
Yeah.
You can comment to the stream that because of technical problems,
Yeah.
they are sitting now in the middle.
Yeah.
That's for all the same. They fix the jury fix the problem now, and they get, of course, of that additional time.
Yeah, like we thought.
Yes.
Okay.
So the technical difficulties seem to
Yeah.
have been solved. And they're going to start soon for skill 9. Skill 8 is already like what? Quarter hour, 15 minutes into the competition. So they're already at it. We're very food. I wanted to say, just before you were coming on, my parents and we aren't religious, but we do this thing where like from Easter it's fasting. I don't know if it's like, what's it called?
Yeah.
But you don't drink alcohol, you eat no sweets, and you basically eat vegetarian.
Yeah.
And so in that time my mother tries a lot of new recipes, and
Okay.
it's a bit corny to say, but I enjoy a lot of things my mother makes.
Yeah.
Or cooks.
Okay. Yeah.
So I also don't have a favorite food.
Yeah.
It's just she sometimes does some Indian food that's
Yeah.
really good. It's
Yeah.
a little bit spicy, but
Yeah.
she like
Yeah.
adjusts it so
Yeah.
it's spicy, not that spicy. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. In Swedish it's fasta.
Yeah.
And it's like in very many cultures. Even in like Ramadan, they but also in our European culture. So actually, maybe it's because that the spring is coming, and before the spring comes and the chicken made their eggs and the farmers got their crops. So then there was a time of where you didn't eat so much, and then you could eat more. But I think that now the competition is going on, and they have resolved the issue, and it's of course nice that because they're using different. Everyone is not using the same database, and then it would be unfair if like the one who is using MS SQL, which had a technical problem, that they would have. It has to be fair, so everyone is waiting that they get their connections up and running.
I remember the Kazakhstani competitor used SQL a lot.
No, it like I think that there was a problem with this MS SQL, and those who used MS Server, the connection was working, but there was a technical problem with the MS SQL server. So like we have a few different technologies, and but it's always difficult to know where the problems come from. But they were able to fix it. They were in the expert room. They were working on it, and now they got it resolved. Yeah.
So hopefully it'll continue soon.
This is mobile.
This is skill 8.
Android mobile application.
So if you look at a code, that's like only a section of a code. So you don't have the context of it.
Yeah.
Would you be able to tell what he's doing? Right now he's skimming through a lot of things.
No, it's very difficult also
It's
to
fast.
follow
Yeah.
what he's working on, but he has kind of built some some problem. It's they're like projects, and then they have actually, like, one of my problems is that I need almost glasses to see the small text. So
So if you're programming, do you wear glasses, or do you just make the letters bigger?
I don't. I just make the letters bigger,
Yeah.
but because I'm a teacher, so I always have to like go and watch what the students are doing, and then it's kind of not so easy. But I have like to see far, so I have also glasses. I don't see so far. I don't have so much trouble seeing close, but other people have kind of. I've just got these glasses when I got older, but some people, they get them very early, and yeah. So.
Yeah, no, we can also see the competitors. They got 20 minutes added to the timer, so they can
Okay,
finish everything.
that's happening.
Or when they try to finish everything every time.
Yeah. Do you kind of, you know some of these German competitors because some of them are from your school, and
Yeah, well, no is a big word. I've like met them once,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
we talked a bit in the break.
yeah.
There's a Swedish school system basically that went a bit viral on the internet, where they have a lesson in Minecraft.
Okay.
Have you heard about that? Where they have like these
Mhm.
schools where you can
Yes.
kind of have a bit more free, like a free range of what you want to do.
Yeah.
And I talked to the competitors because I know my brother got a bit into coding and all that through Minecraft mods and
Yes.
through
Yeah.
Minecraft servers, and they said they actually met through Minecraft, two of the German competitors.
Okay. Yeah, actually, in Finland we even have something called game development, and it's because first we had Nokia and mobile phones, but then that was a big industry, but then we got one of the gaming companies, or a few of the gaming gaming companies got successful. So one of them was Angry Birds,
Yeah.
and then another was some, I don't know if it's Clash of Clans or whatever, but something that it was a Finnish company, but they sold it. It was a startup, but then they sold it. So we have we have game programming, and I have then when I was teaching in a vocational school, also they have sometimes, because in Finland we have also programming, but it's like we have the same curriculum in all schools, so all schools have to do a little bit programming, and we have been doing. I've been teaching. There was a student from a university who wanted to make a kind of comparison, so he asked that please can you teach geometry with Minecraft for one semester, and then we will evaluate. He was making his graduation work, and he wanted to compare that what are the benefits or
Of thinking 3D and 3D space
so
of the game.
he was like studying that. In Swedish it's called forska. He was making forskning in this Forschung, and so I had to invent, or there is Minecraft education, so there is a platform where you could. So I made a kind of a world, and then there were these math problems there, and and then the students were playing Minecraft and solving math problems. But the problem is that Minecraft is it's how do you say, square? It's
You are limited.
full of squares, and okay, I because we were supposed also to have circles and things, so then we had to make circles that are like digital, they look like squares. But it was kind of fun, and the students they liked the change, but they didn't after this I think it was like 4 weeks. So they said that please can we go back to the normal math.
So it was kind of exhausting over
Yeah,
that
it was a
time.
little bit exhausting because it's so much quicker to do just the normal math than to do it as a game. And also I questioned the study because it was kind of just 2 classes in one school. It's too limited.
Yeah.
You cannot really make any comparison, and they were hoping that or I don't know, but some people were hoping that this would prove that the students are more motivated and that they learn more, but it didn't really, or if it had done it, it is too small to just have 2 classes to do it, and of course there's a lot of, so that was a little bit waste of time. But we had in that school, we also had esports, so we had kind of some students who were really into computer games, but they were kind of because it was a school subject, so they were also learning about how to sleep and how to kind of do sports, so that they are they're fit to play those computer games, because it's like if you do esports, I don't know if you know this esports, but there are different.
Yeah, League of Legends is the biggest
Yeah.
esports, and right now a lot of like I don't know, Valorant is getting bigger because it's also from Riot.
Yeah.
From Riot Games.
And in some countries like America and even in Europe, the winner can get quite a lot of money. So you can, if you're really good at it, you can make a fortune. But a lot of people are just playing the games. But if you want to be really successful, then you have to be like a
competitive, like in football, you have to actually train and discuss with your team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have to sleep enough and not drink too many energy drinks and
in a good physical condition as well.
Yeah, so that so that's important. And I think also in here in this competition, that I think it's a benefit if you are like also have good habits, sleeping habits, and do sports and like walk or bicycle or swim or whatever, so that it's good for your brain, because then you kind of have capability to concentrate for so long time as they're concentrating.
Yeah, I don't remember which one, but one competitor says in his introduction that he actually hasn't drunk any energy drinks in the past a few years, or he's trying to get away from that, because it was like a soul energizer, and over time it's of course not healthy for you, and energies and caffeine in general only like increase your energy for a short amount of time, and then you have it down. And so I think it was even a German competitor, though I don't want to say anything. So that's really important.
Yeah.
For our competitors as well.
How the like what they eat and drink, and but that's something I guess young people also like think about. But it's good to, because then when you're in my age, then it's too late. Then I'm benefiting from that. I had quite like healthy youth, but now I'm a parent, and now I'm trying to say to my children that
being healthy is important.
Take care of your brain and by sleeping and eating healthy and moving and taking breaks. And actually in Finland, some people are too much following social media, so they get like depressed by depressing news, or they get stressed by they're almost addicted. They get also in this gaming, you can get dopamine, like you get these rushes from this, and don't get addicted to to social media or games or stuff. remember to also let your brain rest, and you can get these rushes also from physical exercise or whatever. So
Sometimes I feel like we're like a social experiment in the making with social media and all that, because it's basically designed to keep us on its side for as long as possible.
Yes.
So we are the product that they're trying to like sell or something. So it's really important to build healthy habits. I know myself. I say just 5 minutes before I go to sleep, and then 3 hours later I'm still on some social media website. But I hope with time, as the internet evolves, as KI and programmers also evolve, there's something that we can do to strengthen the overall health of people on the internet.
I mean, maybe we can get the developers to, or just to make
be ethical.
to make programs that tell us that now it's good for you to get some rest or whatever. But
I think TikTok actually does that. Sometimes when you scroll for too long, there's an advertisement that says give your thumb some rest or something.
Some of those gaming consoles also like did that. That please take a break, and that's, I don't know if it's due to legislation or if it's just a social responsibility from the company, but that's good.
Yeah. So does this skill 9 right now from the Croatian competitor?
Yes, he has.
He switched. So the German, Daniel, he's searching something again.
Yeah. Have you? Yeah. Can you tell that how is it with this searching? Is it limited?
Yeah, you only have 5 minutes per session, and he also already searched like a long time.
But can he go many times?
5 minutes total. So he can go for 1 minute and he can go again for 1 minute.
Okay.
But that's why he has to be specific.
Okay, and that's why he's trying to be very quick and specific. And
it seems like he doesn't understand anything he's reading right now.
Stack Overflow. Well, it's difficult to use Stack Overflow. If you might be lucky, you might find the right one, but yeah.
We talked about that with Glenn yesterday.
Yes,
that Stack Overflow is like a really helpful tool, especially for self-taught programmers. So
I think he probably found something there.
Yeah, or his time ran out. That's also possible.
Okay.
For those who haven't been here, skill 8 and 9. Do you want to explain what skill 9 is about in short terms?
Well, actually, we're now looking
at skill 8. That's true.
Yeah, but I'll start with skill 9. Like mobile applications is skill 8, and IT for business solutions is skill 9. But we're talking about changing this IT software solutions for business to actually it would be software development would be quite a good name. Maybe this for business means that it's not like for single users, but it's for business purposes. But it's not like it can be for governments, any enterprise or organization, and it's application development, so that but okay, if I try to explain this skill, so it's when you have an application, so some of the things that are happening is human interaction with the application. So some of the things are inputs and like some user interfaces with menus where you can choose things, and some other things are kind of data that is related to the process that someone has input, and sometimes they can be collected by sensors, or they can be generated by the software, and so they have databases. And now he has been doing this the theme of this test project now is
event planner or event organization.
Yeah, event
in,
organization.
Brandenburg. That's like the
Yes.
red string.
And he has kind of like some resource, or there. I don't know if that was like were those the events that he was looking at, but there were like prices
And he's setting
and
up
income. Yeah. So actually he's building up an interface where you can kind of book events and or sell tickets, and when the data is coming in that how many tickets have been purchased, then the prices change. So in the beginning, when we have no customers, so in order to get some customers, so the price is lower, but then when the event starts to get full booked, the price increases. It's like when you reserve a hotel room or a train ticket, so the price might increase if there's a demand, and but then probably it's possible that one day before it goes down. But now they have been given data how much money this event kind of produces, and they're supposed to give a forecast that how much what will be the profit of the event. So it's comparing costs, and then depending on how many participants there are, it's and the ticket prices. So they're trying to make this kind of a software to optimize and forecast and manage the events, so that they see that, and it's calculating so that I think there were some rules, but we were discussing that these are not so. You have to read really carefully to understand like how they work, and so you actually have to not only program, but if you're good, then you're able to make it calculate a prediction of how much the event organizer will get at the end of the day. So it's making a very useful input for someone who's, for example, organizing a concert. So he can see that okay, now we only have 20 people. So either we have to make some more advertising, or maybe if it seems that it's price sensitive, so we need to kind of go down with the prices to get more people at the end. But then they're like, it's not easy to calculate or this.
You know, something that would actually interest me in this competition. This is a fictional organization.
Yeah.
Are there competitions where you actually program something that is going to be used later on?
Probably, like in those that I have been. So they could be, but not in these world skills and these skills competitions. But I mean, what they learn here now and what they're doing here, it could be like almost sold to Neubrandenburg.
Yeah, though I think we already have event planner.
Yeah. But like you said, that in one of your streams, you said that the Swiss guy was working for the Swiss railways, and he had made, like, we came with a train here, and they were fixing the.
Yeah, that's why you had to take a bus.
We had to take a bus. They were fixing the train tracks, and the railway application on my mobile phone, it wasn't able to tell where the bus is going.
Oh.
But then the Swiss guy showed me that he has built so that in Switzerland, if you have to take a bus, so he had a little map, and it showed that the buses go from there, and so he has been building that, so he could maybe implement it to Deutsche Bahn, but it might be a totally different system there, but they're a little bit similar.
Well, I know that there's a difference between the Deutsche Bahn app and the Deutsche Bahn like website.
Yeah.
And I think
Tickets.
one of them actually has like a map where you need to go. But I
Yeah.
definitely think I was traveling to visit my sister.
Yeah.
She does like a seasonal job in Switzerland in the winter.
Yeah.
And it was really easy because I had to change trains or
Yeah.
platforms. And there was, like you said, a map where I have to go to which platform.
Yeah.
It was very like user friendly. That's what I like about it.
I was quite happy about the Deutsche Bahn, but I didn't. It wasn't. I wasn't able to read it. I didn't understand, so I had to go to someone, and then they said, "Oh, I wanted to know from which track is the train going."
Yeah.
And I didn't find the number of the track in the application, but then when I really looked, then there was PL. Is that platform?
Yeah, it's platform.
And then
But it's
a small
also-
number.
Sometimes also GL for Gleis.
Yeah.
It's also
okay,
platform.
Yeah.
So it's yeah.
But you get used to it. But I didn't I didn't really understand that was what I should be looking for.
Yeah.
And it didn't have a map. So
But I think we have a lot of. What are you looking at right now?
I'm now looking at the tables because someone said that it's good when the code is difficult to read, but when you see that what other user interfaces they're building, then you see what they're
It's easier
working
to
on.
understand.
He's now uploading the information, and I wonder what this is the time used.
That's
and
a process memory.
yeah, now it's calculating the number of. It's from the database. It's calculate or it's loading the information, and that's one part of the task is to load up information into the database with this application. So I think he's working on that one now.
Yeah.
And importing data. But it was really tricky because there were 3 different type of data files that he had to import. The first one was not encrypted, but then there was 2 different encrypted versions, and but he's kind of figured out how to read. I don't know if it was these concerts or the ticket prices, that information from a database into the application. But it's always easier than when you see the user interface where there is a button import, and then he clicks it, and then you see that it's reading the
That's
data. Here it's listing the data then that has been read, so he's checking that it's working.
He's doing the same.
And then this, but I think maybe I don't know if he's working on the formulas that how to calculate. No, he's maybe also loading the data.
I don't know.
Yeah, but okay. But we have this user interface, so we see a little bit what is being built up.
Simon Brebeck, actually, I talked with him in the break. He
Yeah.
said in his free time he's right now coding or developing a learning platform for students. We have
Okay.
something called Ilias that
Okay,
uses
yeah.
our science teacher, computer science teacher uses that to teach us science.
Sounds okay.
And we do a lot of like tests and things like that. Do we have something like that in Finland?
Yeah, there is this. I'm trying to. There is this open educational platforms, and I'm using it because we in our school it's a secondary school, but we are providing every student gets a computer, like a laptop.
Yeah.
And so we have a lot of digital. Actually, all the courses also have some are put up in a digital platform, and there you can build tasks. And I've built task with something called H5P, but That H comes from HTML, but it's like it's an open resource where you can share with different teachers platforms, but then you can build your own. So we're building our own, but sometimes we can make it from some other teachers open what they have been doing. And in Germany, I've been looking that what has been done in Germany, because you're a bigger country than Finland. So sometimes I kind of look at I download the German version and I translate it into Finnish or Swedish, and then put Finnish or English in our schools, because I'm teaching in Finnish school. So, and we have also English courses. So we have like 2 languages in our vocational school. But so then I use it, and this. So yes, we have a Norwegian learning platform, but they don't provide the content. So the teachers make the content themselves, but it's like the place to store it.
Yeah.
And then then I use different applications, but the students like these applications that I'm using, because they get instant feedback. So I could use it, but I could. So when I'm asking a question and they give the answer, then the computer tells them was it right or wrong. So I use it as a.
It's what I love as well about our thing, because when you do a test like manually on paper, you have to wait like a week or 2.
Yeah.
But when I do it online, I get like the result instantly. Actually, the Kazakhstani expert talked about his college and how they're implementing this new module. Where they basically have 6 weeks of graphic design and 6 weeks of programming.
Is it now a break, or is it just
no? I
filming?
think it's just a different perspective.
Okay, they're just no.
Nothing is going on right now.
Yeah.
And it was I think the college is specifically catered towards IT.
Yes.
Is your college as well,
Mm-hmm.
or your secondary school? Specifically,
we have 2 different specializations. One is for business, vocational business, and in there we have customer service, we have entrepreneurship, we have also financial management like accounting. So those are kind of vocational business skills, and we have that in English and Finnish, and we have it for young people from 16 to 19, and then we have for adults. Some of them are changing, like some of them have done the Abitur or whatever, the the A levels or matriculation examination, and some of them maybe have done a vocational school, but they maybe they did another field, like they, for example, maybe they were doing vocational school for being a nurse, and now they want to learn business, so they started their own like company in health business, and they want to learn. So then we have the adult part, and some also with some special examinations, and then on the other hand we have the IT, and in the IT we have programming, and then we have like IT support, like help desk support, but we don't have the networks and cabling part or the automation part. So it's we just have but in the support area we also have cybersecurity. So it's like keeping the company's infrastructure running, and then giving service and maintaining the software, and helping people to install the softwares. And so it's like IT support and management, and installations and maintenance is one, and then the other one is cybersecurity, and then the other one is programming, and there we have game programming, web programming, and like application programming, but it's only a 3 year, so it's very short. So if you are really skilled, then you could come and but I think if you want to, if you're in this level, then you have to also but it might be that if you come to our school and so then because you can have an option to do the matriculation examination or not, so then you can also forget the matriculation exam and just quickly do some coding and get into the coding business, and then you can go to upper applied University of Science, and so there is a non-university path also, and so we have IT in our school, and we are in the middle of Helsinki, and quite a big school. So, and actually our school was elected this year to be Europe Ambassador School, and that means that there are like 16 Europe Ambassador schools in Finland, and one of them is a vocational school, and one is a Swedish-speaking school, and most of them are just like a gymnasium, like normal.
So how many students attend your college or school?
It was like, I think there are 600 new students, like 300 IT students and 300. So it's like, but there are the adults. So let's say it's like 6 different classes. Like if you take the young business students, so it's A, B, C, D, E, and F, and there are about 25 in each class, or 25 to 30, and then there are some of them are making the matriculation exam, and some of them are adult students, and in the adult students classes then we have quite a lot of students that don't speak Finnish, so with other languages, and some of them are in our English classes and some are in our Finnish classes, and so there are really different levels of sometimes when if I teach physics or math or whatever, so sometimes the difficulty is not the subject but the language, but we have like language teaching for them also, but I think we have 40% of our students are don't have Finnish as their first language. So it's quite. But then among those students, we're very like cultural. So we have a lot of different countries represented.
Yeah. What kind of stuff is taught in IT for you? Like, is it just like the basics of like block programming with this little?
Yeah, we have to start sometimes from really simple things. So it depends. But actually, I saw what you were doing, but some students, even though there is in all the high schools there is computer science, but all the teachers in Finland are not really, how do you say, competent or capable, or like there are some teachers that maybe a math teacher that doesn't have ability to, they're starting to learn that, but because we don't have that, so it might be that they just had really maybe, I don't know, 3 weeks course or just 1 hour dedicated for this, and then they were maybe not doing this block programming. So we start from the beginning. So some students have never done any programming when they come to our vocational school, and some have. Then there are those who have done some programming and they can do very quickly, a lot of it. So it depends. But yeah, blocks is okay, but I think today we're like I gave the introductory course to programming, and we were using Python. But then in the next steps they use Java and other programming languages, and so.
I think we were first introduced, or at least I was, with Robot Carol. I don't know if you know this. Our old computer science teacher used it. It's like you have this little robot that you can move around with commands.
Is it the one that they're demonstrating next to the Lego robot, or?
I don't know which one they're demonstrating, but right now, after that, I used Scratch.
Yeah.
Do you know Scratch?
Yeah, I know Scratch.
Yeah.
I have played with that with my own children. So one of my daughters, so she was when she was small, so she was really into programming, and we were doing Scratch and having a lot of fun with cats going around and things.
Scratch is like a real cool program. Like people that are just starting out can learn a bit more, and people that are already good at programming can just do some really complex stuff.
Yeah.
I remember I did a little jump and run game.
Yeah.
Back when we had it.
Yeah.
Right now we're programming with the program that our teacher developed.
Yeah.
It's actually. Someone called him Mr. Speed Programming. Mr. Steinfeld is like the head of the speed programming competition.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll even say something tomorrow about it.
Okay.
But he did it's called Katzenpuzzle, so cat puzzles.
Okay.
And he has 2 cats that he loves very much. And all the puzzles that we have to solve through like a simplified version of Java is like we have to kind of data and things like that, so it's very interesting. And if you're introduced to programming through such a game-like activity almost, it's easier to catch on, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like in this speed programming, so the first thing you maybe learn in programming is that you can repeat things. So you can kind of while some number is greater than 1, you can start from 1,000 and you can go down decrease it, and you can do something 100 times, or then you can use same thing. You can use 4 a number goes from 1 to 1,000. You do something like this, and if you have a complex, difficult problem, so then you can kind of try all the different possibilities. So that it's called brute force, that you just tell the program that just try all the possibilities and then you will find the solution. But the problem is that the program is too slow and it takes too much memory to solve really complicated problems. So then you have to maybe think that, can I do this more quickly? And sometimes you can use mathematics to solve a problem, but there are mathematical problems that cannot be solved also. So there is, for example, there's really simple algorithm that everyone can understand, that you just I'm trying to remember if he was Swiss or German, but it was a guy, his name was Collatz. I don't know if you heard about him, but he came up with a problem that he said that starting from any number, if it's like an even number, then you can divide it by 2, so you split it into half. And then if it's an odd number, then you have to take it times 3 plus 1. So some people call this the 3x plus 1 algorithm or whatever, because you just all the even numbers you just half, and all the odd numbers you just make them grow with 3 times and then add 1. Yeah. And so Collatz said that he made an assumption that you can start with any number and it will always become 1. And no mathematician has been able to prove it.
Isn't there these millennial problems where you
Yeah,
get
yeah.
$1 million if you solve it,
Yeah,
and
it-
one was solved by a Russian mathematician
Mhm.
like in the last decade or so?
Yeah. Okay.
But that isn't one of those, or is it?
Well, it could be a millennial problem because it's like mathematically it's different. I think it could be because some mathematicians have tried to solve it, and usually mathematics professors have said to their students that don't do this one, you will become crazy or something. No one has solved it, but anyway, maybe someone will do it. When I was young, there was this millennial problem, and it was solved in '96 or something, and it was amazing. It was Fermat's last assumption. I don't know if you heard about that one, but it's like, and it was Simon
Wasn't
Wiley.
it the mathematician who like wrote some things like in the on
Yeah,
the
in
side
the
of his
margin.
notes?
Yes.
And he said,
Yes,
yeah, that's
yes,
possible.
yeah.
Never explained how. And
Exactly.
people are still
Yes,
trying
yeah.
to figure out if all that he said is actually true or if he just
Yes,
wrote some
yeah,
shit down.
Yeah, people believe that he probably had the wrong answer, or because at the moment the proof that was made that got this millennium or this prize, they gave whilst he was British, he gave the prize. So it is so complicated that it couldn't have been in one margin. So they think that maybe he was because there have been many attempts to do it that weren't like correct, or so maybe he was
Wrong. Maybe it's
wrong, or just bluffing, or
Yeah.
wrong, or just had an idea and it later it wasn't proved. But yeah, that was the one, and
And it's called his last
yes,
because it's the last one he wrote down, or is it just
yeah, I think he wrote down what are they called? Last no, I have a blackout, but I'll just say assumption. But
Yeah.
but it's when you in mathematics you make an assumption
yeah? If it's
and like a hypothesis, and then it has either it can be proved wrong or right, or then there's no solution. And
I remember he did it like a bunch of times. It wasn't only one time, and some were disproven later on,
yeah,
like with new mathematicians and
Yeah.
new technology. But some were also proven, and that's the problem because we don't know if everything he wrote down is actually wrong or
Yeah.
right.
yeah.
So yeah, he was an interesting man for sure.
But but the problem is that today, at least in Finland, we don't do so many proofs. I don't know if you do proofs in your school. When I was in Germany, in München, so actually I learned some. It was kind of funny because I was a foreign student, so they put me one grade below the like. So I was redoing, and we were quite on par with the Finnish school. So I was like redoing the thing that I had been doing the previous year. So some of the students, but we were doing things that we were proving, that like the teacher was saying that, for example, that in mathematics there is this formula, and now we will make a proof, and but we don't have that. We have less and less of those proofs, and then we have more and more complicated calculators. So we don't like. I think it's a pity, because I think I like to understand. Like I'm a very analytic guy. That's maybe why I'm not so quick, because I'm going very deep and analyzing and stuff. So the only way to become quick is to really practice the simple things and do them really quickly and well. But normally I just am creative and doing those kind of impossible problems, and then I need time. I can't do them like nobody can do them in one day. But I like to kind of go to sleep and think, and then next day solve the problem. So
I think we no longer do like proof as much.
Yeah.
I definitely did it once or twice,
Yeah.
and sometimes it's like an extra task
Yeah.
on a test or something.
Yeah.
If you're dumb, you can get extra points if you prove this or this.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not common.
Okay.
Math of a math
Yeah,
task.
normally they might give the formula, and normally they might give the proof, but they don't expect you to be able to do it. But now they also left out some proof. They just said this is the formula, but I like to understand the proof.
And later on, that's how you will basically get around better, because in our A levels,
Yeah.
anything can you in math you can get anything on your test
Yeah.
from first grade all the way to like 10th or 12th.
Yeah.
So if you understand the basics, you can
Yeah.
apply them even if you don't really know how the exact formula is.
Yeah.
You can apply your knowledge. So it's always important in math to not only understand but also recreate sometimes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I was thinking of something that have you ever had, like, in this national competition, that do you have like you seem to be interested, are you both interested in maths or information technology, or what are your interests?
Well, I'm mostly interested in language.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
why. But I don't know what I'm going to do after graduating yet.
Yeah.
And IT is definitely an option I'm looking at.
Okay.
And actually, I didn't. So in Germany, in
Yeah.
your A levels, you can choose 2 main subjects.
Yeah.
And I was torn between biology and IT.
Yeah.
And I chose biology because our IT course is always so cramped, and I thought learning
Yeah.
with so many other people could be not helpful, you know.
Yeah.
But right now I'm questioning that decision because I'm having a lot of fun and I'm learning a lot of stuff
Yeah.
these past few days. And I
Now
guess
he has some problem.
yeah. What
Question.
card is he holding up though?
It was the question marks.
Oh,
with the
okay.
question.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And
He
you
highlighted it, like he said. I don't know if, and you were the one, but someone said that you have to structure
Yeah.
where you're going. What are you going to do?
He's got the post-it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's clever. I was trying to. He seems to be quite organized and skilled, and you can have all these kind of things. That it's important to make marks. Okay, here he has built this data, or he's using the database, but he has some question about. But
yeah, so I'm definitely interested in it.
Yeah.
With math, I wouldn't say I'm interested, but it's like, you know, fun facts. Like the fact, I think the guy is more interesting than the math he does.
Okay.
So that's why I learn about it.
These mathematicians. And you, are you like, what's your?
I'm mostly interested in like art and music and stuff.
Okay.
Although I don't really like how limited like art class is usually in school.
Okay.
So I think like art is more about being creative, not just following. Oh, I have to use this and this, or I won't get the points.
Yeah. It's like in school. Like my son, who I visited now in Berlin, so he liked to sing, but he hated the music lessons in school because, of course, like he was singing in a choir, and he was good at singing, and he was not like it was not so nice to be there. But so do you play an instrument, or?
Well, I used to play one, but not really anymore that much. Like I rather sing and listen to music and stuff.
You sing, okay.
Well, I'm also in the choir of the school.
Okay, yeah.
And once a year, our school hosts an event in the church here.
I heard about it.
Church.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's always where students perform their talents.
Yeah.
And the choir is always part in it.
Yeah.
And I liked the songs we were singing last year the most. Because we sang Bohemian Rhapsody.
Okay.
And I think it's really pretty, with all different voices. This year our songs, there are some I like, but we're still learning a few, and we only get to perform them at one event, which is kind of sad, because if you learn something for months and only perform them once, But that's how it is. Sometimes we don't have.
Okay, what do you like? What because probably you are the songs you're learning there, kind of good for your level, but they're also something that people like to hear.
Yeah. So one song we're singing right now, I think it's from a Swedish movie, something with heaven. It's Gabriella's song. There's this,
Gabriella's song. Okay.
Movie about this
Yes.
director of a choir. Yeah.
I know it very well. It's based on a film.
Yeah.
And Gabriella was coming to a church choir, and she was in some small city, and all the people were somehow, but for her it was like
An escape.
and she really enjoyed singing, and and it was like maybe what art should be for people, like something they enjoy. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's a beautiful song.
Yeah.
And I wish we could have. We are going to perform at the end.
Yeah.
And I wish we could have sang it, but.
Are you singing it in Swedish or in?
No, in German. But we
Okay.
sang one Swedish song once. It's like something that was 3 or 5 years ago, so I don't remember.
Yeah.
So, something with Segler. It was a Swedish sailing song.
Vem kan segla förutom vind? Oh, that's very famous.
Yeah.
Like for example, my son. So when he was going to the music class, so they asked which song do you want to sing, and it's very often that it's a very moving song that everyone, because it's a little bit philosophical. And it has
questions. It questions a lot of things.
Yeah, that who can sail without sails, and who can row without oars, and and then I can do that, but I cannot part from my friend or something.
It's very. I also think my favorite song to ever sing was "Carol of the Bells." It's a Ukrainian Christmas song we sang this year.
Okay.
And we also only sang it once or twice, so that was also very disappointing. But it's definitely also the community you build with the other people in a choir.
Yeah.
We have what's it called? Like a choir camp twice a year. I was there last week for 3 days, where you sing like 10 hours a day, 8 hours. So we learn the songs because we only practice 2 hours per week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know? I think that your school choir is going to maybe. I enjoyed really the piano music in the opening.
Yeah.
But are you going to have a choir in the end?
Yeah, we're going to have a choir in the end. I don't want to say anything about it.
Oh, it's a surprise. It's not allowed.
The songs are.
Surprise.
I really like one of them, and I think some of them are going to like one song in particular because they're going to recognize it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
I don't know if it's public knowledge yet.
Yeah, no. Actually, I think it's public knowledge that there will be a choir. Someone has slipped that out, but I was expecting it in the opening. But I actually liked the. It was nice with the piano because the melodies are quite like they're. That's what we play always, but or like this Mozart to do, or like I could recognize some of the melodies, and then it's kind of like classical music is you don't have to always have words, so I think I like to also just listen to the music.
Yeah, there are some really great at our the event. It's called Benefiz.
Yeah.
There are a lot of piano contributions each year, and some students write their own songs.
Yeah,
that's also very impressive. And I think a few years ago, some ex-students sang what's it called? Something with L. When you mix a bunch of songs together, I don't know what's it called right now.
Medley?
Yeah, it's medley. And that was very emotional because I was friends with them, and they left the school. And at the last concert, choir concert of every year, there are also a lot of tears because our 12th graders, this is their last concert, and they get a goodbye from the entire choir.
Yeah.
So and the medley was incredibly beautiful because there was very talented singers.
Yeah, that's nice. And but I think that if you like biology and you like IT and you like singing, then you can like
combine them.
Yeah, you somehow maybe you can just sing just to be happy, and then I don't know if of course you can be a professional singer also, but biology, there you can kind of at least in our schools there is this like combination of biology and technology and even medicine sometime so there are kind of fields where you have to combine those.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm struggling a bit because I'm definitely like choosing English because it's my best the best subject. I would be a fool not to.
Yeah.
But I can still change it, I think. So I'm still thinking about it because I don't know if I want to go into medicine later or maybe law enforcement.
Yeah.
So maybe cybercrime or something. But it gets very repetitive over time. So I have to kind of
think about it. Okay, but then you have to go into cybersecurity and to maybe to hacking and these kind of things. Or I don't know if you have to do that, but you have to then you have to have a basic in that. But you never know where you end up.
Yeah, that's right.
And then you can even need biology if you are a criminal investigator, because you might need to see is this blood or not.
Yeah, that's why I need advanced biology to see if there's blood.
DNA samples and take hair.
Yeah, so I actually I don't know if you do like internships in Finland.
Yes. Yeah.
From this, but our school organizes one internship for 2 weeks in the 9th grade.
Yeah.
And actually I was with the local police here.
Ah, okay.
But because so many people want to go to police for their internship, they only do 1 week.
Yeah.
In the second week I was in the laboratorium. In the
laboratory.
And a section of the hospital.
Oh, okay.
And that's where like you examine blood and test for influences and PCR tests.
Okay.
Corona was still going on at the time.
Yeah.
So I got a lot of different.
I hope you didn't have to do the corona testing.
No.
Because
I wasn't allowed to go in the room.
When I was I was feeling a little bit sorry for the people because they have so thick clothes, and then they have to stick this thing into your nose and.
No, but PCR is also on genetic testing.
Yeah.
So if you want to get a baby and you want to first see if you have any, genes that may infect your baby's health.
Yeah.
You also get a PCR test, and I helped with examining one kind of test. So it was interesting. But I'm so young and I have to choose something for such a long time,
Yeah.
For my future, and I can still change it.
Yeah, but you got to see something, and then you can look at it. But okay, are you also in 9th grade or?
Yeah, I'm in 10th, and she's in 9th.
Oh, okay. So did you already make the?
Yeah, it was. I think it was last year. Yeah, because I'm finishing 9th grade soon.
Yeah.
I was at a school with my aunt because my aunt works as a teacher there.
Okay. Do they have younger students? Or?
Yeah, the first grade.
First graders. Okay.
It was pretty chaotic, but it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of my friends also went to school.
Were they kind of? Did the first graders look up to you and like, oh?
Yeah, I remember one break they built like a little tower out of bricks, like giant Lego bricks, and then can you take a picture? Can you take a picture?
Yeah, they're kind of cute when they kind of like my children when they've been in, like my wife is she's also a teacher, and she's teaching first graders. And all of my children, and they are different ages, so they have been to her school, and many of them have, like when my wife, someone is sick in the school, so she calls to my children that can you come, and because they get paid if they come, so if they're students and they have time, so they can just come there and help in the school, and but my 16-year-old boy, so he was really tired because they were so like they were so happy that they had some young person there, and so they really, I think they don't have enough old people there, so if someone comes there, then they all come there. Now he's still
Yeah, it's the last 20 or 40 minutes depending on which competition.
Yeah, okay. So it's still going strong, and you can see all the times there. But they are all same. Or on top of it, there is some plus. But they everyone has got plus 20.
Everyone waited the same amount of time.
Okay, so it's 40 actually.
Yeah.
Because we're behind schedule.
Yeah, well, one half is going to be done, or not one half, because I think we have more people in skill 9.
Okay, yeah.
And skill 9 is going to take longer, 20 minutes.
So skill 8 is going to finish in 20 minutes and skill 9 in 40.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Exactly.
And they're working on this, trying to make a pricing application for event management.
Yep.
But okay.
You can even see Lily there helping out.
Yeah, Lily.
She's there.
That's our third moderator.
Yeah.
I also saw.
I hope I don't take too much of your time.
I think she likes taking a break.
Yeah, okay.
She was very tired yesterday after the.
Yeah, I can imagine that it's kind of a lot of job too. But since I was kind of talking about what you were interested in, so what I've seen, like in Finland, there are more and more girls also in these skills competitions, and also in computing. So we have like. We actually have, what was it called, Women in Tech, and I don't know, like, in STEM, and kind of, in our school we have like a club, because there are not so many girls, there are more boys. So what I'm kind of thinking is that do you think that what should be done so that we would see more women in this competition?
Yeah, I think this is an extremely difficult question to answer, because I've seen it like in the police, we also get more and more female police officers, and it's also in like big companies that are trying to get a female ratio. What they are doing, they are basically like implementing women that may be not as qualified, but as a role model. And it's difficult because I can see the problem if someone is not as competent as it would be needed for the job. But what initiative I really liked is the Valorant competition for females. I don't know what it's championship or something, and there's a competition where only females compete. And what I like about it is you have this pool of gamers that are mostly male, and so the females are going to be at a lower skill set because you just have fewer people to choose from. And so they created this environment in which these women can be celebrated and can be, can win championships of their own. And I hope that like helps boost the women in Valorant and
in gaming. In Finland, gaming is quite popular, and because like even like I have daughters, so they like gaming, and but they might like different games than boys, or like, and it's it's because it's social and community and things like that. But also in our school we have like game programmers, and actually in the skills competition I had a student, and she was a game programmer, and she was coming to this skill, and but then she decided because she had an opportunity to do to work and make an application where they make statues to talk.
Yeah.
And she was interested in history, and she was also planning to do evening gymnasium, and with she was interested in history and teaching and maybe languages and game programming. But anyway, so she had a little bit too many things to do.
Yeah.
So I think if you go in to do this, then I think you have to
Focus
and
100%.
do less other things and maybe. But anyway, so for me it's not a problem. But the only gold medal Finland got in Poland was a female. She was in a female industry. She was in healthcare.
Yeah.
So we got this, and but we see more and more, like for example in data management skill in Finland, which is more like, but it was now ended. But we had a skill where you compete in Word, PowerPoint, Excel, these office tools. I don't know if you.
Yeah, we use them.
If you're using
PowerPoint is like one of my favorite.
Okay, yeah.
Because it's so creative.
Yeah. You can do animations and
Yeah.
a lot of funny things with that. But my daughter, she had when she was in 7th grade, so she made with Excel. She made kind of secret language. I don't know, like decryption language, and they just made it. They just asked me that how can we do it, and I said that you can just shift letters. So they made like two like this, and then they
like Caesar. Because Caesar is like if you shift the letters a certain amount of
steps. Yeah.
So
yeah.
A equals B.
Yeah.
And C equals.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
so
a Caesar.
So they made that kind of thing, and they put it into Excel, because in Excel you can make a formula that maps from one letter to the other. So then they could write, but she was doing it with her. She had a boyfriend. She was in 7th grade, but they were they were good friends, and they did it together. And I just remember that then they started to talk this language, but they had a rule that if it's a how do you say no really what's it in English, vocal, yeah, is it consonant and vocal? But I don't know. In French, it's voyelle and consonant.
Yeah, in German, it's Vokal.
Vokal und Konsonant. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it's let's say vocal,
Yeah.
then she translated it also into so that it could be a spoken language, because it would have been like Polish or something. That would be really difficult. So I just remember that the boy's name was Dennis, and it was in their languages it was Xuddu, because X was D. And
we got some more questions there.
Okay.
From the Queen.
Okay.
Let's hope they can answer that question.
Yeah. The rule is that if you have a question, so if you ask something, then normally the answer is, if there's not a mistake in the text, so normally the answer is that you can read it in the instructions. But it might also be like, okay, this is unclear, but then they should, if it's unclear, then they should also tell it to everybody. If they tell something like, okay, here there's some confusion, then but it can also be that it's something in red, and is it a problem or technical? Maybe they have to check if there's a technical problem.
Can you switch screens, maybe, technic team?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, probably technical issue.
I think his time is getting, what's it called? like stopped, so you can have additional time afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure, but the competition is almost over, at least for
So
the
he had a technical
mobile
issue. Yeah.
applications. I think he was school 8.
Yeah.
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 But my daughters, so they have like one of them, like she actually wanted to apply to do biology technology in the university.
Yeah.
But then her points were not enough, or because the science points were not really enough. So now she's doing. She went to the music university, and she's doing music teaching and violin. So but she's in the really, I don't know. They rate these musical universities, and in Finland we have someone called Sibelius. He was composer like Bach or Beethoven. So anyway, so she's most of my children are now into music, but they have some friends that are kind of into medicine or technology, and then they have music as a hobby also.
Yeah, it's difficult because I also have many interests. Maybe I find something that combines them, but yeah. So we're down to the last 10 minutes for skill 8.
Yeah.
And skill 9 still has 30 left. Yeah. I noticed like a few minutes back there were some classes, because right now it's lunch break, and they were looking in, and there was my class actually.
Ah, did they go and look at the
Yeah, they looked right in the camera, and then I had to switch cameras.
Ah, okay. Did they know where you are, or?
Yeah, they know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if they know I'm in here, but they
Yeah.
know I'm moderating.
Okay.
Because
but of course everyone's maybe, I don't know if it's streamed, so they
it's
see.
streamed to the screens, but I don't know if they have sound on audio.
If they have lesson or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you have quite a good technology here. Like you're quite well, like, but it's not the first time that you're doing this.
Yeah. I was also impressed the first time that I took part in this as a viewer.
Yeah.
They had like VR glasses.
Yeah.
And this was a whole station where you could like go on a roller coaster. What's that called? The Beats one, where you can destroy Beat Saber. Yeah. And I have never played VR before, so it was really interesting as a young student. And it's great because I think Albert Einstein is mostly a MINT organized and orientated, and there's like STEM in English, I think. But we also have a few competitions for language orientated people. For example, I took part in a Spanish video competition. We had to basically do a short movie, and my friends and I were basically just goofing off. We didn't care about winning, so we didn't win, but I got like, I don't know, like a participation award, because I had like 60% of points or so. And so we have a lot of things for people to do here.
Yeah, we also do like an English speaking competition each year. And I think it was last year I got like 4th place in all of Germany, like from my age.
Yeah.
Very good, and maybe that's why you're speaking English here.
I was originally just supposed to be a dolmetscher, but then I joined the live stream here.
Okay. Do they need dolmetschers or like interpreters?
Well, it was mostly just to help a bit and like with labeling stuff. So.
And I think the Chinese Taipei or the Korean ones, they have a dolmetscher. One of them?
They have. But we're a little bit like suspicious. We were going to talk to her, but. Because if they have, then why can't Croatia have, and why can't Finland have? But of course it's it is a challenge because they don't have the same alphabet, so it's really
difficult.
And for them, English is also difficult. So
that's why I admire Mr. Kapler's English skills, because I don't think he learned English in school. I think he taught it himself.
Yeah.
And my English teacher compared it to her Russian, because a lot of older people had Russian in school.
Yeah.
And the Kazakhstani expert talked about how when they were in the train station in Berlin, they were talking with the person that was selling tickets.
Yeah.
And with each other they were talking Russian.
Okay.
And she answered them in Russian because she still knew a bit of Russian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a really kind of interesting history. Everything from these medieval things here in Neubrandenburg, all the way to all this last century history in Berlin.
Yeah.
And all this east and west and everything. So it's really.
We're learning about it right now in history.
Okay.
We had like World War II last year. Now we're like at where Germany split into west and east.
Okay.
And it was very interesting when the Ukrainian war started.
Yes.
A few students came to school that were Ukrainian. And I made a friend that I'm still in contact with, even if she's back in Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
And a lot of teachers like pulled out their long forgotten Russian to try to speak to them. It was entertaining to see and very.
It was also a kind of a cultural injection, but it's also like difficult thing with this. It's not really nice to have a war in Europe.
Of course not.
And when I was first time in Germany, so then we had the Second World War, but it was quite distant, but it was still not that distant. And I then we were thinking maybe there would be a Third World War in the 19th, but. It didn't come.
The Cold War, where everyone was waiting for it.
But we were waiting for all the atom bombs and whatever, but that didn't come. And then we were kind of we could experience quite a long time of peace. But then now it came very suddenly, the feeling that now we're going back to the Cold War, and it's not nice.
I think things change, especially because of globalization and the involvement of all the different countries.
Yeah.
We of course hope that.
Looks like
he's
pretty far already. Well, pretty far.
They have to program a social media app basically.
Yeah.
And we can see his layout, which is a cat. Which is already done.
Yeah. So there we can see.
Yeah, it's like a typical social media. You have what's it called? Like you have options down. Where you want to go.
Yeah. So
and he's creating different profiles.
Still has some time.
Yeah, he has 3 minutes.
Oh.
That is, I think he's right now doing the last
finishing.
Trying to finishing touches.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
We also had some people from Korea comment a few hours ago. There's a lot of people supporting everyone. Actually, is he using iOS system? Because I only saw 2 competitors using them, if I'm correct. I think it was Daniel and the Korean competitor. Everyone else is using Windows, at least I think.
Okay, I don't know. It's in mobile applications, like you can either publish to the iOS or to the Android, but I don't know if he's building it with Android, but
could be. It's the last 2 minutes. For the Chinese Taipei competitor, it's the last 6 minutes.
And for the rest of them, that last around 20 minutes, a bit more, but yeah.
Actually, when you're grading these sessions or when you're like analyzing them
Yes.
afterwards,
Yeah.
the competitors have to like make notes, while they're working on it. I saw it like with the
Yeah.
double slash. That's what we have to do in
Yeah.
informatics.
Yeah. Document.
Document.
Or comment.
Does it sometimes happen when someone doesn't document well enough that you can't understand why he's doing something, and then you have to reduct points? Or?
Well, yeah, it's specified in the points that you have to document. So if you didn't document anything, then you will get probably from that part you will get 0 points. But then if you document something, then
Good, at least
you might get some point.
portion.
And then it helps us to, like, if you have done a good documentation, then it's much easier to like
Follow.
because we need to open the softwares and check them, and people are using different like
Methods.
database names and things like that. So if you have poor documentation, you miss some points, but it also makes it more difficult for the judges to find those, and if they don't find them, then you might also lose points. But we also got some, like, some of the instructions are very important, because like if we try to be fair and okay, so now
It's over for
over
a good portion of them.
for the mobile applicants. Do you want
Yeah.
to go for a break, or do you continue until?
No, we continue until
All of them are finished.
Okay.
until it's everyone's lunch break, I think.
Okay. Do you want to?
13:30. Yeah. What's else?
We can also see
Yeah, that's
Mr. Steinfeld.
he's a
Mr.
speed programming.
Teacher.
yeah,
He's your
yeah.
teacher.
Yeah, he's our.
Yeah.
We don't have many computer science teachers for. It's called in Germany. It's called Sekundarstufe 1. It's from 7th or 8th to 10th grade.
Yeah.
No, it's Sekundarstufe 2. I don't know. So we don't have many teachers that teach the lower classes. And I think he has every class in the 10th grade.
Okay.
So 4 or 5 classes. Yeah. So everybody basically knows him.
Yeah, I met him. I asked him if he was in Poland, but he told me he wasn't in Poland. But someone like mentioned him there.
I actually don't know if he ever competed in competitions. Probably, if he's called Mr. Speed Programming. But I've never asked him. Maybe we can do it later.
Yeah, I think that maybe he just invented
The task.
the tasks.
That's possible in the past. Yeah. So the other competitors still have 18 minutes left. Do you see what he's doing?
How many? 18. Yeah.
18 minutes.
Yeah.
For the skill 9.
So he's now doing this available tickets, sold
Yeah.
tickets, and now he's putting the calculated variables, and some of them are easy to calculate. Some of them might be quite difficult, like then to calculate what is the estimated.
It reminds me a bit of Excel. We had to do a lot of calculating like that.
Yeah. And okay, so this guy has done the import, but somebody told that probably they won't have time to do everything. So they're focused on different things, and now I'm kind of curious that, like, which part gives more points.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know either, so it's basically just like, I can do that, let me try doing that before the time runs out.
Yeah.
And then just hoping that there's
Yeah,
like a lot of
of
points
course,
for that.
of course. Like trying to get as many points as possible.
Yeah.
In the, for example, in the Finnish this matriculation examination. So one rule that they are saying to the students is try to like use all the time you have and like collect as many small points as possible so you are secured, and then leave the difficult question. If it takes too much time, then just skip it and then come back to it at the end if you have time. So it's a little bit like that they have to.
Well, I had a lot of fans in the chat today, so let's see how he's doing.
He has like all these placeholders, but there are no values there yet. So he has like total cost and total income and difference and all those, like, and the formatting and the colors, but he hasn't
Implemented them yet.
implemented yet the formulas, and I don't know how far he's
Come.
with those, but maybe he has time to, like Mikael was putting the variables for the calculations.
The Chinese Taipei competitor just got finished.
Oh,
So I think those were all of them from skill 8.
yeah.
Yeah, so right now there's 15 minutes on the clock. I saw like a few hours, like an hour ago, I saw the same program, and I actually understood it because he's just formatting the the text and the titles as in Verdana.
Yeah.
So that's actually.
But he's kind of trying to get all the small points, because like you get 1 point for each small thing, or even just to format everything as specified. So yeah, there you can earn points. So
Yeah, it's a pretty good tactic, like finishing the smaller stuff in the end.
Yeah. And
It's actually very interesting how he has a different, what do you call it, interface.
so he has now kind of calculated total cost and total income, but maybe it's just a placeholder for 451, and it might be that you get a point for having some number, and then you get another more points for having the correct number. But it's not like in math.
Well, in math, I always, if I don't know what I'm doing, I just write something down, because we get points for our calculation way. So if I'm like on the right track, but maybe I've misread a number or something, I still get a lot of points. And maybe he's doing a similar thing. That's entirely possible.
Yeah. In math, as a math teacher, you don't want to, or the grading is such that at least in our schools, that the correct answer gives you 1 point, but then you have to have a few like steps.
Yeah.
To get
I know some people in my class that would rather just write down the answer because they can do it in their head.
Yeah.
But then they don't get the points for the calculation method.
Yeah. So the noise is the students having.
Yeah, they're on the break right now, and we separate the breaks. So from 5th to 9th, they have the break from 12:05 to 12:50.
Yeah.
And right now 10th to 12th, from 12:55 to 13:35, or 1 p.m. 1 past 1 p.m.
Yeah, sounds like they're playing with the ball because we have.
Yeah, there's a volleyball net.
Yeah.
Our school actually has a Einstein Cup once a year. That's about. Yeah, it's called the same. It's about volleyball.
Ah, okay.
And I'm very impressed because this year we didn't place last. Last year we were second to last. My class.
Yeah.
But this year we were like 18th out of 26 or something. And the winner of the cup from the students, they compete against the teacher.
Of course, yeah.
And it's always very funny to see, your very serious physics teacher just spike someone in the head.
Yeah, honestly, I just love like the names are the funniest. Honestly,
Yeah.
because each year the classes try to find a name like fitting with their teacher. For example, our class we have Mrs. Schwarz, so Mrs. Black in English.
Yes, yeah.
And we had a team called Black Sheep, basically.
Okay.
But
Yeah, that's really
lots of
funny wordplays
Yeah.
Yeah,
that people come up with.
like you don't even have to know which grade. Just see the funny name and go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
So what's do you also have a school sport at your
School sports. Yeah, we have actually our school is. I mentioned that we got selected as an ambassador school for the European election, or like because we have been visiting Strasbourg every year, and now. But we have a small. We're not a sports school, but we are part of the sports school network. So like I learned yesterday that in Neubrandenburg you have a sports school with an internat, or the boarding school, like where you don't have a boarding school, but they have a boarding school, and they have certain sports like maybe kayaking or rowing or something to do with the lake. Maybe I don't know, and athletics, running and stuff. But yeah, we have like, because we're quite a big school, so we have these students that are they come. For example, to my math class, they like come late, and they say that it's because this morning we have the training, so they're doing training, and then they have permission to come late, but then they have to do the homework sometime. And
Yeah, our sport school or gymnasium, I don't know, is actually pretty famous, I guess, because we have some people from there that went to the Olympics. And we also have a walk of fame in our city center where there are like plaques with our Olympic competitors that have gotten a gold, silver, bronze medal.
In which were the
categories?
What were they competing?
Well, I know we have some with water sports, like you said, kayaking or something, and also I think discs, because our math teacher used to have a lot of problems with discs we had to solve, where you throw them and the angle, because we had, I think, a female winner, but don't quote me on that. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not that into sports.
I didn't even know that it's an Olympic. I know the old.
Could have been Spears. I don't know.
Do you mean this old where you go round?
Yeah, we actually are also graded on that in our sports.
Okay.
In our
sport class. Yeah. So in Finland we have had some of this
that's also in Germany it's called Kugelstoßen. Where you try to throw a ball, not throw, where you try
to steel sphere or whatever. Yeah. It's really annoying because in Swedish it's kulstötning. So I kind of, when I think of the Swedish name, so the same in German, but then the English name I have to but anyway, so, and we also have some people who have been rowing but okay, so you have had those but they were competing then in the Olympics. Was it before German was split or after?
I think it's both. From Germany. From New Brandenburg.
Yeah.
I think we had a very popular from the DDR, so from the East Germany. There was someone who was very because East Germany used to really promote sports, and everyone was in a sporting team, so we had a few competitors that made it pretty far.
7 more minutes.
7 more minutes. and there are 6 left, I think.
Actually, like our competitor Mikael,
Yeah.
so his name is Mikael Kolehmainen, and Kolehmainen,
Coal mining.
Kolehmainen, it sounds like coal mining, but Kolehmainen might be that it has. That might have been, but I don't think it has. It's Finnish, and Finnish is not.
It's closer related to Hungarian than Swedish.
Yeah, but when I was young, so we had a Finnish sportsman who or the Finns were good in running.
Yeah.
Like, so in München, 1972. So there was Finn. So he fell, and then he became last, and then he stood up, and then he ran around everyone, and he said that he admired Hannes Kolehmainen, and Hannes Kolehmainen was the first Finn to start to get Olympic medals in the beginning of the 90s, and then there was Paavo Nurmi, and then this guy I mentioned was Lasse Viren. But anyway, but then later there were also Kenyans and other. But anyway, so we have been good in a few sports, and one of them is running, and one of the sportlers with the name Kolehmainen is said that he ran Finland on the world map. So he kind of was the first athlete to get like so many gold medals that we were recognized in Olympic Games. So
he's very famous in Finland.
The Kolehmainen is not so famous because he was like older generation, and for me, like then in my generation it was Lasse Viren, but then every generation has their own champions. So
definitely, my math teacher would scream at me because I don't know the name of the competitor who participated in the Olympian Championships. Yeah.
And I might know it because I'm the same age as your math teacher, so probably so. But
I mean, if you are, so where exactly is your hotel located? You have the ring.
Yeah.
The roundabout.
Yeah. So it's about what did we say? Maybe
20 minutes.
Maybe 1.5 or maybe 2 kilometers from here, and it's a small hotel. It's called Weinert Hotel.
Oh,
you know it?
Yeah,
But
I've never been there, but I've heard of it.
You heard of it because it's next to a huge hotel, which seems to be empty.
Is it the hotel sign that doesn't light up or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're close to the administrative building. It's the. Because
I don't know.
I know I can show you where the Walk of Fame is. It's right in the city center.
Okay.
And if you want to see it before leaving.
So if I do like this Weiner. I don't know. I'm trying to kind of listen to questions that are related to the competition, but yeah.
There we go. 3 more minutes. Looks like they're just finishing up at the moment, trying to get the last few things done.
But I said to somebody that for me the importance of this international competition is that we kind of can be friendly to each other, and like the whole Olympic movement was kind of the reason was that we can have peace with each other and be friends. So
I think the Weinert is there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the Hall of Fame, I don't know if it calls the Hall of, it's the Walk of something, is like right down there. So there's a city center, and if you go,
we
there
came
like a few
from the Bahnhof to the marketplace, and then we went to.
Yeah. So then you can go like.
Okay.
Yeah.
You saw this big church where you had this concert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big church.
Yeah.
It was actually almost. The city center was almost completely destroyed after World War II. And that's why a lot of the buildings are pretty new. but
Yeah.
we still have some old ones that we try to protect. Like they're directly by the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And like our big church, the Konzertkirche, like
Yeah.
I can see it from. Sometimes I can see it because for events and stuff, sometimes they use lots of lights and stuff.
Yeah.
And it looks really pretty.
Yeah, it's huge. I was kind of amazed that it's
And
so
it
big.
also has an underground system,
Yeah.
the catacombs,
Yeah.
where the artists all wait.
Okay.
And every time we have to perform from the benefits,
Yeah.
we are down there, and it's like a labyrinth.
Okay.
And I'm like 5 or 6 kilometers away from this city center.
Yeah.
But I still hear the bells sometimes
Yeah.
for lunch. Yeah. So it's the last minute. I think Simon already finished.
Yeah.
He said he's finished. I don't know if he finished the task actually. The other competitors still try to get the last they can.
Yeah.
Then that would be the end of session 3.
Yep.
And
the
then
end of
this
session.
afternoon there's a 2-hour session 4. It's actually 30 minutes shorter than yesterday.
Yeah.
I wonder if
I think
the experts are sitting there. Some of them are
yeah, the
grading,
jury.
and some of them came.
And it's a Finnish expert.
They're
isn't it?
he's the expert and coach, but he's like he's Mika's teacher, and they're both from.
I'm pretty sure
Ronnie.
they said that they want to make it shorter so they could like prepare everything for like the special evening program.
The evening program?
Oh, there is a special evening dinner for
Yeah.
the competitors, a barbecue with the experts. Oh,
I think
okay.
they're
A
trying to
surprise.
prepare everything for that, so that's why it's a little short than yesterday.
And it's done. It's over.
Okay, maybe I got
It
to
was
go
the
there.
third
13.
session.
Yeah, it would be like a pity if they miss the evening program because of technical.
Difficulties, yeah.
So now I see that. Okay.
But we'll have to
Maybe
see,
I'll go
because
there.
of the extra 20 minutes, if maybe lunch.
Yeah.
It's getting shortened. Oh, no.
So do you stop the connection?
No, I don't know actually. Stoppen wir die Übertragung?
We'll see.
then you would have the four times digits and 0, 0.
And we are back.
Yeah.
After a long lunch break that everyone needed. Right now they're reading. So here we see the competitor from Liechtenstein already highlighting and making some notes.
Yeah, soon, like in a few minutes, there will be an expert with us, like to talk a bit about the task and stuff.
And like we learned from the other experts, taking down notes and making a plan of attack and what to focus on is extremely important in this competition, because you won't get finished on time. It's impossible, nearly impossible. It's doable, but it's nearly impossible. So you want to be able to get as much done as you can.
Yeah, but it's also not made for finishing. It's planned to like maybe get done 80% of everything.
Yeah, 80% is a good ratio.
Yeah.
So you had a long break while we were talking to the Finnish expert.
I had because I didn't expect the interview to be that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were there like almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
At least we could entertain a bit. So what did you do in that time?
I talked with Benny, who is a workshop manager right now, and yeah, we went around and looked at the different competitor screens and talked a bit. And I talked to Micha and I talked to Kai. So Kai is also a workshop manager, and yeah, Micha is part of the regie.
I don't know.
Yeah, and yeah, that was mainly it.
I don't know if we already said it, but in a few moments the expert is going to come in and explain the task for skill 9 and then for skill 8 or
they got around 10 more minutes for reading time.
Yes, competitors are now in reading time. Oh.
Is it falling? Oh,
yes,
fuck.
It's falling.
Oh.
Please put it
Go on to the lobby.
Okay. All is fine. You have too much energy.
Too much coffee.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
To make up for little energy.
Kannst du das in den Juryraum zu meiner Tasche legen? Wenn ich sage Justin Bescheid, der weiß was.
Warum ist der Übersetzer fertig? Gut, zeig's mir. Okay, Session 4. Session 4, Skill 9. Duration only 120 minutes. The idea is that we had in this competition they had to have to write a lot of software for event management, and also at normally only the back things and not the real back end in the software sense, but they have to write software for the enterprise, for the agency. But also this is one component now for the software for the customers. The idea is here to write in 2 hours. 2 hours are not so much for that. A software which manage these events where I want to take part in as a customer. That means you need at first, of course, a database. It's in the backhouse. I can import it without any changes. It's not a task. It's because database management was already in session 1, for example. Now they have a small login screen to come into the app. And for the app, they have three big screens. The event list screen. It must be created, it must be taken from the database some data about the events. For example, the name of an event, maybe the Albert Einstein Cup, the venue Albert Einstein Gymnasium, start date was the 27th of May, and the time we started maybe at 9:30, and this should be shown. Then it should be possible to filter for events, because there are other events too. And by tapping on one event detail, I can also some additional data to get. For example, the end date, the exact time, the price, program points, and some pictures. And it should be possible to save this event, because I say, oh, Albert Einstein Cup, I want to go there. I tap, and this event will be stored in my calendar screen. This is the idea. And I should be able to buy a ticket. Then that's why in that case the user should be directed to the ticket screen. The ticket screen gives you the opportunity to buy tickets. That means you need, of course, for that, if you want to buy a ticket, you must buy the right ticket. Not I want to go to the Albert Einstein Cup and then I come to a total other event because I was wrong. That's why, of course, you must be able to see the name, the venue, started and time, and so on, and the price, of course. And I should be able to order some number of tickets, because I want to go there with my daughter, and then I need 2 tickets, of course. The customer should be able then to input the total price must be calculated, because if I have 2 tickets, it's 2 times the price, of course. The calculation must be correct, clearly. And then the customer should be able to input their credit card data, the type, the credit card number, the expiration date, and a check number. And all parts of the credit card must be validated. Of course, in that case, here at the Einstein Cup, we don't have to write a real validation tool, which validate, for example, the 3 digits, the check digits. Does not. And when pressing the purchase button, I must get a confirmation dialog, because it could be, okay, I try, I want, no, it's too expensive, I don't want to buy them. That's why I must be asked again. And only if I say, yes, I want to go to the Einstein Cup, it's so important for me, then it should be that I buy it. And then I get the data, because for digital ticket, I have to know the name, the venue, the location of it, the start date, start time, it's important, the price, and the number of persons, the 2. For example, if I bought it for 2 persons, it should be shown as a pop-up here, and I get a ticket number. So normally, of course, you would do it with a binary code, maybe a QR code, but we have only 120 minutes time. Therefore, we have decided, okay, we do the same, like maybe as an example, digital number, ticket number, maybe as a flight ticket. You have only not ever a QR code, you have only a number. So, and then they give information how this number should be calculated. We have a very easy thing here, that you take from the event the first 5 letters and the position of the letter in the alphabet. Maybe it's an A, then it's 01, maybe it's an E, then it's 04, and so on. And the last 6 numbers are random numbers. So they can produce a ticket number, a fictive ticket number, and it will be saved on the device and should be offline available, because it's important. It must be, if you are here somewhere, also in our country, can be that you have no access to a server using wireless LAN or using smartphone. That's why you should have the ticket also offline on this smartphone. And pressing back button, I will redirect to the event list, because I can buy more than 1 ticket, also for other events. And you came also to the calendar screen, because the idea is, maybe I want to go tomorrow to the closing ceremony of the Albert Einstein Cup at 4 p.m. And that's why it is important that in my calendar will be the time and that I have bought tickets for it. And it is so, the screen should natürlich, of course be available offline too. So, and we have said that they have to write a typical monthly calendar view with week, days and day number, and all days with planned or booked events should be displayed using different colors. It is the choice of the competitors which color, but it must be colors of the so-called style guide. Not every color is allowed. And of course, the use color should be explained in the legend and at the bottom of the screen. By tapping on a marked day, the events on this day are shown with details, including the ticket information if available. Because I have only planned to go to this event, and I didn't have a I didn't buy a ticket until now, then only the event is shown, not the ticket number, of course. And I come back to the event list screen. The event list screen is, as you want, the main screen of this application. And this is all.
So compared to the other tasks, so for now, what would you say? Is it easier than maybe session 4, or comparing it to the others? What do you think?
It is, the level is of course comparable. It is so that normally in our competitions the first session is the easiest, but it becomes more and more difficult. But the most difficult, I would say, was session 3, the morning session of today. This is not so difficult, but it is very difficult to make it in 2 hours. Nearly impossible. Because it's a lot of things, and the competitor must now decide, okay, I think maybe the event list screen I need, it's the main screen, and I write the ticket screen. And maybe not all from the calendar screen. But I don't know now, I made the marking scheme, but I did not personally not know at this time here how many points for what part. But if I read it, maybe I would say the calendar screen is more difficult maybe than the event list screen or so. That's why it would be better to do this, and maybe not the validation of the credit card or so. It is the decision of the competitor what he do. It is so we simulate also the process in the business. In the business is so, in the software business, there is some customer goes to a software enterprise or a software company and said, okay, I need in 2 weeks this project. The software developer knows it's impossible to write it in 2 weeks. I need at least 3 weeks. Okay, then I say, yes, I do it. I do it for you. I cannot because we are very, very powerful and so. And we write 70% of the app, and we simulate some other things, and we say to the customer, so it was. And as a feature, we implement these things which you need later in 3 days, and you need 5. And but you want to get money because it's nearly ready, not totally. This is a thing. Also, you have really in the business to decide what are the most important things I have to implement for the customer. And this is not so easy. And so in this thing, it is really a simulation of the business process too. If you would give the competitors more time, I am sure that they can be or are able to finish all.
What do you think, like personally, except for time management, of course, is the hardest part of this session?
This session, I would say, the calendar app. Because the other thing,
The calendar app is maybe not so often. I don't think if it was already in some competition. The other things like validation of credit cards, they maybe have trained, and that's why it's not so difficult for them. It depends a little bit on this, what the competitors know, what the competitors did at home, I don't know. But for the German competitors, for example, I think the validation of credit card must be. They must have it. Therefore, they don't need so much time, but because they know how it is to make, how it is to solve the problem. The calculation of the ticket should be not a problem for them. Maybe there's a mistake, it's another thing, because you have only a very not enough time to solve this. That means you are under the very high pressure, and then you make mistakes, of course. This is possible, it's another thing. And the calendar, to make it in different color, all is possible, they can solve it, but maybe if they haven't done it before, they need more time. This is a problem. The others, not really. It is not a session with very specific tasks. If you compare it, for example, with session 3. Session 3 for most of them, you could see it in their faces in the morning. If they were totally surprised and they think, okay, I don't know, how can I solve it? How can I do it? But they have to read it very carefully because all things were explained. But it's not their typical thinking. This was economic questions, optimization, and such things are not the typical. This is a more typical thing. If you can write mobile applications, you can write this. But not in this time. This is a problem here. And so we have some difficulty to implement, of course, with algorithm thinking. It was session 3, for example, and also some things with validation, with encryption, session 2 maybe, and also validation here a little bit. And these are some tasks, and all the tasks are, of course, time management is a very important task. And they must decide, and it depends how fast they are.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, it was enough. Then I will send you. Jonas already was here? Okay. Then I will send you the writer of session 4 of mobile applications.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, so that was very much input. I think it's gonna be interesting, the session 4 for skill 09, because I mean it's more time than the other tasks had, but I think I'm just excited for what the competitors will say, if they like the task or not. Oh. I ripped the paper.
Oh. There we go.
You can.
You
Did
can
you
just
see the
yeah.
gesture?
At least we know Jonas is coming.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that session 3 is probably the hardest session.
Yeah.
Maybe not time-wise, but I think because if you don't know what to do, it's pretty hard. Yeah, let's see. We're waiting for Jonas. No Jonas inside. What a question.
Might be in the expert room, like still trying to help them.
No, I think he's in the competition room, but I have no idea. I think he's sitting like in front of this big screen.
Yeah, probably. Oh, there
There he is.
He is approaching.
Yeah, he's on his way. Oh, no, he
never
isn't.
mind.
Jonas.
And he's coming. Great. Oh, never mind again.
Oh, yeah,
There he
now.
comes. Yes. I thought he was gonna go outside. I was like, oh, why are you going outside?
Bonjour.
Hello.
Tauschst du mit Heidi oder bleibst du hier?
Jetzt kann er noch schnell mitmachen.
No.
Back again.
Yeah. Okay, so session 4 just started, and in mobile...
Session 4.
Sorry. Yeah, that English is... yeah. Session 4 just started, and we're doing a functionality session again in Skill 8 Mobile Applications Development. That means that the design of the app is not really important, and this time they don't even get wireframes or designs of how the app should look like, because there's only 2 major pages. For the setting of the app, imagine you're attending a concert, and sometimes they have like they're asking the visitors to turn on the flashlights on their phones, or some even have wristbands that can light up, maybe even in different colors. And we want to make an app similar to that. So in the beginning, when you open the app, you land on a page which shows your camera view, and you have to scan QR codes, where the idea is the event organizer would print out these QR codes and hang them around the venue, and the QR code basically tells the tablet or the app which event they are attending. And after the QR code is scanned, then they are on the what we call event page, which if we scroll down in the tasks, the event page is where all the action happens, where initially there's not really much shown, except for in the title there's the name of the current event they're attending, and then initially nothing. But in the background, the app is connecting to a server. It's connecting to the cloud. And at some point, the server will tell the app to, for example, turn on the flashlight. And while it turns on the flashlight, it also turns the screen white into full brightness. So we really have the full illumination going on there. And there's also a different action we support. So one is, initially there's nothing shown, then the flashlight can be turned on. And then we have a vote action. Voting means that the server or the event organizer can send a question and 2 possible answers. They are all texts, and then the user will see, like on their device, they will see the question, answer A, answer B, and now they have to tilt the device. So they can tilt it to the left or tilt it to the right. And they have a small ball or a circle showing them how far they tilted it to the side. And as soon as they reach 45 degrees, so if it's like this far tilted to the side, the ball reaches the side of the screen, and the app has to send back to the organizer which way the user voted. Yeah.
All right.
Basically, the app. You can also click on a link to open the app, but that's the other way to tell it how or which event you are intending. Yeah, and these QR code and vote actions, they all refresh live. So the app continuously is connected to the server, and the server at some point tells it, now we're at, now turn on the flashlight, turn it off again. This is now my vote. I want you to answer, and now the vote is over. Yeah.
Do you think compared to session 3 that this is easier or harder?
I would say that the individual functionality here is probably a bit easier, because in the last session there were, I think, 4 out of 5 competitors had to go to the internet workstation to find out how to send specific requests to the server because they're not such a common way we encoded them. We tried to give them documentation on how to do that, but apparently that wasn't enough. Though we decided to include it anyway just to make it a bit more difficult to them. And I think that was like the most difficult part so far from what I saw. And on this thing, the like QR code scanner, there's a software library you can include, and then you get most of that already. For the opening links is a bit more difficult, or they have to know how to do that. But then turning on the flashlight, there's a library you can import to do that, and turning the screen brightness to full, the same thing. So these are all things that are you have to know the library for that, but we provided some of them just for the session, and we gave them the documentation of how to work with them. So they should be able to figure it out. And the connection to the server is, again, a bit different this time, not such a typical use case. Like a different way would be to basically ask the server what's the current action and repeat that every second and just be like the most annoying app ever to the server and continuously ask it. But we decided to implement it a bit differently. So the app asks the server what's currently going on, and the server takes their turn. And at some point when the action changes to the next thing, so if, for example, there's currently nothing going on, then the flashlight starts, then the server only replies. And then the app knows, okay, now I show the flashlight, and I directly connect to the server again and ask it what's the next action. And the server takes its time again, and at some point it will tell it, okay, now the flashlight is over. And I'm guessing that they haven't worked with this type of API before, but it should be easier to implement than the past session, because it's basically a normal connection, just taking a bit more time.
Like we already asked with Mr. Kapler, what do you think personally is going to be the hardest part of this session for them?
I'm hoping that the API is not so difficult this time. So I'm probably tilting the device, or finding out how the device is tilted, because we gave them a package or a software library where they can find out raw accelerometer readings from a sensor on the device, which basically tells you the device is currently accelerating this much in this direction. And that's this acceleration includes Earth gravity. So if I hold it straight up, I would expect a reading of like 9.81 meters per square second, which is Earth gravity pulling down. And if I rotate the device, the gravity is not pulling down from the point of view of the tablet, but it's pointing a bit to the side. And they have to figure out from these raw values, like how much is it in this direction and how much in this direction. And they also get how much is it in the third dimension. And they have to figure out how the device is rotated. That's going to be a bit tricky, I hope.
All right. I think this is quite interesting. I don't have any questions left. Do you have?
Not really.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory once you know what it's about, I think. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Kannst du Heidi wieder reinschicken?
Ja.
Danke.
Yeah, I think we were pretty interesting, especially like the tilting the device, like already explained, having to basically see, this is this much from rotation wise. Yeah, it will be pretty interesting to see some progress made on that and how they're going to do it.
Yeah, I think it's also nice to know that they are not like some gods who just know everything and know how to do everything. Oh, we can see the screen of Daniel, who's sending a request, huh? Oh, wow, there's music outside playing pretty loudly.
And now it's...
Other shit to do, so I didn't get to.
That's alright, that's alright.
Okay. So, Did they explain skill 8 and skill 9?
Yes.
What's it about in like
So
3 sentences?
skill 8. About in 3 sentences. It's an app for concerts. You can scan like the code, and then you can, if like the event tells you to put on the flashlight, your screen gets lit up, or the flashlight turns on, and you are like on your concert or whatever. And you have a question function. When you get asked a question, you can tilt your phone to one way or the other. So yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, and the other task is basically like an event app where you can basically see, oh, I want to go to that event and stuff, and
So similar to the ones we've done yesterday, or they've done yesterday.
Yes. Similar, but
we've done, yeah.
But there is some small, no, not small, but there's definitely some differences. And
what would the difference be?
I mean, for example, it works a bit differently than like in session 3, and we already came to the conclusion that session 3 was a bit harder than session 4 at the moment. At least that's what the expert said. Of course, the competitors can still be having problems with that. Just depends, honestly, on what
they said session 3 was probably in both skills the hardest task so far.
They haven't revealed anything about session 5? If it will be harder or anything?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Honestly, the app that lights up your phone or your camera, the flashlight, so that you can swing your phone. This reminds me of a horror game I saw. It was a really old horror game, sometimes 1990 or 1980, or in the 80s, and it would activate your printer, because if your computer was connected to your printer, it would print out something. And I know I saw a let's play of that once, and it was imagine you're sitting in your room dark at night, and then your printer goes on. That would have scared the shit out of me. I think that's great. And it also reminds me, do you know the game Who Am I? There's a phone version of it where you tilt up or down depending on if you knew the answer or if you're skipping. Yeah. So I always
like
found
that,
it interesting.
Yeah. I play that with my dad often.
You do a lot with your dad.
Yes, we do, but we do geography mostly, because he could be teaching geography. He studied geography.
Wow. He's a very knowledgeable man.
Yeah, he studied computer science, math, and geography.
I should think geography is extremely interesting, but the geography we have right now, it's not really that much.
I don't have geography.
I like topography. So where things are like lakes and rivers and countries.
Locations.
That's why I love GeoGuessr. I don't know if you've ever played it. It's really interesting. And I think it's impressive. There are some people who can literally tell the country from a patch of land or a patch of grass.
But I think that's just training for geography because it doesn't change.
Did you already talk with Bjarne? If he is maybe...
Noch nicht.
Not yet.
Bjarne, willst du jetzt kommen oder später? Because we wanted to... Okay, come. So we're going to interview a German competitor for the German skills. I don't know how it's called, Germany skills? It's like the world skills, but...
For the German competition.
Yeah, the German equivalent to world skills, world skills. And he's going to talk a bit about his experience. Maybe even how difficult this is, so we can get a better understanding.
Hello.
And there he is. He's also from our
middle seat.
Technical team.
Yeah, kind of. I officially am volunteering, but I do a lot of technical stuff, so...
Yeah, he's been watching the stream for the past 4 hours.
A little bit of everything.
The moderator.
Yeah.
So, what was your experience like last year?
Yeah, last year I took part at the German competition. It is a little bit similar to this one. So in the German competition, the national team gets chosen, and for me it was just getting a little bit experience how the competitions will be like, because I also want to compete internationally, but I'm too young yet. So I just wanted to get some information how the thing works, and yeah, it was pretty interesting because the tasks are really complex if you never saw any of those tasks. So yeah, it was a bit overwhelming, I guess, at the beginning, but yeah.
So how young can you be when you competed in the German competition?
What?
So
what is the age limit?
Yeah, the age limit.
So the age limit, it's basically you can compete until you are 21 in the year of the international competition. So I guess you have to be 19. 19 is the maximal age if you're competing in Germany.
And the minimal age?
There's no minimal age, so you can literally ask a 6-year-old. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the task solved, but theoretically he could also take part of this competition.
And how many people did competed last year?
I think we were 11 people from all over Germany.
Yeah.
Many people from Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, because we got our school here, and
it was convenient.
Yeah, and I think that's all. We also had some tasks that looked pretty similar to this year's. A little bit other things were asked, but I guess we also had to write software for some business they made up. And the tasks are a little bit different, but from the structure, it's I don't know, but almost the same, I guess.
Overall, was your task easier?
I don't know.
Maybe not as time extensive.
I think it was a little bit easier because we all didn't have that much knowledge because we haven't trained. So Niels and the other German competitors, Daniel and so on, they have trained all the time between these competitions to get better, and we were just like training at home and doing some smaller stuff. So yeah, I think they're a little bit easier.
How did you get into programming, coding, whatever?
You talked about the pandemic, and it was also around this time because a friend introduced me to coding and stuff, and I found it pretty interesting. So I watched some tutorials and did my first projects, and somehow I ended up there.
And what was your first project?
My first projects were like HTML stuff, so doing some basic websites, and that brought me into coding, because HTML itself is no coding language, just a styling language. And then later on I did some real coding languages like JavaScript, and then later I learned Python and C# and all those.
So out of 11 people, what did you place? What was your...
We officially only know the first 6, but I can say I was the youngest competitor at the German, and I wasn't the last place. So
wow, impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
So do you plan to compete on the next as well?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to compete again there, and if I'm not winning, I'm just gaining experience. So yeah.
A win-win situation, I'd say. So if I, for example, would like to start programming or coding or anything like that, would you recommend starting with web design?
I don't know. The thing is, it's a little bit complicated. So I would say it depends on what your interests are. Because if you're interested in designing websites, so then... The thing is, it's a little bit complicated. So sorry, just some technical issues, I guess.
What the fuck? Okay.
But I would say it depends on if you just like to really code and do some calculation or backend stuff, then I would recommend starting with Python, because it's also with Python, you could also do some graphical stuff, but it's a lot harder than if you use a normal styling language with a coding language. But I think if you really like to just get to know a programming language, Python is pretty easy compared to some other languages. And then I think also C#, which are currently using on the screen also, but that's no C#, just styling, I guess. C# is also a little more complex, but it's also doable, I would say. So it just depends on what you're trying to do.
So what's the main difference? There are styling languages, there are programming languages. For example, Python and Java. What's the difference?
So the programming languages, you named it, they're for doing all the backend stuff, I would say. So they're calculating or storing values somewhere, and and the styling languages are giving the layout of the page. So all that you're seeing, the graphical user interface, are the styling languages. So you can see at the screen currently someone working also on a website, I guess. I don't know what the task is, but Simon also last year did a lot of websites, so he solved his tasks with websites, and he's pretty good at it. So I would say, and to get these websites looking as they're looking, you need the graphical languages, and to store and the data or read the data, you need the languages like C# or something. I don't know what they're using for this task, because I don't know what languages are allowed currently.
So you're a self-taught programmer, more or less?
Yeah, I watch a lot of tutorials. There are a lot of good tutorials. So first I watched in German, but there are better English tutorials than German. So I would recommend watching in English.
They are using, every time they are Googling for an answer, most of them use a website called something Overflow?
Stack Overflow,
Stack
yes.
Overflow, yeah.
Do you so, yeah, it's a pretty useful website because it's like a question and answer website for almost everything. So if you have a question with coding, somebody will probably answer your question. The problem we have is that Stack Overflow has made a deal with OpenAI to actually give their data from the website, I guess, to OpenAI, and many people don't enjoy it. I don't know if I'm saying something wrong, but I guess that's the current problem. So many people want to delete their answers, so I don't know how long the website will stay as it is. And the person that's currently on the screen, he's using the official documentation right now. So every programming language has something called documentation, where all the basic functions pretty much are explained, and how to use them, and with examples.
If could you recommend another website if OpenAI
Overflow, Stack Overflow,
is for example down?
So I would always recommend using the documentation or reading the documentation first, because for me personally it helps a lot, but I don't know pretty much other sites to look, so I used Stack Overflow a lot, and if I don't use Stack Overflow, I'm watching some tutorials to see how other people approach the problem I got. Yeah. So I would say there always is some small YouTuber with like 5 subscribers, and he explains what your problem currently is. So you're always lucky, I guess.
There's no self-plug, you are not that YouTuber with 5 subscribers, huh?
No, I don't upload YouTube videos about
because
coding.
That seemed very specific.
No.
He's
but
not uploading them, but he has them.
Of course.
No, there are a lot of small YouTubers that are doing so coding stuff, and some problems are very, very specific, and so the YouTubers don't get many subscribers. But if you search for tutorials, you are likely to find someone. Yeah.
So we talked about Simon and Daniel. Daniel.
Yeah.
They kind of got into programming and this stuff from Minecraft. Would you say there's a pipeline?
I think it's just what I also said. The thing is, you start where your interests are. So if you like to program something for Minecraft because it's your favorite game, you can absolutely go for it. And then you got to learn Java because Minecraft is based on Java. Yeah, and I think that's a pretty good way to go because you're having fun with your things that you've done then. I guess, because if you're not having fun, you won't go on. Yeah.
Was there anything else you would like to say?
No, I don't know. Do you get any questions?
Any questions? Cats or dogs?
I don't know. I'm pretty neutral, but if here would be Mr. Steinfeld, I would definitely say cats because Steinfeld. Yeah, I don't know.
So Mr. Steinfeld is Mr. Steinfeld. Is he going to lead the speed programming tomorrow?
Yes.
I think so. Maybe he also will be here and commenting.
Did he write the program?
Yes. So the speed programming stuff, Mr. Steinfeld always does, and he's also the inventor, I guess. So he does also for the international competitions.
He's the inventor of the speed program competition.
Yeah.
He doesn't do it for the world skills, but for our international competitions he does.
Okay.
And he's going to be here tomorrow. I don't know if he's gonna be in the commenting room, and I don't know if we're gonna comment on the speed programming session because it's really fast and pretty self-explanatory. So.
Yeah, I don't know. We will see.
Yeah. So, if you see that, could you say anything about it?
So my guess is that he's trying to get his program running because he got some error. You see in the here at the bottom of his screen.
116 warnings.
Yeah, the warnings are not very important because the code will work with the warnings, but the error is important because you can't run the code if there's some error, I guess. And he tries to get his layout right. I don't know if we can see his layout. I don't think so. But he's working on his layout currently.
Yeah. So errors, they can occur with anything. Right now he has an error with opening a file.
Yeah, so this could happen if the file isn't there, but I don't know what he's currently doing.
Maybe
he
knows what he's doing, probably.
I think
we
so.
Hope.
So there's always a lot fixing errors and trying. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult sometimes.
So you have heard of all the tasks, probably what they were supposed to do in every session. What do you think is the hardest session for you personally?
For me, it would also be the third one because I think it was pretty much information you got in the tasks, and it is a pretty big task for this time. But they also got a pretty short time now to solve this task. So it's always that you're having less time than you actually need. I think that's still the third task would be the hardest for me.
Yeah, we just saw that the competitor from Kazakhstan got a minute extra time. Probably had a issue or a question or something.
Yeah.
We had a few issues with the database today and yesterday. You would know what that's about.
I don't know what the issues are about, but I think there are a lot of things that could possibly go wrong with the database. So I don't know what the specific errors were, but yeah.
And the World Skills competition, it is every 2 years, and Germany as well?
Yeah, so the German competition is every 2 years, and this organized cup is also every 2 years. So yeah, we got a lot of international persons, and so this cup is also every 2 years, I guess.
In which skill do you participate? Do you participate in skill 8 or skill 9?
So for the German competition, it's actually you participate in both skills. But for me, the mobile application development would be more interesting, I guess. But I don't know. We will see in the next competition.
Because it's more creative, or?
No, it's difficult to explain, I guess, because I just like developing apps more than doing the desktop stuff, because I don't know why.
It's just a personal preference.
Yeah, it's a personal preference. Could also be that I'm better at desktop next year. I don't know. We will see.
So would you say that AI is going to replace programmers?
No, because there's a simple reason. AI just recreates the things we already have. But if you want to create something new, you have to think on that level. We're not currently. So the AI just use code that's somewhere in the internet and puts it maybe together new. But if you want to if you want to create a new approach, completely new approach, you need to think yourself, I guess.
We've talked about AI before. Do you think we talked about AI and art mostly? Do you think that it's gonna stay like this, that AI is kind of viewed as something so scandalous and stuff?
No, I don't think that AI is scandalous, because personally I think it could help a lot, and sometimes I'm even using it because it makes small things easier. So for example, if you want to create some test data and don't want to waste your time writing some program, AI could also do this and create you, or you can ask the AI to create you some test data, or even do small things in your code. But for a big project, it wouldn't work. So yeah.
So currently AI isn't on a level as a human programmer, but it could achieve that.
Yeah, I think AI can help a lot. Yeah. So you're faster and can. It's like using the internet. So during this competition, you're only reduced to a minimum to use the internet. So if you got some questions, you can go to the PC and look them up, but you aren't allowed to copy and paste something. And I think this is a thing you're normally doing, so you don't know everything. You don't have everything.
Would they be allowed to use, for example, ChatGPT?
Right now?
I don't know if it is allowed. I don't think so, because the difference between AI and the internet is that AI can give you solutions for your specific problem. So it matches, and if you got somebody that can remember very well, you could just ask, okay, I have this problem, and then he tries to remember the code. But the internet only has like his basic answers, so not for your problem always. Yeah, I don't know.
So you still have to do some problem solving on your own.
Yeah.
You only get like a base to build it up.
Yeah, I think this is also hard at this competition, because it's very much you have to do many things yourself. You would normally just look up and maybe copy something, because obviously it's easier to copy than write everything yourself, and I think all big software companies also do this. Yeah.
Right. So in our school right now we have a compulsionary, what's it called, Wahlpflicht?
After school activity.
Not really. It's like choosing. You have to choose something. So it's a compulsionary choice subject. And I know one of them is computer science, and specifically creating websites.
Yeah.
Did you choose that?
Yeah, I've chosen it because it's a lot of fun, and we're also this time we're not doing websites anymore. We're just switched to AI and got some things to know about how machine learning works and stuff like that. And we also have had to prepare some little presentations about that. So it was pretty interesting. And yesterday, I was obviously not there, but they had to visit us, and get to know about word skills. Yeah, that was their task yesterday.
Would you say the website programming is like up to par with yours, or is it very basic, rudimentary?
So I would say it was very basic, but to get actually to know website programming, it's important to start with the basics. But we didn't use big libraries or something, because yeah, you have to imagine there are lots of libraries that could simplify your website or get your features you else would spend days on. But we didn't do such big projects, just basic websites.
You also only have 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Week.
Yeah. So it's a little bit short.
Someone just wrote Ayo Captain Jack. Ayo. What's your answer?
I don't know.
What's your answer? Bring me back to the railroad tracks.
Greetings to Alex. I know where your house is.
Wait, is it Alex?
Yeah, yeah.
Alex from last year? The technical?
Yeah, the guy that is also the workshop manager this year. So it's him. Oh no, I just leaked his YouTube account.
Oh no!
Yeah.
How awful!
No. Oh, he's a nice guy, and he's doing very well with his task. So greetings.
Yeah. I'm looking at the screen and it seems like it's Niels' explanation for why he's doing what he's doing. Why is it?
Is it mandatory to write an explanation?
Yes, it's also in the tasks. It gives you some points, so if you don't know where to start, maybe or you did everything you could possibly do and don't know what to do, you could also get some points with the explanation, because every application needs somehow an instruction how to use it. Yeah.
The Finnish expert told us that they will be graded on different aspects, and in the category comments, then they will have 0 points. So if they do some to comments, they will have like a part of the points, and if they do like they should, they will get more points. Yes. Also, I think 2 competitors are using iOS.
No, all mobile application developers are using iOS, because I don't know who requested it, but somebody requested iOS, and so we had to, or they had to bring iOS to all of them to have equal conditions. Yeah, but they're all, I guess, programming for Android, so I don't know why.
Interesting decision.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. But we had less issues than with the desktop development, I guess. So it's running, I guess.
Did you talk with the German competitors? Some?
Yes, but not that much, because they're pretty stressed right now, I guess. Yeah.
So you wouldn't know who has the best chance of winning?
I don't know, because I think they're approaching differently, and I don't know how the points are given. So you heard it, for every part of the task you get points, and I don't know who focused on what and what points he gets later on. So.
But what do you think? Who's gonna?
I don't like to say anything, because I think they're all doing very well, and yeah.
In general, who do you think is gonna win skill?
I don't know.
9?
I don't know. Skill 9. I don't know. I think they're both very good and very talented, and I saw different approaches on both of their screens, because yeah, as I said, Simon is a web development guy. He likes to create something with HTML and stuff, and the other one we have, I don't know, he's I forgot his name.
God.
No, not Daniel. Daniel is doing mobile applications, but you can switch to him.
Or not? Okay.
Or not, I don't know. He is doing this with another approach. Yeah, Lucas. Sorry that I forgot your name. So he's approaching.
Yeah. Was? Yeah, he's approaching with a different approach.
Yeah. I don't know. So I can't say who's leading, and also between Niels and Daniel, I think they're both pretty good.
So you've participated last year in the German competition.
Yes.
And was the schedule similar to this?
Yes, it was pretty similar. We also had like 5 sessions. The difference was that we had, I guess, 2 mobile sessions and 3 normal sessions. So we had to participate in both skills, and they took the best from the skill 9 and the best from the skill 8. Yeah.
So you had to do the best of both worlds.
Yeah. So, but you had to be good in both, but in one you had to be better than the others. I guess.
And not all German competitors competed in that. Or did they all compete last year?
They all competed last
Yeah?
year. Yeah.
Okay.
They all were here at the school. And then the national team was consisting of 6 people actually. And now you only see 4 of them because I think the other 2 got somehow...
I know that Torben, he was on the team.
Yeah.
He said he couldn't manage to do everything
Yeah.
because he's studying at the university, and he just said he doesn't have the time for it.
Yeah, I think he's pretty far away somewhere. I don't know.
I don't know. Because I just want to say that this the schedule seems extremely stressful, and we've seen multiple energy drinks on the desk. Simon had 2.
And
Yeah.
yesterday
Lucas
he had
has
some-
1.
So you're getting very small times to rest and very
Long coding.
yeah. So I think they're all pretty tired after 3 days now.
And then there's this special event at the end of it. And
Yeah, today we also got a special event. Yes.
it's going to be announced later, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
I think
maybe
we
not.
can already announce it in the stream.
Yeah. So
Mm,
I don't know.
I don't know if maybe the experts are watching this. They could tell their...
They're watching it on mute.
Yes?
Yes.
Really?
Because they're grading the tasks.
Oh.
Yeah, they're doing the grand stuff because.
Well, let's be safe and not say what the
Yeah, okay.
surprise is.
So yeah, and but tomorrow it's only a half day, and then they can rest, and yeah, we just have then the finishing ceremony and yeah, some dinner.
And then most of them are already leaving on Friday.
Yeah.
Which is just insane to think about. They had like a 30-hour arrival, a 30-hour
of them,
departure, and
Yeah.
well, not Niels. He just drive for 10 minutes, but most of
Not
them
even.
had a pretty stressful
Yeah.
week, but also eventful and especially insightful.
Maybe I think it isn't the easiest for Niels because he knows the people around him, you know?
Yeah.
He knows the school, he knows the people who volunteer and stuff, so I think it may not be easy for him. He lives close, of course, but I don't
Yeah.
think that makes up for everything.
Yeah, but like our German trainer said, he kind of wants them to lose because it's an important lesson, and they have to get the motivation to be
As
better.
Niki Lauda said, from every win you get a trophy, and from every lose you get a lesson.
Wow,
Wow. Yeah.
beautifully said. Beautiful. Yes. I don't know. He's a the France competitor. Would you be able to tell us anything? Or?
So he's currently using.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So they switched, but I could see there he's using Android Studio to actually program. Program a mobile application. I don't know what exactly the task is, but I think they need one. And he's not coding it with C#. He's coding it with Android Studio. I guess.
And Mikael, I'm so sorry.
I only see his README, so these are his notes. I
Yeah.
can't tell. So in the background we have the database, and that the small screen I can't read, but this is probably his code. Yeah. So yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Now it's bigger. So we saw just some GET requests. He sends to the API, and yeah, I think. It looks like he's doing something with the API to yeah, it looks like some verification.
To retrieve information?
Yeah, to retrieve the username and password and to check if the user is in the database, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything
Yeah.
else?
I don't know.
We've talked about a lot of things in the past few hours. What's your favorite animal?
My favorite animal, I think penguins, because they're
Penguins.
pretty
Penguins.
they're pretty cute.
They're
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah.
Penguins are cute.
I heard that they stink.
Yes.
They
Well,
do.
But I don't have
but,
to. I don't have to have them at home.
Yeah,
I can
the
just
problem
watch.
is the problem is with like the penguins who live at the polar
area.
Yes. The problem with them is that there is no virus who eats up like their stuff that they leave behind, and that's why it smells very bad when you get close to them.
Okay.
A little question: is this graphic problem only with the stream, or is it on the PC itself?
No, it's with the stream because I think it's just an issue with
maybe
transmitting
a loose cable.
Yeah.
A loose cable.
Maybe. It's a little bit hard to also get all data from all persons at the same time to our streaming PC, and then it might be some issue there.
So we're always almost at the halftime because they had 2 hours. That the time of 2 hours to finish this task, which was less than they had yesterday and even less than a session this morning.
And the other sessions in general.
Yeah, but like Mr. Kapler said on the very first day, it's important that they build a pretty strong base because they can rely on it later on to use their already programmed code.
So this is also a very good strategy because in the familiarization time, I don't think we streamed it, but they also built some stuff there. So they begin in the familiarization time to even write some code. They don't know what the tasks are, but they are just like preparing something and are hoping that they can use it later on. So it's always good to have some of the former tasks done because many things will just repeat, like this login page. They now got to do it. They some past tasks they also had to do a login page. So if you had the code for this, you're a step ahead from the others.
Of course. So would you like write the code with placeholders where you can later put in the information?
Yeah, I think this would be the smartest approach, but for the other task you could just also reuse it. So you have the graphical user interface, and if you have the login screen you can just copy it, and for the variables or the things that the buttons are doing or something, you could just use in the backend other stuff, but you also got the design already, so this would also be pretty good, I guess.
So they're still able to use everything from like session 1 to 3?
So they got everything on their PCs and nothing will be deleted. So for example, if in session 1 somebody did something wrong and because he don't look at the task carefully and just did some other things, he could maybe use it now if it's useful to him. I don't know. Okay. So if you're making mistakes, you could also take advantage.
But if they erase the mistakes, it is not
possible to restore. They're using Git. That's you have to imagine it's like a version control, and Git stores every changes you made, and you could possibly restore the changes before. But I think it would be a waste of time if you done something and you have to search through all the commits and stuff.
Yeah, and the Hungarian expert also said that they've already begun checking the other sessions and they get transmitted. So it is even possible that it's completely unnecessary if they caught up to the last session by now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right now the Kazakhstan competitor is using the internet.
Yeah.
Everyone has 5 minutes of time, that's correct? Per session?
Is it limited though?
I don't know. At the German competition it was limited, but almost no one used the internet. But I don't know, he's looking through some things.
And he found something?
It seems like it. Or he didn't find anything in it.
How hard would coding be without the internet? So not like teaching yourself with the internet, but then coding without the help.
So without the help it would even be harder because you have to remember everything. But at this competition it's almost without internet, so you don't have that much time to look up, because if you're looking something up, you are losing time to code. So yeah.
Of course. At that word, we're halfway through the fourth session.
Mhm.
Again, the task is to create one is a concert app. So do you want to explain?
Yeah, so for Skill 8, it's a concert app where they can, for example, scan a QR code or get a link for the concert, and then the concert, as you know, sometimes it's like, oh, please put on your flashlights, and the app does it for you. So either your screen lights up or your flash is being turned on. And you can also vote for some stuff. So you will have the possibility to see the question and then answer A or answer B, and you can just shift your phone or tilt it to one side or the other, and they know what your answer is.
I think this is probably the hardest task, because tilting the phone is pretty difficult, because you got...
Yeah, tilting the phone is pretty difficult.
Tilting the phone is pretty difficult, because I think Jonas explained it. You're only getting some of the data, but you have to interpret it. So the sensor says some random numbers, I guess, to you, and you have to actually read the numbers and get to know which side the phone is shifted.
Yeah, Jonas said it's also because the Earth is tilted,
Yeah.
you know, so that's also a bit difficult because of that and because of gravity and stuff.
Yeah. So
that's the
I
most
think this is
challenging.
a very challenging part. Reading QR codes, I think there will be some library or some something that they can use. Yeah. But I don't know. I think for me it would be the most challenging part to do this phone tilt stuff.
So the smartest way would be to just ignore it until you have the time to do it.
Or would you think because it's the hardest task you would do it first?
I think I would do everything I could do first, because you're else losing points. Because if you don't have anything at the end, because you're just focusing on this tilting issue, you get no points. And I would just firstly do the things I know I could, or I know they're easy. So it's also a point that you connect to the API and do the API stuff to retrieve something. And if the voting doesn't work with tilting, you could also vote with buttons or something first. And I think I would do it like that. And I think they also have to do something like buttons also. And if they have time at the end, or if I had time at the end, I would then do this tilting issue, because it's the hardest for me.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's
Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Oh wait, it seems someone has a problem. Do you know who sits there?
I think it's the competitor from Kazakhstan.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Bye bye.
Und kannst du
Bye
uns noch
bye.
einen Experten suchen zum Interview oder so?
Okay, so for everyone, that just was Bjarne, a very young competitor in the
He
German
competed in the
skills.
German
Competition for world
last
skills.
year.
Very insightful. I learned a lot.
Yeah. You can see Mr. Brautmann.
Yeah.
I guess that's the screen with the difficulties.
I don't know. I don't know what's
happening.
happening. It's like we said, we are right now a little bit under the halfway mark. So in the fourth competition, there's still an hour left. Our fourth session, not competition. And we're right now searching for another person to interview. Anything you would like to contribute?
Well, I think all of those tasks and stuff are so much input that I would definitely struggle if I were a competitor, because like you have to let go of one session to finish another. So I think that's
like in our computer science class, we have these little like the tasks, but it would be like you can take you can do one task in the span of 5 to 10 minutes, but sometimes it takes 30 minutes because it's a bit difficult to figure out how to exactly do it. And I sometimes have the problem that if I solve one task and then move on to the next, I reuse my code from task before because it bases on top of that.
Yeah. In my computer science class, I mean, I am still having computer science in 11th grade. We, for example, get code and then we have to find the mistakes and correct them and stuff. Or my teacher says like, oh yeah, there's something wrong. Write down the mistakes and how you would fix them and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's...
Hey, it's me again.
Hello. Kannst du Leonie suchen? The middle seat for you.
How's it going?
It's going great. We just interviewed a young person from the last year's German competition.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talked about...
So, you're an expert for the France team?
Yeah, I'm the expert for skill 9. Until this competition, at least, I will be a good place for the competition in Lyon. But for now, I handle the training for Thomas and the day-to-day of the expert job. Yeah.
And how does he train for it?
Mainly, he focuses on cutting the application into small parts, make it easier than to replicate those parts, and have a complete understanding of the subject as a whole. Work like Lego bricks. You cut it as well as you can, and then you just pile one brick on top of another. And it's easier that way.
Of course. Did you talk with him about last sessions?
Yeah. Session 3 was not easy at all. It was very long. They are marking it right now, and I don't believe any computer managed to finish it. I don't believe any expert could have finished it also. But it was very interesting. Compared to yesterday, the session 1 was really technically easy, but it was really long. Session 3 wasn't that long, but the technical aspect of it was way more complicated and closer to what we would have gotten professionally. Import data from different types of files is something that we deal with every day. Maybe a marketing person wants to give us some types of data in some form, and then the accountants have another file, and it's never ending. So it was really close to a professional setting, and that's really interesting.
Yeah. So right now the session we're at, session 4, is easier than session 3.
Session 4 is, I wouldn't say easy.
Different.
Yeah, it's different. The first screen is a login. They've done login every single time. No, it should be mastered. Yeah. Then you are onto the second screen. You have the test product here.
And this is skill.
So that's skill 8.
That's correct. That's
yeah.
fine.
This hour. Yeah. So let me remind myself what it is. Oh yeah, it's the ticketing. Yeah. So the first one is quite easy. You just have login. You don't even do real login. Then you arrive on the list of events, and you have to purchase your ticket. Okay. You have a fake credit card thing. It's quite fun actually, but it's mostly just checking that the data inside the fields are correct. So that's not a big deal. Yeah. And then you arrive on this last screen. It's kind of a curveball because they asked us to store this data directly on the phone. Usually we store the data in a database. So when you turn off your phone, you pick it up again. The data is there. Yeah. But now they have to store it on the local storage on the phone. It's not really hard to do, but it's a curveball. Yeah, they're in competition. They're stressed. There's no time. It's only 2 hours long, and this is something new. So that can I believe that can take them off guard. Yeah.
And the France competitor, the competitor from France, how is he doing? Is he like confident?
We're not that far into his training. Yeah, we didn't go very far in desktop application development because in France we use Java for this, but in the international competition you can't. So he had to switch entirely his way of working. So on that aspect, we're not that far into his training. He still has a lot of work to do. He's a little bit more confident in Android, but again, with switching to C#, he switched his work with the APIs. So again, that's not something he mastered yet. So even for the Android sessions, he can't build the API yet. So he only can get points for the pure application design programming. So he's not doing very well in terms of points, but for his training, the international aspect of it, the speaking English, the being in an English setting, nobody speaks French except a few words. But that's the part that we're really interested in this competition. Yeah.
So C# is like the international standard for such competitions, or only with this competition? Is it different every time?
Can you repeat that?
C#, the programming language. Is it the standard internationally?
For the competition, we don't have a choice. For desktop development, we don't have a choice. We have to do that. For the API development, we could theoretically build it in Python, but we're not quite sure. Yeah, we were supposed to get the virtual machine for the international competition. We got one, it doesn't work. So we're not quite sure what to expect. We know what to expect, but we don't know what is actually going to be available. So C# is the safe choice.
So is your competitor also going to Lyon, or?
Yeah, he's going here.
Okay, because we talked about the Finnish competitor, and he still has to do his A-levels, his graduation.
Yeah, no, Thomas is going to be there.
How old is Thomas?
He's 21 years old.
So he finished school already?
Yeah, he's in an apprenticeship to finish his bachelor's degree. So it's 3 years after the French baccalaureate, our main basic study level at 18 years old.
Yeah. Does he already know where he wants to go after this? Does he want to work in a special firm?
Last time we talked about this, he was hesitating about maybe going to an engineering school after his bachelor's degree, or just continuing to work after his apprenticeship. He's not completely decided on yet.
Yeah, but he still has time, so...
Yeah, he still has time.
Skill 9, you said it's basically about using data and inputting data, so it's not as much of a challenge as session 3 was.
Skill 9 is this session, you mean, or in general? Yeah, this session is not that challenging technically, but it's long again.
Yeah.
And the point is not to finish it. Nobody will finish it, and it's alright because it allows us to differentiate the really good competitors than the just good ones.
Yeah.
Really good ones are gonna finish, or close to it at least, and the good ones will do just a little less, and then you can really see who's the better one, because as it's not that technically challenging, everybody can do it. It's just a matter of time.
So is there anything else you would like to say, maybe about France, about your competitor?
Not really, no. We've talked extensively yesterday.
Yeah, I heard about it.
No, we are very excited to host the international competition this year. And Lyon is where I live. It's a beautiful city, so I'll be happy to come in and see everybody as a spectator, but see everybody nonetheless there.
I've heard Lyon's beautiful. My family was there some time ago. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. We're gonna need it.
It's all good.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. There was the French expert. I don't know what else to say. We've talked extensively about this session. It's I have to explain again. Most of these sessions, we are at session 4 right now, as you can see, Session 1 and 2, the problem with that, or the challenge in those sessions was mostly the time. So they have to do a lot of things in a short amount of time, and it's practically impossible to get it done. It was like this for every session, but the last one, session 3, was the hardest until now. Someone wrote like 10 minutes ago, the sound is quite choppy. I hope our technical team fixed it. Anything? Your thoughts, maybe?
Not really, but I can agree definitely. I'm really excited to see what they come up with in that time, especially. Like, yeah, of course we can see like a bit of what they're doing, but it's like nowhere close to what they're actually like doing when they are finished.
Yeah. We talked about a lot about AI today. Also, how AI isn't going to replace programmers anytime soon, because it can't, at least not yet. It can't create anything entirely new. And you said you were an artist and you had a bit of thoughts and feelings about the topic because of AI art. Anything else you would like to say to that? Maybe. Yeah,
I mean, you can obviously tell that something is AI, but of course most artists are like scared that it will get better.
Yeah.
Like, of course it's get better. That sounds like a great thing, but if you're an artist and your life kind of depends on it, and you make money using your art, for example, using commissions and stuff, and then some dude can just say, "Oh, generate me this and this," and then the same thing, just like in a different style, and I mean, it wouldn't be that much. Of course, it would still be a problem but I think it would be a better idea if, like, if you were trying to make an AI, that you really hire a team of artists that make art and allow the AI to use it. For example, of course, it would still change it.
So you have AI artists that are like composed of a team of artists, and you have many different AIs that operate as an artist.
Yeah, of course it wouldn't change the problem of like, oh, if I make art and then they can basically do the same, but it definitely wouldn't just take from some random artist who's just trying to get by.
We saw some time ago that someone had a few problems. It seems it was the Kazakhstan, the competitor from Kazakhstan, because he got almost 12 minutes of extra time. I don't know what that was about, honestly.
I hope he's
Können
doing
wir
fine.
Lilly wieder reinschicken? So we also wanted to talk a bit about music, because we talked about it with the Finnish expert about a lot of songs that are from Sweden and Finland. So you also already said that you like rock. Anything else you can say about that?
I mean, not much. I do like Ghost, as I said, and yeah, I mean the band is pretty well. Like, they combine like theatrics with their music. So basically, when they're on stage, they aren't playing as themselves; they are playing as their character.
Yeah.
So they have like lots of lore videos and stuff on the characters. Pretty interesting.
I'm trying to think of some facts. I just watched a film on Banksy. You know, the British street artist, whose identity got revealed in a law or in a court proceeding or court process. And I do really enjoy Banksy's art. He's a street artist, for those of you who don't know. I think his most famous work was when he shredded his own. There's like a girl with a little red balloon in her hand, and he shredded that through the remote control shredder.
Frame.
Yeah, and I think it's worth doubled or tripled after that.
Yeah.
He wanted to make a statement about, selling art and modern art, and I don't know if it backfired. Could you call it backfiring? Because it sold us even more.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point at least he knew that this was going to happen, but maybe it wasn't exactly what he wanted. But maybe he thought about it probably at least once, because it's always when it's happened. Like when either an artist dies or the painting's damaged or something, usually it gets even more rare and then even more money.
Yeah. I think it's also quite interesting how a lot of really famous artists like Van Gogh were never recognized in their time. There's this episode of Doctor Who that is really famous, where they basically travel back in time, and Van Gogh travels to the present day and the doctor asks an art critic to say or to tell what his opinion is on Van Gogh, and he basically says that Van Gogh was a genius, and the Van Gogh traveled forward in time, so he heard it, and he was like close to tears because his lifetime was very tragic, I'd say. He had a lot of mental problems and addiction problems, and his art never got recognized, or not as much as we do today. Everyone knows the name Van Gogh, and everyone knows like Starry Night. So maybe I can't help but wonder if it will stay like this.
Yeah.
Like if there are artists from today that will be famous in 100 years. So yeah. And I think expanding on art a little bit more and back to AI, I think the idea with having an AI that is powered by a bunch of artists as like a AI artist is a really interesting one, because that would allow the AI not to steal art but to take it with consent from a bunch of people, and it would also allow the public to use the AI art for its benefits. So I think that's a very great solution. Ja. Könnt ihr mal Lilly senden, bitte? What else do we have? Oh, I wanted to talk a bit about, I don't know why I wrote it down, but like sustainable energy. In particular, what's it called? Like these
windmills, yeah.
Windmills, because we have a lot of them in North Germany. We have a lot of flat plains, and what I wanted to talk about is when you drive at night, these windmills have little blinking red lights, and so when you drive at night, you can see a whole lot of red lights in the distance that sometimes look a bit dystopic, like a dystopia, or maybe like there's a really big spider coming on. Yeah. Also, the competitors don't have much time in Germany to experience something, but I do hope that the Kazakhstan competitor is able to experience the Autobahn at least once. He said he has a passion for driving, and I don't know, maybe someone can take him on the Autobahn. So there is a debate in Germany right now if there should be a speed limit introduced to the Autobahn, because there are some people who drive with 80, 100, and some who drive with 200, 210. So it can create a bit of, differences and dangers, especially.
Yeah. I think it isn't a bad idea, but they should be careful that they don't set it too high and not too low. So because Autobahn is pretty much known for, you can drive super fast on there.
Yeah, it's like a German attraction almost. Tourist attraction, it would be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I want to talk about self-printing homes and smart homes in general, because everybody knows 3D printers, and in the past there have been like concrete printers invented to create fast and easy homes. I just thought it's such an interesting, concept to 3D print a house. Would you live in a 3D printed house?
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with it as long as it's safe and everything. You can actually live in there without it being cold.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's basically just concrete walls, so.
Yeah.
Könnt ihr Lilly bitte senden? Also smart homes. I know a few people who have their entire home linked up with like Google, the Google Home system, and it's kind of futuristic because Back to the Future, the movie, plays in 2015, which is like I was very young in 2015, so it's a long time ago for me personally. But they already thought we had flying cars and these, someone already is using the internet computer, and a few minutes ago, maybe an hour ago, someone else used the computer to Google exactly the same thing. I just want to say, interesting. Where are we? Smart homes. And sometimes I think about, if we imagined the present day to be like this high tech, how do we imagine the?
Die wollen, dass ich reinkomme.
Okay. So we have a special guest. Do you want to talk about the future? The future, because you know what my opinion is. Imagine someone from the medieval, no, not medieval, from the 1900s.
Yeah.
Would be time travel to the present day. If he was time traveling to a developing country, or a country where there's war.
So
right
like
now.
the United States or what? For a developing country.
No, like a country where there isn't much electricity. And
okay.
Yeah, you know.
Okay.
I don't know if I used
exact
to.
opposite.
Yeah. He would think that, you know, in the 100, 200 years he didn't achieve that much. But imagine he traveled to like a $500 million mansion. He would think that we're living in the brightest future ever. What's your thoughts?
The future is for every country different, and I don't know where you'd get him from. Like if you'd, I don't know when, but in the early 20th century, they developed the motor, I think, like Carl Benz here in Germany,
Yeah.
and I think if you'd bring him to the present day and show him where his invention would lead to, they'd be stunned by what we created up on their invention.
Yeah.
You know.
That's what I think when I think about cars, because you basically can't go outside in Germany without seeing any cars, and
Yeah.
I at some point in history there were only 2 cars in North Carolina or South
Yeah.
in some U.S. state.
You mean the Ford? I think. North Carolina can be right. I don't know.
So there were only 2 cars, and they still somehow managed to get into a car crash, which is crazy because they didn't have any rules, basically, any laws about
If there are just
driving.
2 cars, there's no need for any rules. I think.
That's what they thought until it crashed.
Apparently.
Besides, at that time, probably only rich people could afford cars, and
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
don't care about the rules anyways.
And maybe they lived in the same area.
Yeah.
Rich people still don't care about rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a problem. It's a problem we have to fix somehow.
Yeah.
But I think there will always be people who break rules.
Daniel is looking a bit exasperated, a bit.
Oh yeah.
He's looking a bit lost.
What is he searching up?
He searched up deep linking. Everyone is searching up deep linking. I have no idea what that is, but it's probably difficult.
I mean, I can program a bit, but I've never heard of deep linking before. Probably like link really complex data, but
Yeah.
he's growing too fast to interpret the code in my head.
Yeah, he probably knows what he's searching for and can't find it. Yeah. So, past, future. Would you rather travel to the past, in the past, or to the future?
That's a really good question. I've thought of this question before, and I think my preferred time traveling time would be the future, since I'm hoping that someone can store our data with a genetic code like our body works, and I hope that this is possible, which opens a whole new way of storing data in larger capacities as we have now. And I think the future, and I would be really interested in how the aviation industry would evolve.
Yeah, you know what I'm kind of afraid of traveling to the future? Imagine I can travel back again. So I'm traveling in the future, I'm getting all this knowledge, I'm traveling back, and what if I change something that changes the course of history, and in 3 years we're all dead? I had this what do you call it, this I spoke with my father upon that, and he said that there are basically 2 different approaches for this changing of things if you travel back to the past. He explained to me that either it opens a new parallel universe,
exactly where this new
change is implemented,
exactly,
or we're already in the parallel universe where I did the same.
And I think if you just have to show somebody a picture of the future, and they would be instantly thinking, how could we invent this? You know? It's. I think the topic of time traveling will be important for the humans, but I don't think that we will get there anytime soon.
Honestly, reminds me of like this argument, like, oh yeah, if I could travel back in time, I would stop this and this war and stuff. But then like it would
complicated.
Yeah, like it would of course stop many people from dying, but then we wouldn't have anything to learn about the war, and then we would just do the same thing later again.
As a German, there's a saying.
Yeah.
Hitler. okay. Calm down. What was it? Hitler wasn't the disease. He was only a symptom, and that basically says at the time that Hitler got to the power that he had, there were a lot of people who thought exactly like him. By the way, I know an interesting fun fact. So in World War I.
Oh god.
The emperor that was ruling at the time, he had like the system where you could rank up in the military if you like participate in his silly little pranks. And so, for example, he enjoyed embarrassing his military leaders. But if you did that, your military position would be guaranteed.
Why?
That is not facts, by the way. But maybe it is. I think it's facts. But be careful with the information. So I read about this one time where the person that should have been the military leader of the entire German military in World War I was the only person with war experience, or with and to kind of keep his position, as the military leader, he had to dance in a tutu around a campfire. And back then, the masculinity and such, it was way way worse, and it was really emasculating to dance around a campfire in a pink tutu, and so he had a heart attack and died. And the only person who actually knew how to fight a war died. But I guess maybe it was a good thing, because Germany lost.
Reminds me of, like, I think it was Henry VIII who, like,
had these 6 wives? 8 wives?
No, I mean, not
6.
that. I mean, of course, but not that. I mean, I heard once that he basically ran around the city with a mace and, like, kept everything safe and stuff, and his own guards didn't recognize him and put him in jail. But then when they noticed it was him, they were, like, they were, like, worried that they were gonna get executed. But he just went, nah, it's good.
I heard a similar story that's like about his shenanigans, about what's she called? The one of his wives from Germany, like Anne.
Was it Anne Boleyn?
No, Anne Boleyn wasn't German.
No, I mean,
I don't know what she's called right now. But it was said that he saw a picture of her and decided to marry her, and that's how the story goes. When she
so I've never heard such stories before.
Do you know about Henry VIII and his 6 wives?
I've heard about that, but not such crazy stories. I mean,
crazy stories. He literally.
I mean, marrying a woman just from seeing a photo of her.
Yeah, but that was kind of at that time. Even I did a research paper on Japanese immigration to the USA once, and there was something called picture wives. So if people from Japan wanted to go to the US after a gentleman's agreement has been passed, they can only go as part of the family that was already living there. So if there was a man living there and someone wanted an opportunity to live in the USA, they would have to get married. So they only saw a picture of each other and had to decide, we're going to marry now. And so they had the opportunity to live in the USA.
So like a past version of Tinder or what?
Yeah, but a bit more brutal, because many, like, I guess it was a lot of catfishing, because they wore the best clothes, and the women thought, oh, they're a rich businessman, and then they weren't. Then we were just,
Happens alive.
Yeah, then I had to sleep in a barn somewhere. Yeah. What I want to say about Henry VIII, he literally separated from the church and created the Church of England because of his wife, because because he wanted to marry again after he was divorced, and that wasn't allowed at the time.
Yeah.
So he created his own religion, or he not created, but he made a separate religion. Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So I've been on the other side of the stream, the regie side of the stream.
Yeah.
And what I noticed is, so it happened to me that we can see the screen of the commentators, and it happened that we had like an inception loop where I would cut the screen of the moderators into the stream, and so we had an inception loop. But have you seen it?
I saw the inception.
It was at that time we were laughing at the regie back, but we were basically out of opportunities because we have like one corner cam that's showing the entire competition area, and then we have one tower camera on the exact other side where we can focus on competitors or the internet research PC, and then we have this mobile cam. But this mobile cam is either not in use or is used for something else but streaming. And currently we have way too less people just to work with all of those cameras. We have really a problem with people helping this year somehow. I've noticed that.
I thought we were so many. We're like, I don't know, 30?
Last year we were more.
Yeah?
Yeah,
for
definitely.
the German competition. Well, definitely more.
Yeah, well, a lot of tests are written right now. I know I've missed a few. What a shame. No, but I have to do them on Friday.
Yeah, but all those I'm really interested in all those technical stuff, and
right now we see Simon, and as you know from Bjarne, he likes using websites or website code to code his stuff. And I just thought that he used HTML.
Yeah, it looks like HTML.
So I just said what Bjarne said again, but I've proven it. I don't know. And someone is using the internet computer again.
I really like this position of the camera.
Yeah.
Where they're all like focusing on the screen and not looking out for the camera, so we just see the hair. This is actually really... And now he's looking up. I think there's something going on. They can hear us, definitely.
Oh, if he's doing deep link, everyone doesn't know how to do deep link.
Or it's the same person.
It could be.
Honestly,
True.
I just look up what deep link is right
What's a deep link? Oh, yeah.
I'll look it up.
Is this the guy from Kazakhstan? I'm not sure. I have no list.
I think it's the guy from Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Oh, Niels also had a problem. I didn't notice. He got 1 minute and 40 seconds extra time.
It's more like it's not problems with this code, but it's like if the PC just stops sending packages to the stream, for example, and we were to fix it during the competition to even it out for the competitors that they get extra time. And as you might have noticed in session 3, Skill 09 got 20 extra minutes because we had, I don't know what the problem then was, but they got 20 minutes and it broke like the session timer screen over so the commentators were over the timer, but this looked funny.
So apparently a deep link is a link that sends you directly to an app and not a website or a store, for example.
Okay. So we could see how that is very difficult to do.
Yeah.
For everyone that is new, the task right now is in skill 8 to the skill just mobile something is to the skill 8 it's gonna to create a concert app that basically lights up like a little flashlight where you wave it around like a concert. And also vote with tilting. We've heard that is incredibly difficult. And props to everyone who can solve it. And there are also a lot of other little things that they have to implement. And
What's the task of skill 9?
skill 9 is like doing an event calendar with the login screen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit similar.
Mobile
IT.
software solutions for business. Yeah, it's just the name. And I don't know if you were here yesterday, but the commentator said yesterday that programming without the internet is either a person who can really program, or he doesn't know what he is currently doing. Because so mid-range programmers use the internet because in programming you just steal the code of others, if you want to say it hard. So you take the code and modify it so that it works for you. But if we have a competition like this where basically stealing is forbidden, which it is, it's really hard just when you have to have in mind what you want to do, because with every programming language there are so many different ways to implement one system. The best is always the one that uses the least amount of computing power. Yeah. But you can't. Every way of doing something has its perks and its downsides.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. Even if I could program at such an incredible level at such a young age, I do not think I could put up with the stress of this freaking schedule. Because as a recap, they have to program for 105 minutes with a 105 with a 15-minute break, then again 105, then they have a 1 hour break approximately.
1 hour,
and then they have to do that again.
For 120 minutes.
Yeah, but this time 120 without a break. So it's extremely exhausting, physically, mentally. We've seen a lot of energy drinks being drunken today.
And what's his name? Daniel has in between competition he was in the crew room where the competitors and the crew can hang out. He was lying on the table and sleeping.
I saw that.
Even though the music was on, it was loud in this room, but he was really tired. And there's a really big stress upon the competitors.
Yeah, I can relate. Even though I'm only saying a bunch of stuff that's hopefully entertaining, I'm already at the end of my capacity.
So we got 50 more minutes. Niels has a bit of extra time, like around 2 minutes, and then we have from Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
We have 12 minutes more.
So
around.
This is going to be the last session of today. After that, there's a little special event plan that's maybe going to be announced.
Later, I think.
Yeah, no, I know what it is, but
yeah.
As announced for the competitors, we hope they can, enjoy it. And then today, the whole fun begins again at 8:15. Tomorrow, so at 8:15 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, we have always starting at 15, and then we have the first briefing from 8:45 to 9:15, I think. And then they have a little bit of reading time just to imagine what they want to do during the sessions, so like a little planner. And then tomorrow we have just 150 minutes for the last session. Then we have the speed programming, and afterwards, which I'm not sure if it's now the news information, but I've heard that there's supposed to be a special session. I don't know what that means. So the time between the closing ceremony and the speed programming has been shortened drastically.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard this today of Florian, I think.
Florian is our technical team manager, I'd say.
Yeah, you could describe him as that.
I just thought the time was so the experts can finish marking.
Yeah. That's the normal. That's the normal way of doing it.
Okay.
So they have in session 2 they correct session 1.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether they are currently at schedule, but I hope for them, because this can really. I was in the expert room and there was silence, absolute silence.
They have to concentrate.
Except for just a bit of typing, but then there was just silence, and it was. I've been in there for 5 minutes and I was like, nah, I can't withstand this silence.
More deep links.
Yeah, deep link is a very complicated
Apparently,
procedure.
it's a common problem in Scale 8, right?
Yeah, I can also imagine that not many people have worked or have tried to implement a deep link for before.
It can be that we have that they use the deep links for using the hardware on the phone, because for like tilting and there's a separate sensor and a motor. I think they have to use this deep link just to connect to the to get the data from the gyro sensor, just to just to check whether it was tilted or not, and it has to be very precise, since many different people hold their phones different. So we have always like this little amount of room where errors can occur. And I think deep links I'm not sure, I don't want to say anything false, but I think deep links like use the hardware components or use data of the hardware components.
Oh wait, I understand. Mr. Kapler explained earlier that of course they will be able to access the app via like QR codes and stuff, but maybe the deep link will be the one that will be what's used to access the
QR code
app. Yeah.
Can be true, can be as well.
So if the QR code doesn't work, they can just use the deep link.
So, and I think this is for skill 9. This is event manager, and I think we can currently see the a list of like
events.
Events or dates where events can be planned, and this can be a really great idea. I mean, the idea of the tasks are roughly the same, like always implement a calendar system or something, but with separate modifications for each session, you know?
The task that I found the most interesting yesterday was the task of skill 8 from from the second
the networking
website.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, where you and the other competitors are basically on a social media. Social media was also in session in session 3, I think social media was important.
3.
And yesterday in session 2 in skill 8 there was this mobile app that connected you.
Mr. Kappa said that they had to format it. It was said that they have to format in a specific way, like this in the middle, your profile picture, and then just like a spider web, just to extend it. But I think the competitor of Taipei used, I don't know if it was his final design, but I think he used a grid system to align the profiles differently. I think if it was his final form, I think it's not the best idea just to ignore the format of the mock-up, because it's basically that's the reason for the mock-up, just to get everyone in brief overview over what they shall do and not what I shouldn't. But we were wondering why he does this.
But we talked with Bjarne about the tilting the phone, and he said that is probably the most difficult, so he would do it last. However, instead of tilting the phone, the phone tilt is supposed to be for voting. He would implement buttons as a placeholder, so if he has time in the end, he can modify the buttons. So it could be that he focused on other things.
In the end, the competitor didn't show his his version not that often anymore. So it was always like how to call it, a little gambling just to see whether something has happened on his display.
Yeah, I'm sure he found a way, and let's
hope it for him.
That's one way to get points, because this is based off of a point system. For example, you have to comment everything you're doing, explain what you're doing. And you get a certain amount of points for that. If you do it perfectly, you get everything, and you get a part of the points if you do it, just not perfectly. So if you had maybe like the structure of it, but not the exact the mock-up was, you can still get a few points for that.
Probably.
Yeah. So I think it's a smart way.
It's like making a mistake in math but then correctly use the rest of the formula, where you get that like points. Just
for the
even though you
calculation
calculated wrong, exactly. But you can't get max points then, of course.
Right? Oh, the Swiss is the Swiss one.
Yeah,
The Swiss has a
problem.
Well, I think he wants to use the computer.
Yeah,
There we go.
is he skill 8 or 9? I'm not sure.
I don't
If he
know.
searches for deep link, he's skill 8. Nah, he doesn't search for deep links. So no skill 8.
So we're in the last 7 minutes or 9 for Niels and 20 for the. I don't want to pronounce his name because I think saying
For the
Kazakhstani
Kazakhstanian
competitor, because I'm sure I'm going to butcher it extremely badly. So they are right now working, very concentrated, I think.
Have you wanted for what those red E stands in the middle from the presentation pult?
Are you talking about the chat or with me?
And for you as well. Same question.
I know, it's our logo.
No, that's not just logo. That's the interesting thing. Those are the
E equals MC.
No, I think that's that the winner will get it from each skill. I think that's the reason why there are 2. I think.
Oh, yeah, that's like on the plaque.
Yeah.
It's engraved.
I think it's like a trophy for the competitor.
You think?
I think most likely.
Sorry, that was just sarcasm just now. They introduced that as a trophy, but maybe you weren't there. The logo of our school is like a red E for Einstein, but also for E equals MC squared. You know, his relative formula. I don't know. So there's also the prize. It's on a little engraved pedestal for this.
For each school. Right?
For the Einstein Cup, exactly. And most of these competitors are using the Einstein Cup as a training for an international competition, because the big World Skills competition is going to be Lyon in the September of this year. For the German competitors, this competition is actually important because we have 4 German competitors, 2 in each skill. So on skill 8 and skill 9, there's 2 each. And the best of the skill is going to
be
continue.
On the national team for the
exactly for Lyon.
And whoever is on the Einstein Cup this year is then decided in the previous year from our German competition.
Yeah, right.
In the what's it called? German.
I don't know. Okay.
Or does it even have a name?
I think it has a name, but it's not. Yeah.
As important.
Yeah, as important. And all the competitors you will see here will be going to Lyon, except for the Finnish one.
Apparently they're having some issues with the buffering, some technical issues.
Issues that we don't really can fix. It's basically a mistake an error of the internet connection. Not really sure, but this occurred multiple times now. But I hope it was fluently the entire time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, someone wrote it was a bit choppy.
Yes, it was.
Sound.
Yeah.
But we fixed a lot of problems this week. Definitely. A lot of problems.
So would you say you learned about a lot with this Einstein Cup?
Yeah, and I really like each year we face different problems, and this brainstorming with other people who know something about informatics is really interesting, because you get different point of views and different ways of solving a problem.
For sure.
That's the reason why just to participate, even as a crew member here in this competition.
Yeah, Bjarne, for example, also started out as a crew member, and he participated in the German competition last year.
Yeah.
And he's going to participate in the one in the next year.
Yeah.
And right now we're down to 3.5 minutes for most of the competitors. 5 for Niels and 15 for our Kazakhstan competitor.
Yeah.
It's really, I'm wondering how much they got done, because like we said multiple times, the difficulty in these competitions is getting as much as you can done on this short time frame. They had 120 minutes, so 2 hours for this session 4. It's going to be over very soon. We can see many people are doing the last touch-ups or maybe getting the last points that they need. Every point.
And they have to export the files correctly. So if you like write your documentation in Word and you submit it in the Word file in the docx file for Word, you will get points subtracted because
you have to
they want
as PDF.
in as PDF. But I think it's always set in the mockup in the very end. Yeah, here in the point submission, the compiled APK README file so it's a .readme MD file. That's like the typical way of giving notes to your code or how to use it.
Yeah, sure. And there we see the README file. He just opened that, but we close it again. So, yeah, that's Simon Brebeck. What I can tell you about him is we talked a bit in a break, and he's studying at the university right now, I think.
Yeah.
And in his free time, he's developing a learning app, like an application that
like
students
Quizlet?
know, like Ilias.
Okay.
So where students can take
more
tests,
like a
like It's Learning.
Yeah, okay, more
Abi
like
Schulcloud, like an organizing.
Yeah, okay,
app.
Okay.
Because he said there are not so many good ones, and I have to agree with him. Okay. We also used his notes from the Liechtenstein competitor. Yeah, if you could read that, that were his notes. We are in the last minute.
Yeah.
Actually.
The time always flies by.
Yeah.
It is like you enter the competition area for one time. It's like 110 minutes left, and the next time you enter, it's like 20 minutes left. It's just insane.
I can imagine for them it's even faster. I know the feeling from my computer science class where we have to write code, and we have 45 minutes. And after 30, I feel like I've just got like 1/4 of the things done. It's crazy how fast the time flies by.
It's like when you're actually sitting here, like you already said, it feels like everything's happening so fast, but you go on break and like, oh my god, it's so slow.
Yeah.
So we see Simon is already standing up and leaving in the last 10 seconds.
He's done.
He's probably not done.
Hopefully.
Not finished.
So
we don't
done for what he can do in this short period of time.
Yeah.
And there we go. Session 4 is officially over for most of the competition.
Yeah, Niels got 1 minute 30 left, and the Kazakhstanian... Is this Kazakhstanian or Kazakhstani?
That's a good question.
A
good question is...
Because if it's Kazakhstanian and I've said it wrong this entire...
Yeah.
Well, it's
the
a
competitor
very...
of Kazakhstan.
very skilled. We talked about the Kazakhstan...
the expert of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, the expert of Kazakhstan yesterday. It was very interesting and insightful. And they have this module at their college that is very interesting system. And our youngest competitor is from Kazakhstan. He's only 17 years old. That is crazy. Competing on an international level at 17. But we have many other very young. The maximum age is 21.
It's basically because of you have like there are always bigger competition like a few years ago in Korea, and if you have like really if you have older people who have like a job and a family, it's really hard just to get it's like always a week or so I think, and it's really hard to get all the people who are working in 1 week to the same place, you know what I mean? So I think being younger is then an advantage because from the university in Germany at least you can go and come if you when you want. So you basically, I know this from my dad.
Yeah, but for example, our German national team consists of 6 people. Right. But one at least couldn't come because of he's finishing his degree right now.
Yeah.
And like I said, the Finnish competitor also is finishing his degree. That's why he won't come to Lyon. and it's still incredible that they compete on an international level.
So we have one competitor left, finishing up his.
That's our youngest competitor,
Yeah.
17 years old. He has the only setup with a vertical, or is it horizontal? No, it's vertical with a vertical screen.
It's really hard to put in the stream and to look just good. I mean, it's not the best way to implement it, but it's a way.
Yeah, but it's
let's call it that way.
really smart. We've talked to a few people, but some say they don't prefer this option because they write long code as opposed to white code as opposed to long code.
Yeah, but if you have there's always a specific way to format it, but you can add line breaks just to form it better in a better way. And if you have a row of line breaks and you fill up a large amount of vertical space and you want to oversee it faster, it's definitely a way just to make your screen vertical.
Yeah,
I think.
Of course, that is.
But I'm more a fan of a horizontal monitor. It's more comfortable to use with normal programs.
So that was basically the end of session 4, except for the Kazakhstani competitor. After this, there will be a special program, which maybe will get revealed at the end. I don't know. If not, then we can talk about it tomorrow. I don't know when this stream will end, actually.
Shortly after the
Session?
last competitor finishes.
Okay, so in 8
Then we
minutes.
show the sponsors again and then. But this time.
Also, der Stream wird gleich enden. Ich habe mal kurz rausgenommen, also ihr könnt auch so mit mir reden. Was ich eigentlich sagen wollte, ja, Max hat recht. Also der Stream wird dann enden, wenn der Teilnehmer fertig ist, dann werde ich das halt rausnehmen. Okay, also noch 7.
Competitor or competition in the stream, you take a shot. 1 hour
Then
wasted.
everybody would be drunk in this right now.
In this competition?
Yeah,
in this the competitors will be very drunk at the end of this competition.
Yeah, exactly.
I know an even better one. Every time we nod.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but sometimes no words are the best words. What?
Yeah.
I've talked a lot today. My words are running out.
You did.
Are you doing anything after this? After the competition is
Yeah,
done?
I'm joining the competitors for the special program.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, I'm in the video crew. I'm filming it for the highlight video. We present a highlight video during the closing ceremony, and that's why I know that there could be a special session in between, because our time just to edit the video has just got cut by 1 hour, I think.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we started yesterday somewhere, and we mostly have the special programs in the end because they're like more interesting than just people coding. It's like I think 218 roughly from the song we chose, but yeah, it will be presented tomorrow.
So are you participating in the competition? In the special program? That's
yeah,
you are.
Yeah, I have to film it.
No, not filming. Do you know what the special?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, are you participating in the activity?
No, not really. But I'm eating dinner with them.
With like the special video, is that why yesterday one person from the video team came in and took photos of us and everything? Is that why? Or
I wasn't there yesterday. It was during. Can be. I'm not sure. I've not seen every clip by now. Even though I'm supposed to make this video with my colleague. Let's call him that way.
Colleague.
Yeah. It's basically mostly the program after the streams. Like on Monday not the dinner but the guided tour through one board.
That was
and
what was that?
Yeah. And yesterday I think yesterday and the guided tour through our school will be I think we did it during the lunch break or something with it wasn't a session with the experts, I think.
Yeah.
And then the special program of today will be presented, and then part of the speed programming, because that's relatively interesting because you directly see the live results on the stage.
Yeah.
Just do like a first competitor has reached this number and so far. So that and that's even the most complicated to implement in the stream, because we have to get it in.
You have to implement it. That's why it's difficult.
Yeah, but this competition is always a good training just to enhance our qualities in filming with cameras or the tower camera.
Yeah, someone already said, I think it was from France or from Finland, the expert said he found it amazing that the Albert Einstein Gymnasium has such a technical equipment.
Yeah,
we built it up over time through experience.
Yeah, we had, I think, a few years ago we had just one camera, just filming on certain events like
benefits?
Not even the benefits, but I think we have a musical calendar in the Christmas time, and during that Mr. Egra filmed with this camera and edited this, and then we were like, no, we need a second camera, so we bought a second one over of one of the sponsors of this competition.
Yeah.
Füsen, if I were Mr. Kappler as the lead.
CEO?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's, you could call it CEO.
What was that?
Okay.
Hey, no fighting in chat. Every competitor is good.
Yeah, we had like a joke previously. Yong already won because his name is Yong Wong.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a funny time behind the scenes. Getting back to the cameras, we bought a second one over this. We bought a second one, and then we have one more photo camera. That is, doing photos.
Yeah.
And currently we have a third camera of a jury member, which is the tower camera. We could have three different perspectives if the mobile cam would be used.
You know what I'm interested in? How many people are going to a special event?
I don't know.
You and anyone else from the technical team? Timo?
Yeah.
I don't know who he is. He's someone from the technical team.
He's the one.
So you two, the competitors,
and the
experts are going to
a different special
event. Yeah.
But I have no info. There will be somebody else. Oh, right now, just for quick, we can see that our last competitor tried
to scan the QR code.
But you can't see the
result
right now because there's no mobile cam.
Oh, he's trying again?
He tries it again. He probably modified something.
Yeah. Is it working though?
Let's hope for him.
Let's see.
He tried it. Well,
there's somebody in the way and we have no mobile cam.
Oh, yeah. But he's on his last minute now, so he's probably just testing if everything's working.
Probably.
And after that minute is up, we are going to
end the stream for today.
End the stream for
It's
today.
already the time.
It's the second to last day. Tomorrow is the last day. The last session
streaming.
After the speed programming.
The closing ceremony is on stream as well.
Yeah, I know, but
so it's okay.
Tomorrow is only the last session. Wir sehen uns.
But yeah, I'm honestly really excited.
Ist halt rausgenommen.
Sind wir wieder drin?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay,
there we go.
If you can hear us.
This was it for today.
Yeah,
thank you for watching.
Just finished. Thank you for watching and following the Albert Einstein Cup 2024. This is just the goodbye for today. Tomorrow we'll see each other again.
Yeah.
And don't drink a shot every time we say competitor, because that's very
This will be dangerous.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Ist so.
Der Stream ist ending. Wie wird denn... Oh, da sind 2 Schreibfehler drin.
Oh mein Gott.
Ganz kurz, wer hat den Ending-Stream geschrieben?
Tamulo.
Wer hat das geschrieben, was gerade im Stream ist?
Tamulo.
Wer hat das geschrieben, was gerade im Stream ist? Der ausgeschaltet.
Tamulo.
Alter, das war richtig awkward irgendwie.
Boah, aber jetzt mehr sagen.
Dieses Tamulo.
Ja, ich weiß.
Und als Ausschaltung runterfahren.
Das schalte ich alles aus.
Rechner runterfahren. Den ausmachen und Rechner runterfahren.
Auch das dann? Nee,
das machst du auch.
Du machst das.
So,